Let me let me do the Robin. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Robin, you gotta. Davey Dix, was good with you, man? Miss Jalen, how you doing today? Hey, sugar. Good day, Genesis. I am. What the hell is going on? Who's playing with my goddamn I was like, who's that? Who's that handsome ass man back there? Oh Lord. Good day, Corinne. Thank you. I got Kilo Khan in the house, goddamn. That shit is crazy. I don't know what's wrong with them, Robin M. Damn, baby. Oh shit. That is crazy. But I don't know, man. That little man's strong. He survived it. Robin M. He survived it. That's wild. 14 times. Whoo, Shiesty. They start off with the good foot too. They say bang, and then they work their way up. Shiesty, they started with his foot and they worked their way up. Damn, Davey. Everything? Shit. Yeah. I mean, it's rough. It's rough. I don't know why these men want to act like this. Why you want to act like that? Man, I've been getting my ass kicked in the gym lately because Robin M said I need to get some muscles. So this is all Robin M's fault, the way how I feel. But however, Robin M, yes, get a little sniff for Robin M because she loves the smells. Yes, we are sure. Yes. Stabbed up 14 times. Started with the foot and worked their way up. So I don't know. So I don't know who did it. But it sounds like, revenge to me. He wanted to get out of jail, but I'm pretty sure he didn't want to get out this way. At first, when I first seen it, I thought, oh, maybe he just was trying to, like on the Scream movie, stab not too deep and to the left. Make sure you miss all the organs. Nah. That's what it is. This was you goddamn right, Shiesty. I ain't shaving nothing. I want all that flavor to savor. Yeah, man. So he got poked up 14 times in jail. He had some kind of dispute. We're not sure. Shiesty ain't shit. Shiesty, you ain't shit. Oh, damn. That would be crazy if it comes out and it turns out that it's something. It's wild. I don't know what to say about this shit. I've been trying to, for a year now, I've been trying to tell men, Me and my cousin came up with it. He's the one that sparked the whole. You men need to recalibrate. Good day, Dr. Quantum. Not his prison babe. Y'all are insane. We've been trying to tell. What's up, Mo Love? Good day to you. Glad to see you here, beautiful. We've been trying to tell men for a year now. You need to recalibrate. You need to recalibrate. You need to stop with the lust and the degeneracy. It ain't going to get you nowhere good. I don't know why so many men, I don't know why they want to fall to the worship of lust and power. Welcome, men. This is America's latest cautionary tale. Where men who lust power, where men put lust, when men put power and degeneracy at the top of their value system, are now falling harder than the bad stock market crash. Yeah, let's start with Diddy. The man who once told us to vote or die. He is now on trial for sex trafficking, and the details is beyond disturbing. We got Cassie and Jane. That's the other person's name that they are going with. They're not revealing who the actual person is. They're saying Jane. I don't know why. So 2 women who testified that they were coerced. Let me make sure PhD don't curse me out. Coerced. Ain't no H in it. Ain't no H. Let me make sure I don't make PhD even mad. Coerced into sex acts. You know what I'm saying? They was kept awake for days on drugs, alcohol, and treated like disposable objects. That's wild, man. We've been trying to tell them. That's what I'm saying. I've been trying to tell these goddamn degenerates, take it off your value system. You need to replace lust and degeneracy. I've been trying to warn them, Shiesty. I don't know what's wrong with them because they got so much. They believe they put lust, power, and degeneracy at the top of their value system. That is the problem. I'm not sure if it's just a black man problem, but clearly we're talking about 2 black men, Smokey Robinson, Shannon Sharp. God damn, Shiesty. Shit. Damn. Who else, Shiesty? Let's name them. Hold on. You said all these black men. Hold on. We got Diddy, of course. We got Tory, of course. We got Shannon Sharp, of course. Now we have Senior Citizen, Smokey Robinson. Who else? Damn. Who else? Shiesty, who else? I got 4. Who else? We got Diddy, Tory, Shannon, Smokey. Who else out there wilding? That's crazy. When I'm trying not. Man, that's crazy, Shiesty. Oh, damn. How I forget the big dog too, right? Another one. R. Kelly. Damn. Dola might say that y'all ladies love the perverters. Oh, damn. Brother Polite on the low level, right? Brother Polite. Damn. That's 7. No, that's 6. Nature Boy, 7. Damn. Byron Turner said Tory was framed. Damn. Do we got 3 more? Damn, we got 7 of them. That's in recent time, too. Shit. Oh, yeah, we also a UK rapper named Solo 45. He's the UK's R. Kelly. Damn. 8. What was that other kid, that little short comedian kid from the UK as well? I forgot his name. Damn, Cosby. I forgot about Cosby. Shit, 9. Do we got one more? Yikes. Pill Cosby. Damn. Oh, Young Philly. Yes, that's his name. Young Philly. And that also that dude, Young Philly. Damn. Shicey might have a good fucking point. Shicey might have a good effing point. We even say the people, we even got somebody in this space, goddammit. Dolomite says, even though we heard the stories, the woman still was coming over, especially if the price is right. And that's where the lust and the power comes into play. That's when the lust and the power and the degeneracy comes into play. Mystical, that's another one. That's 11 now. I forgot about Mystical Byron. And there's something about we have to change the way how men are thinking about these things, man. Because it's not helping anybody. All these goddamn manosphere talking points, it ain't helping these men. You're right. There's 11. We named 11 black male degenerates at that. And the crazy part, they all going to play the footage. All right. They say, hey, you're going too far back. You 20 years deep now. My bad. My fault. But it's kind of wild, though, man. Like, not only that, so after all the, people saying that, Cassie was a willing participant, even though it seems like everything, all the evidence is going to go towards otherwise. I don't think she wanted to get her ass whooped in a hotel room. I don't think these two girls wanted to be treated like disposable objects. And then we have Diddy team that literally straight up admitted to domestic abuse and domestic violence. I don't know if he can still get charged with that. I don't know if the statutes of limitations is done with that, but he admitted to whipping both their asses. He said, yeah, I beat up Cassie, and yeah, I beat up the other girl. And the reason why he beat up the other girl said when she finally sobered up, said she ain't with it no more. She ain't with getting all these men running through her while he's being a cuckold and watching other men dig through her. So while Diddy was out there being cuckold, making sure everybody was drugged up, a whole 11 men out of billions of men. Sheesh. No, no. That is not true. That is not a true statement. If we was to go and start talking about people that we actually know, we seen earlier this week or last week that men came up here and said they see their own friends in the club SAing females in the club. So no, you got it wrong. This idea of lust and degeneracy is running rapid, and this us as men, we got to start having conversations about it so the men's mentality can change, because it always start with just a slap on the ass in a club. Hey, she had a fatty. What am I supposed to do? How I'm not supposed to? You see how she danced with her butt? She know what she's doing. She's having a good time. When we just mentioned 11 men that are in a position of power at that, these are 11 men that we're saying that most men would say that these 11 men, they could get any woman they want. But those same 11 men decided to take it and do something egregious like SA a person. Joy says, hey, husbands and uncles are out here being degenerates. So, yes, I think it's sad that we have 11 celebrities that we can speak to. That is a problem. It's not just 11 men out of billions. No. And we could go down a long list of celebrity men that's doing this. So it's much bigger than what we are trying to make it out to be. And men need to start speaking up and saying, hey, all this grabbing people and touching people and how it's escalating. You want to take a girl out and get her drunk. So this way, like all those talks got to stop. It started from back in the days when we all know when they were saying, oh, all you got to do is get that girl that Spanish fly. Good day, Chaz. It's been a long time of degenerate conversations that have been happening that men been just sweeping under the rug. Oh, this would get a girl real horny. You give us some of this, you get that girl off this kind of liquor, she's going to really do that ecstasy. All those things is, man, there's a reason why women do not go to the club and they can't even leave their drink out in the open. They got to keep their hand on top of their drink. So this shit is way beyond just celebrities. Way beyond it. It's crazy. Now let's pause for a second, right? How did we get here? How did a man who built an empire on music, fashion, and business end up in a courtroom, accused of running a criminal enterprise fueled by sex, drugs, and violence? How? How is that possible? In my opinion, I believe is when lust and power become your guiding principle, destruction is inevitable. And a lot of men, where they up there or on the bottom totem pole, they all have that situation. We hear them talk about it on a day-to-day basis. We see it on a day-to-day business. You know what I'm saying? We see it on these panels, the way how they speak. They speak as if, oh, well, she wore that. She shouldn't wear that. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter what she wears. They think that she represents power. It's a scary thing, for real, for real. When these men, when they up there or at the bottom of the totem pole, when lust and power become your guiding principle, destruction is inevitable. And then we got Tory Lanez, who's here getting stabbed 14 times in prison. 14. It's not an attack. That's an assassination attempt. Now we all know the whole jail shooting. You know, Tory's in jail for shooting Megan Thee Stallion. And let's be real, his downfall was right in the moment. He let his ego, violence, and recklessness take over his life. That's what happened. That's what made him shoot at her feet. Whoever was the person shooting at her feet. Whoever y'all want to say that he got framed or whatever. When he started with the ego, violence, and recklessness takes over his life, that's when it happened. All that smoking, all that drinking. Yeah, bro. That's where it's going to lead you. Men need to recalibrate their value system. Because right now, too many men are worshiping lust, degeneracy, power instead of God, integrity, honor, leadership, accountability. Why is that so difficult for men to speak like that? What's up, Willie? Let's get it together. I don't know why we keep allowing the red pill incel manosphere, these no good suckers, these rim brothers, they keep on saying the same BS that we know is putting our men in danger. Literally. It's literally putting men in danger when you keep promoting this degenerate behavior on scale at that. You can't on one hand talk about, no, we're not telling men to do that, but that's all you talk about. This is the double-mindedness. We seen a little bit of this double-mindedness yesterday. Hey, but what am I saying? Yes, you're saying this, but your actions are this. Let me see where we at with everything. Because I'm spitting some bars. Let me see how everybody's appreciating it. Let me see how everybody's appreciating it. Let me make sure. Let me see where the goddamn likes is at. Let me see. Let me see where these likes is at. It's crazy. Majority of the time, HT. Yes. Majority of the time, yes. Depends how big. But majority of the time, yes. That's why I don't go no goddamn where. Anytime I step outside, it's ridiculous. Stay my black ass in the house. Stay my black ass in the house, HT. Let me see where we are with these likes. Let's get it together, man. We gotta support alternative media. We gotta help each other out with just the free things that we could do. All right, we could just simply hit a like and a share. And you know what's weird about people not wanting to share on YouTube is that like it's not even gonna go to your person, like personal people that you know is not gonna see that you shared it. It's not like it's on Facebook or Instagram when your personal people get to see it. All you gotta do is hit the share button, type in my name, at my name. You don't even have to, you can say this idiot, this foul, this fool, the greatest. Like if you share it on YouTube, it just helps us build the channel more. Because y'all know the situation that I'm in. We got powers that be on the other side that just want to fight against me. They got powers that be that just want to try to make it seem like I'm something that I'm not. They try to say that I'm a gaslighter, I'm a manipulator, all these other things. And then when we break it down, we see it's not really that. So if y'all really rock with alternative media, I need y'all to hit that like and that share button. This is the quickest way how we could get things moving, and it's free. It costs you nothing. None of your friends is going to even know that you hit share. YouTube unsubscribe people from your channel for sure. One way you could unsubscribe people from channels by creating some kind of, platform where y'all all talking together and y'all go ahead and y'all do what they already been doing to me. So please. What's up, Java? Good day. Good to see you. So please, that really helps us out to fight the powers that be, whoever they are. It's just hitting that like and the share button. That's going to drive their ass crazy. You really want to fight those demons? Every time you hit that like and the share, it's like you putting holy water on their ass. It's like, nah, shamanas, what I'm nah, what I'm nah. Let's go, Wall Street Willie. I feel you on that. Sad to say what happened with Jason Tatum. So provider. So here's the thing though, right? And it doesn't matter where you work at. Like this is why it's important that this shit is not just a internet thing. And I think that's something that we got to really start addressing. Like this shit is not just the internet anymore. Like lust versus discipline is a problem where it's either in these spaces where it's spoke about or where it's out in the real street where it's actions about it. Because when lust is your driving force, you objectify, manipulate, and destroy. Right? We even see it with this goddamn statue. They was objectifying the statue. They said they want a sexy looking statue. Why this girl don't have her bra on? What age is she? Why is she like? It was all about objectifying. They manipulated and they destroyed. So I guess somebody wants my attention, but let me see. I'll come to believe you. I mean, you could believe what you want to believe. I don't know what to tell you. If you think that after all this time that I'm not the same person I've always been, then I don't know what to tell you. I have a track record of being who I am. I ain't afraid to go to nobody's channel. I ain't afraid to have a conversation with nobody. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I could go and talk to whoever I want to talk to and try to have a conversation. I'm not trying to make any trouble. Like I don't get that. Like if I have a conversation with somebody, I have a conversation with them. I have conversations with degenerates all the time. It's how we get to resolve something, so we can have a different perspective. So for some strange reason, I don't get that part why people just want to try to act like you cannot have a conversation with somebody. There's one thing me having a conversation, me just bending over for him and saying, "Hey, yes, Angry Man, you are the greatest," and I just agree with him. Versus if we having a conversation, I don't bow down to nobody. So I'm not sure what Black Hawk mean by that at all. I didn't agree with. I don't know. I didn't agree with no degenerate thing that he said about anybody. So if me and him have a conversation, we have a conversation. If me and him agree, we will agree. If me and him disagree, we will disagree. Me and him do not have a problem with agreeing or disagreeing with each other at all. Talking to Kempo, what I realized that anytime I go to anybody's platform outside of mine's, it's enemy territory. That's what I'm starting to understand. And what I really understand is that majority of people is going to try to hold me more accountable than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? They're going to try to hold me more accountable than anybody else. Even though I've been standing 10 toes down on my position. When even though other people literally make up groups to come against me in secret, this man going to say that I'm grifting. If I was grifting, then I would be talking ish about women all day. Because that's how you grift. All I have to do is lie about women and talk about being lustful and degenerate, even though I'm married. There's a bunch of married men out there that's literally talking about all the lust and degenerate and having power over women all day, every day, and that's not even their lifestyle. That would be the grift. So then we got people like American tradesmen telling me nobody's after me when I literally got emails and I could see who is doing what. And that's the disrespect. See, because a lot of y'all think that everything is a fucking joke. A lot of people think everything's a goddamn joke. Like me getting demonetized, a lot of people think it's a joke. Oh, you just don't know. It's okay. It happens to everybody. No, I was targeted. And I got proof that I was targeted. I just don't speak about it because that's my business. And if you don't believe me, if you think all of a sudden that now I'm a liar for some strange reason, then maybe you don't need to be here. I haven't lied to you about anything yet. And if you unsub to me, then bye. You don't need to be here. Straight up. Don't talk to me how I'm the one that's grifting when you are the one that's keep watching somebody that you don't even like. If you don't like me, you don't really rock with me. If you think that, see, this is the thing. A lot of people do try to rock with you because they think that you have a common enemy, but they really don't rock with you for real. What up, Mitt? So you cannot build no kind of damn friendship off of because he's going against this person, so I'm gonna be his friend. And so we know the people that try to throw just like lies at you and say things, we start to understand that you was never really rocking with me for real, for real. You was only here because you wanted me to curse somebody out. When I'm really having a issue with that person. When I'm actually disagreeing with somebody, I really disagree with them. I'm not putting on some goddamn performance. So me having a conversation about degenerate men, I really have a problem with degenerate men. This is not a performance for me. I didn't become who I was because of the internet. So if you are one of these men that need somebody to go against your favorite villain just because, then I ain't the nigga for you. Because I'm gonna stand up for what's right and what's correct, not because you gave me $1. Because I was who I was before I got here. I didn't become lit because of the internet. I didn't accumulate the things that I did because of the internet. And that's where y'all got me confused. It's not just Dave. It's not just me talking to him. It's talking to anybody that feels as if that they could control me, or just because I disagree with whoever your biggest enemy is because you're afraid to start your own channel. You're afraid to hit a link because you're afraid to cam up and have a conversation because you cannot communicate. Don't try to say that I'm the one that is doing something when I literally stand on business every time I go somewhere. Don't start trying to, if you are a supporter, then you support. Guess what? You know what I love about Robin M? Regardless if I'm right or wrong, Robin M is going to let me know. And she's going to talk to me about whatever is in that moment. That's what we have a conversation about. What up, Ron Class? What up, CBP? I ain't never bow down to any man on the internet. If I disagreed, I straight up disagreed. Shicey bump somebody that she don't care if I'm right or wrong or indifferent. She's gonna let me know in the moment. You're right, Kim Folk. I apologize. Where was I? I was talking about lust versus discipline, right? Because when you lust, and when lust is your driving force, you objectify, you manipulate, and you destroy. But when discipline leads, you build, you protect, and you uplift. That's one of the things I try to build myself on. Discipline. Like this morning, I was up early in the morning, working out, pushing my body to the limit. Because Robin M said, hey, I want to see some goddamn muscles by the summer. So I said, all right, Robin, I got you. I ain't going to just go out there and run. Because, yeah, that's good. I could run those miles. But Robin said, I want to see some goddamn muscles. All right, Robin, I got you. So it starts with discipline. And you know who's in the gym with me while I'm doing all that goddamn discipline? Don't be laughing at me, Robin. You know who was down there with me? My family, they was in the gym with me. The girls, they was doing it all wrong, but they was still in there trying to do their goddamn. That's right, working on my, and that's what I was working on today, Robin. I was working on in Scheissebon. Yeah, I was working on my goddamn bird chest. I don't need no protein, Jabba. I give out protein. Thank you. The hell you talking about, Jabba? That's right, MLs. Get back in the gym. Start posting and tag me in it too. You want me to hit me up on Instagram, start tagging me with your ass at the gym. I'll do the same. I'll show you, and I'm not going to show you the pretty part of the gym. I'm going to show you when I'm all tired and gassed out and breathing all heavy, saying F this ish. I was lifting up those goddamn. I was like, fuck this shit, man. I understand why those goddamn rim bros don't want to work out. I get it. Can you put the air off of me, babe? Yo, I see why people be running away from the gym. That should make me upset. I be pissed off. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's it. Yo, look, see, just thinking about it got me cursing all ridiculous. That thing be having me cursing people and things out. I'll be thinking I'm about to die, Corinne. I'm telling you, man. Like, yo, ML, I was in it like, F this, fuck this gym. I threw the weights down all hard. So, Mills, that's right. Get your ass back in the gym, Miss Mills, and tag me in on the post when you go to the gym, and I will tag you back when I'm over there screaming and yelling at the goddamn weights. Because you know what the gym does for you, right, is when you doing it, it's very difficult. But when you have that, when you start achieving things and you getting better and you stronger, it makes you do feel good. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Robert M, you're 100% correct. Compared to weightlifting, running is much easier than weightlifting, 100%. Running is not an easy thing whatsoever, but compared to weight training, Robert M, you're 100%. I was cursing you, Robert M. Every time I did a goddamn bench press, Robin M, I was cursing your black ass out. Or let me not call you black ass, your biracial ass out. I was like, fuck Robin M. She get on my motherfucking nerves. I'm gonna make sure she smell every goddamn stink underarm odor. I ain't gonna never cut my underarms hair. Yo, train harder 24. I was doing, what's these called? I was doing around the world with 5 pounds. I was like, damn, 5 pounds is hard. 5 pounds got heavy real quick, goddamn. Shit was hurt. I was screaming it early in the morning. The kids like, what's going on? Don't be a hater. So yes, also what we got, degeneracy versus honor, right? So that's another thing I say, right? So degeneracy, right? Degeneracy says do whatever feels good, no matter the cost. And that's why I think it's really important with the whole gym thing, right? So a lot of degenerates, this is why we see a lot of the degenerates is out of shape so bad. That's right, talking to Kim for, and I don't wear no deodorant. Nope, so you're gonna smell all that. Smell that workout. Woo. Smells good, Reese. The hell y'all talking about? Like I said, degeneracy says do whatever feels good, no matter the cost. So this is why so many people would dive into fast food, not working out, not reading, not doing the right thing, whether it's in private or in public. This is why they will go ahead and have relations, intercourse with anything that will allow them to, because it's what feels good. They'll do whatever feels, no matter what the cost is. Even if the cost is a STD, they don't care if they are at the goddamn STD clinic with the girl. She tells them, hey, listen, I have this going on. That he will still say, hey, that ass is fat, though. He don't care if she has an STD. He still go in that thing raw dog and say, hey, listen, it was all worth it. It doesn't matter the cost. He says, he would say, shit, I was just burning for, you know what I'm saying? I was just burning for a week or two. It was worth it, though. That vagina was good because her ass was fat. That's the degeneracy. We heard men say this. They don't care if the, one of the worst STDs you can get, a goddamn child out of it. They don't care. They don't care. And this is how we know that the men are not really goddamn leaders, because when you allow degeneracy to be the main leader for you, when you allow lust to be your main leader, you are not leading. Lust is leading you. Degeneracy is leading you. And this is why so many men fall under they are not a leader. They have no leadership skills because something else is leading them. That's the issue that a lot of men have. And so what the difference is why we say replace those things, lust and degeneracy. You can add some discipline, some honor. So what honor says? Honor says do what's right even when it's hard. So that's how we can compare that to the gym. You doing what's right for your body even though it's hard. It's not easy waking up early in the morning and going and put out an hour into the gym. That's what I did today, wilding out. Everything hurts. You're absolutely right. And a lot of men don't mind going into burning bushes, Dolomite. Peace and blessings to you too. And that's the real issue. What else we got? We got power versus leadership, right? So we keep telling young men, hey, you need to recalibrate your value system. You need to take away lust and degeneracy at the top of your value system, replace it with some discipline, honor, leadership. And so now we talk about that. What? So power, right? It controls. Leadership guides. Those are the two differences. Power controls. So we understand that somebody like Diddy, he have a power issue. That's why he got to control all the people in and out. That's why he got to make them have intercourse in front of him while he's there watching, playing with himself. Because that's power to him. And a lot of men move off of this power dynamic. because they want to control a woman. They want to control their woman. But leadership guides. So it's a different, and a lot of times people say, oh, Sharon, you just like a Rembrandt. No, I'm not. I'm guiding my family. You trying to control your family. It's a big difference. It's a huge difference. You have a power problem, and I have leadership skills. I have leadership solutions. While you have a power problem, I have leadership solutions. God damn it, I don't know. And by now, if I don't have people sharing this, it's insane to me. I do not understand for the life of me why you would not share this content. This is crazy. We are cooking up today. We got some of the most beautiful people in the chat right now. We got some of the most intelligent, beautiful, funny, witty human beings in the chat right now, whether they agree with me or disagree with me. Why wouldn't you want to like, share, and subscribe? This shit is insane. Hit that goddamn share button. I ain't asking you for much. Stop playing with me. Power controls, leadership guide. Power takes, leadership gives. This is the thing that they keep on missing when they keep being afraid to be in relationships, be married. They don't understand. Being the husband, you got to give more. Stop crying. It is what it is. Because power is the thing that takes. And this is why a lot of women say, hey, they feel like they are enslaved because men want to have power over their wife, and therefore they always taking from their wife. And a majority of married women that be speaking, at least, they feel like they're being taken advantage of in the house. This is why when women hear men talk about all these power dynamics, it sounds like slavery to them. Because both of y'all have to go out there and work. But somehow when y'all come home, she's the only one that got to come home and work. Because of the one time that you might possibly need to defend your house, that never happens to majority of households. That's what you holding on to. But she's cooking, she's cleaning, she's maintaining the children, she's keeping up with your health. Her health goes down while yours go up. The quality of your life goes up while hers goes down because you want to be power and you want to take away. What you talking about, sexy? What you talking about? So power takes, leadership gives. What's another thing that these men be? Oh, another problem. Ego. This is the thing that'll get a lot of men in trouble is that ego. And we ain't talking about that one. We talking about this whole ego says I'm untouchable. Right? We see it time and time again. These men, they have this ego problem. They believe that they are actually untouchable. This is why somebody like Smokey Robinson possibly could do something. But men in power, they feel like my word against yours. Who's going to believe you? You are a da-da-da-da-da, whatever that is. This is why a lot of men, they try to use that tactic of saying, hey, when you see a real beautiful woman, you don't talk about her beauty. You call her ugly. That's their ego. They feel like they are untouchable. They feel like because they make a certain amount of money, they got a certain six-pack, I got a certain this, that ego makes them think, hey, because I did all of these things, I should get a certain woman. That is that man's ego, but he didn't do no actual self-reflection on himself so he could build up a great character in his body and in his mental. It's that ego. It's a problem for a lot of men. And what they need to replace the ego with is accountability, because accountability says answer for my actions. This is why we hear a lot of men, when we talk about this goddamn fatherhood and all these things, they want to blame the woman for it. Well, she had a part in it too. It's very similar to goddamn children. A lot of men think very childlike. Hey, I need you to clean up the room, but that's not my garbage on the floor. That's her. But what about her? Nitus, the reason why is because I'm not like those men. I don't put myself in the category of the Rim brothers, because I'm not one of those type of men. I'm in a different category. I'm in a category that is I hold myself accountable. I hold myself to leadership. So I guide and I give. I answer for my actions. I believe in honor, so I do what's right even when it's hard. I believe in discipline, because when discipline leads, you build, you protect, and you uplift. So that's why I don't say we as men, because a lot of men, they would try to use me as an example, like they are that. No, you didn't put in the work that I put in, bro. You didn't wake up in the morning at 5 in the morning and go do an hour in the gym. And when my children are just there wanting to work out with me, I don't put power in front of them and make them do it. I lead by doing it, and then they try to replicate what I'm doing. So I guide them into it. Hey, you want to do it correctly? This is how you do it. So I guide them into it. And then slowly it becomes a part of their mentality as well, because they see me running. They see me working. So guess what they want to do? I keep giving to them by leading. So I lead, and therefore they'll do as well. I don't take the power away from them. I let them have that power. I don't control them. I guide them. This is why when I ran a marathon, guess who followed behind me and ran a marathon next? My second one. My wife. Because I guided it. I didn't take power. She want to look good, she's going to go to the goddamn gym. And so the problem is when we hear I'm trying to get men to move a certain way, and they say, but what about that person? But what about the other one? But what about, hey, that's not accountability. Take control of what is you, what you have control of. You hold on to that. Don't worry about what the other person is doing. Because when you start doing the right things, not because it's easy, but you are doing the right thing, the person that you want in your life, you will be guiding them to be doing the right things as well. Stop worrying about things that you cannot control. You're not going to be able to control every single human being. For the people that want to do the correct things, speak about that. Let's go. We got over 130 people in the building. Where y'all at with the damn likes and the shares? It's insane. Let me see who really rocking with me or not. Who's rocking with good, productive messaging. I'll drop the link. Anybody that got any goddamn disagreements? We could turn this into a goddamn smoke show if you like. You don't have to be afraid to hit the link and speak your mind. I don't know why so many people are afraid to speak their goddamn mind when it comes to the truth. All we got to do is look at, we got 2 examples today. Look at Diddy, look at Tory Lanez. Look at every man who thought he could live recklessly without consequences. So this is not, so I'm using these 2 men, but it is a bunch of men. Every man who thought he could live recklessly without consequences. Look what happened to them. They fell, all of them. Because when you build your life on lust, greed, and ego, it will crumble. So here's the challenge. Men need to replace lust, with discipline, degeneracy with honor, power with leadership, and ego with accountability. Because if you don't, then you're going to keep falling. Talking about. Cowards. Scared. Welcome to the show. Smitty's Corner. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Your soul sounds troubled. What's all the hubbub, bub?
Because I'm tired of these goddamn men want to just keep building their life off of degeneracy, lust, and power, and ego. It's sickening at this point. How many men fell to this goddamn situation is my issue.
Well, the ones who are not disciplined. I was asking about that last night. As far as I believe this is, I don't want to say it's our fault as men, but I would say we have a part to play in the sense of we're not taught, coming out of high school in our early 20s, man, we're not taught truly values of like what we should do once we come across a family. We are told what we should do as far as to get women, but a lot of times we're not taught on how to keep a good woman in our life and how to sustain that. So it's really not of a value to most men. That's why.
And that's why I want to change this ideology, because we all understand that women are very valuable. When you treat them properly, they would treat you properly.
This is true. This is very true.
We got to change this whole remedial rhetoric that these men keep on spewing on a day-to-day basis and acting as if they don't contribute to what is going on in the world. They keep saying, "Oh, y'all want to do is concentrate on the men," where the men are the initiators. And that's why we got to concentrate on the person that is initiating this situation. We cannot concentrate on the person that is slapping you back. Say, hey, you shouldn't be slapping people back. Let me fix y'all first, and then I'm gonna fix the people that slapping back, and then I'm gonna go fix the slappers. No, it don't work that way. I'm sorry, man. You are the ones that are hitting first.
Well, this is the only part I would say I believe in that should be somewhat segregated, somewhat, and that is my method is, and I'm pretty sure you've heard me say it before, Sharon. I talk to the men. Like, I don't know. If my sisters ask me what do I think of something, I will also love to tell them what it is that I think about that. And I'm gonna give it to them exactly what I think about it. But for me to just be setting up live after live talking about what they're doing, and here it is, I'm looking at me and my brothers got so much work to do. I look at that as, why am I going out mowing everybody else's lawn trying to tell them get your yard straight? And here it is, I got about up to the knees in mine. So I need to go ahead and take care of me and mines. So me and mines is the fellas. I like to talk to the fellas. Hopefully some men actually hear something here, right? We can't reach them all, and not everybody's allowed to go. It's just what it is. There's going to be a lot of bodies floating in that ocean, but it is what it is, Sean. Some people that's their niche. That's just what they do, and to land it, I believe a lot of times to always, as a woman, maybe have something to say about men, or as a man always have something to say about women. That's a clear clear indication to me you refuse to look at yourself. You're terrified to take a look in the mirror. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock on. You there, Sharon?
I'm here.
My head's down. I'm drawn.
It's just I don't understand why so many men want to fight for degeneracy. Why they want to fight for lust. Like it doesn't get you. Like it's been proven that it doesn't help you in the long run or the short run.
You said fight for lust?
Yeah, they fight for lust and degeneracy.
Oh, you mean like fight, like as far as like they advocate that it should be okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know about that.
Welcome to the show, KT the GOAT. Maybe KT,
maybe bro,
KT the GOAT can explain to me why so many men fight for lust and degeneracy to keep that at the top of their value system.
Well, salute to y'all and salute to the chat. I mean, I think that's easy. Like, that's what you believe what you're taught. I hate to say it like that. I don't want to give people an excuse. You don't know no better. You don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these people, I'm not saying that they couldn't know better. They don't want to know better. It's what you were saying earlier. We go into this thing of what makes me feel the best. And that most of the time doesn't include like following a moral list or set. Just doing what you want.
And do you believe that we should be speaking out against this male infatuation with lust and degeneracy?
Yeah. I mean, only thing I can say is do focus on your group. Focus on your group. That'll be the first thing, right? But I think we make it more complicated when we make it seem like we're all honestly like a male and a female is not the same, but a black man and a black woman, main key linkage there is we're black. So I mean, we got to get out of that whole thing because, as I said before, we can tell men to tighten up right now, and let's say they do, but if we're also encouraging our women, well, baby, do what makes you feel happy. You know what I'm saying? You only gonna have half of the group actually doing that. The other half well, no offense, what they kind of said men have been doing for most generations, taking advantage of, abusing women, not treating them as well as they should. So now we just basically asking for a reversal of roles instead of something that'll progress us, in my opinion.
I'm confused about what you're saying.
I knew it. I knew
like
it.
We're not.
I knew it. I knew it was coming, bro.
What you mean?
Oh my God.
I'm confused.
You know what I'm saying? Like we can tell men to work on their value system, but if only one half of the group is working on the value system, it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna have half of a group with a value system. We do have to do it simultaneously.
How do you figure that is how things work? I don't understand that. So we have people that are of other faiths. They focus on their faith, and then they want to find in their significant other through that faith. So how is it not focusing on men doing the right thing is not going to help men find the type of woman that they are looking for?
No. I said it'll help men. I don't think it'll help us as a group of blacks, like as black people as a whole. Like if we're just saying,
and I'm trying to get you to substantiate that, so we could go ahead and find versions of what I'm talking about, how it help black men and also help a black man find his black wife, and they will move forward together as a whole. So what you're saying is false.
It's not true. I mean, if we're saying, well, let me ask you this then: what and I don't agree with the manosphere, so let's exclude the manosphere. But what shows are talking about how women can improve themselves, like from a genuine stance?
Why do you need that? Is my question. Why do you?
I think we need that.
Okay, so let me answer first because I was foul, right? Let me answer first. I don't know And the reason why I don't know, because I don't watch women trying to empower women.
Okay.
Because there's no need for me to watch women empower women. That's their business. I let them do their thing.
Okay.
Do you watch women empowering women?
Yeah, sometimes.
Like who?
Venus, Brownie. I watch a lot of women I've actually met on here on this panel.
Okay, so therefore it is women out there that's telling women to do the right thing.
For sure. But listen
okay,
to
so
me.
now that we got that understood, what is your argument?
So my point would be, I'll give you a good example. One day I was on Venus' show, right? And I wasn't like on the panel or anything, just in the chat, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the people that be in this panel, in this chat, talking all kinds of crazy shit about men. She asked one very clear question. She said, well, if we asking for all this for men, what are we bringing to the table to ask for that? And even the women in the chat were agreeing, like, I'm waiting for somebody else to answer because I don't really got the answer. And it's like, okay, that's progression. You know what I'm saying? That's just us admitting our flaws or whatever we have to in order to make the progression. But then if we coming back to the next chat and you going back to slandering men and calling them all bums and this, that, and the third, how are we gonna ever make the progression? It gotta be a team effort.
So the team that you need to be in effort with is men. You need to not be worried about what women are doing until you get your own personal woman, and then you can guide her. This is why I'm saying leadership guides, leadership gives. And the problem is that most men, they want to have power, which power takes and power controls. And that's the issue that we keep seeing time and time again. And that's why I'm using these two guys as of right now, Diddy and Tory Lanez, how they allow power and lust to destroy their own careers. And this is why a lot of men on lower levels, they do it as well. They do the same thing. It's just not in the public eye. Let me also welcome into the show Izzy Bands and AR. Welcome to the show, Izzy Bands. What's your thoughts?
Yo, I don't got a long time, but yo, shout out to you. You know what's interesting to me? Yo, you make a lot of accusations and a lot of statements, and you throw a lot of rocks, but you hide your hand, right? Like primarily the other day, we was on the panel, and we was on what's the name panel, and we was talking.
Which doctor?
And
which doctor?
Say what?
Which doctor's panel?
Yeah, DJ Witch Doctor. Shout out to DJ Witch Doctor. So we was over there, and you know, it's crazy that you tried to make it seem because I had a certain ideology or viewpoint that I was trying to do it for the love of men or for the attention of men. Like, you throw a lot of accusations and a lot of shots, and then you get upset if people throw accusations and shots at you. And it's like you start a lot of stuff unnecessarily. Like, you know, I don't take it that personal. I'm gonna shoot back, but it's like at the end of the day, it's a real hypocritical stance. It's a real hypocritical stance. Well, Jalen, shout out to Miss Jalen. Absolutely, it's true, because he absolutely did do that. He absolutely did say that I was a lover of men for my stance on Umar's situation at that particular time. And I don't champion Umar. I just, at that time, I agreed with certain section of it, because I disagreed with what Jay Prince was saying adamantly.
Right. And that's how we know that is a lovers of men, right? Because you use the Dr. Umar Johnson to turn it into a father situation instead of having a parenting conversation where Dr. Umar Johnson was 100% in the wrong. It is nothing agreeable that Dr. Umar Johnson has done with that certain situation at all. And so that's when, to me, it becomes that, hey, I'm fighting for men instead of talking about said situation.
Well, that's not my case, right? I was talking in a specific situation with Dr. Umar, not fighting for men. Now, that's number one. But number two, the crazy thing is Umar is a father. We was talking to his daughter. So of course I'm gonna speak in a father perspective. So I don't understand. I don't understand why. Well, you say, well, and correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you say if people had an issue with some of the things that you said, we could turn this into a smoke show? Did you not say that a little bit earlier?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just was, you know what I mean? I just was making sure that I heard correctly. So I wanted to bring it directly to you. I didn't want to, you know what I mean, say anything and not say it directly to your face.
And so the reason why we know it, for me, why it turned from the situation, because he is literally the opposite of you, which means that you are a present father and Umar is an absent father. And the fact that you was fighting for him as a father, even though he is the worst kind of father, that shows that you was not talking to the situation. However, you was talking to the generality of fathers that feel slighted in situations similar to what Jay Prince tried to do, but he was just completely egregious. He can't prove a point. So, you know, that I'm not trying to compare, but I'm saying the fact that Jay Prince came up there screaming and saying that it was your mother's fault instead of blaming the appropriate person, which was Dr. Umar Johnson. And so
can we keep it on me?
Able to articulate yourself, right? And I was surprised that you was on the side of just fatherhood instead of on the father parenting, especially since you are a man that is involved in your child's life so much.
But because that's why, because I wasn't on the side of fatherhood in that sense. I was on the side of, listen, if you want a certain result, then you can't come hostile to someone that you want the result from. Meaning she desires the relationship with her father, right? He texts her back to say, yeah, I'm open to that in a certain type of way. So my thing is, if you want a relationship with your father, then you can't come at it from a very, very aggressive standpoint and get the result that you want. That's all I was saying. So that's it. And really, she's the one that loses most if they don't get their thing together. That's all.
And so that's where we disagree. No, he loses more than anything because she lived 22 years without him in the first place. So she figured out how to move forward. And number two, to address the she coming at him aggressive, that's how children come at their parents, because that's who usually, whether they know them or not know them, they come at their parents the most aggressive because that's who they trying to get some attention from. We know children, when they come home from school, for example, they get a little bit more wilder because they actually feel free at home versus in school, where they got to deal with structure and rules and they got to sit down. They're not allowed to just be prancing and all that things. And we know as parents that when our child is acting up, it's really because possibly usually it happens when you're on your phone, you're trying to do something because they want your attention. And so a good parent knows when your child is acting up, that is for the attention of said parent.
Again, that has nothing to do with the fact that you were hurling accusations and you were hurling insults and you were hurling inflammatory statements strictly because we didn't agree. So that's the only thing, because I didn't agree with the particular stance that you had. Then it had to be something much more than what it was. It couldn't just be, listen, I looked at it one way, you looked at it another way, and then it's just cool. It has to be that I have to agree with you 100%. I have to see it the way you see it, or otherwise I'm a lover of men, I'm a rim brother again, and all this other crazy stuff. And I'm looking for Angry Man's approval, even though I didn't know Angry Man was going to show up, and all this other crazy stuff. But you throw these attacks and then you hide and be like, oh, well, everybody's picking on me and everybody's just because I have these awesome talking points and because I'm so awesome and I'm a man and they're not. So, oh my God, like, come on, fam. It's not even.
Who talks like this?
You. They're picking on me and they just, because I'm so awesome and they're just lovers of men. And
see, and this is why I tell men they gotta walk 15 minutes this way and 15 minutes that way.
I got way more testosterone than you, sir.
Damn, you gonna let him talk to you like this, Sharon?
I could do way more than 2 push-ups.
And then, so this is where we could get
I got
that.
way more
This is how we
testosterone.
get the estrogen away. We need to get you off that red pill. The only thing me and you agree
I'm not
with,
on the red
only
pill.
thing that me and you seems like we agree with is that when it comes to the racial tension, we 100% on that. And the reason why is probably because it don't have no gender involved in it. But when it comes to when we having conversation, we be honest about who is doing the right and wrong about gender for some reason, somehow, some way, maybe because you don't walk your 15 minutes this way and that when you do your 2 push-ups a day, somehow you tend to go on the men's side damn near no matter what. I'm not going to say 100% because I've seen when things got a little crazy, you're like, all right, you had to pull it back and say, hey, bro, you're going too far. So you do have a limit to it. However, you do defend men quickly, especially when it came to this Umar Johnson situation. I found it very odd for you personally because he was defending him on some fatherhood shit when that man did not display any fatherly skills.
Why do you love to spin a narrative, but then you hate when people spin a narrative on you? I wasn't defending Umar on no father shit at all. That's the point. I was saying when she got and exposed him online the second time and cursed him out and was wilding on her father, what did she expect? Especially with a Gen Xer, you know for a fact most Gen Xers, period, are gonna slide off you like, all right, well, cool. No, you know what I'm saying? So hold on real quick. You got a chance. So, yo, I'm a man. So at the end of the day, yes, as a man, I'm going to be pro me, right? But as far as calling things down the middle and calling it fair, I call it down the middle and call it fair. I'm not gender specific. I'm what's right specific. So at the end of the day, was it right that Umar wasn't in his daughter's life? No, it wasn't. I said that a million times. At the same time, when she came out and she started cursing her father out and started calling her father out because he sent the text message saying that he wants to sit down, that was counterproductive for her. That was counter what she wanted. She wants a relationship with him. That's not going to get you the relationship with him that you want. He don't even know you. You don't even know him. So how can he even trust you after you tried to expose him online in front of everybody? Come on, fam. Let's be realistic.
All right. So, and this is the issue that I have, right? And it kind of goes to what I was saying earlier. So we keep addressing the person that's slapping back. And that's the issue that I have. I think Dr. Umar Johnson at this, as a father, let me just put him as a father, so I use his name. Him being a father, he was the one that slapped parenthood in the face by running away from his responsibilities and letting the court just take money and say, hey, I'm a good dad because I never missed a so-called child support payment. But you was never there physically, no graduations, no birthdays, no daddy-daughter dances. You didn't do anything what is considered fatherhood because child support is not considered fatherhood. And I believe we should not give the person that's doing the slapping the excuse to say, hey, you know, just because he slapped you, you shouldn't slap back if you don't want to fight. No.
That wasn't her fight, though. I just have to put that in. She said up on there, and that's why I said I wanted to talk about this yesterday. You was definitely handling her with kid gloves, because first of all, she's an adult. Y'all keep saying this woman's 20-something. She can buy liquor. She's not a child. Second of all, this is something that happened between her and her mother. I mean, him and her mother. For him to be on child support, the mother had to say, this is what I want. I want you on child support. And with that happening, now she says, I don't want him around my daughter. We can't sit there and say, oh, this nigga's a piece of shit. If the girl said herself, her mother does not want to be around Umar. The girl lives with the mother.
Right. But
I mean, we can't negate that.
I don't want to change it. Shout out to you, Kay, to go. I don't want to change the conversation. Wait, hold on. I got you. I'm about to slide. I'm about to slide because it's a little different than what I came up here for. The only thing I'm saying to you,
I seem like AR wanted to talk to you as well, Izzy Bands.
Oh, he wants to talk. Okay, give me. I'll give you a second. Okay, well, cool.
I just wondering why you come up here to change the subject, then say I didn't mean to change the subject. I'm gonna head out because it's different than what I came up here for.
Yo, that you just answered your own question. What are you talking about?
But no, I'm saying, why did you come up here to change the subject, then say I didn't come up here to change the subject?
That's not what I said. That's why.
I ain't hear nothing about Dr. Umar between KT and Sharon before you came up here.
Yo, again, Sharon, when I come up here, I'm coming to address you specifically for something that I feel like you did. And you said that you opened it up to be able to address that. So I had a little bit of time before my show, and that's what I'm doing. I don't even know who he is or what he's talking about. See, this is what
I'm talking about you.
This is what we talk about.
You didn't have much time, and then you came on here and changed the subject.
Fam, I'm not, fam. I don't even know this dude. I have no clue who he is. He obviously knows who I am. I don't know who he is. So,
how
Sharon,
would I know you? I just know you
Sharon,
up here.
Sharon, so
come on, relax. You're not popular.
Okay, so Sharon, yo, Sharon. So anyway,
hands up. Hands up.
Yo, so anyway, that was too
I think
hold on real quick.
We got kind of down to it. I just didn't
wait, hold on, let me look, because I was trying to talk and then I got interrupted twice. But that was too damn funny for me. I can't even address. That's too funny. Yo, so anyway, long story short, yo, I just want to say, fam, you cannot sit here. You be painting narratives about me and some other people from time to time. You don't do it every day, but from time to time, that's not accurate or not true. And then you get upset and say people are painting narratives about you. And I find that egregious and hilarious, nigga. Like, you always be throwing shots and painting narratives and then make it seem like people are doing something to you. It's amazing.
So what I'm saying is that, because I don't want to hold you up too much from your show. I didn't paint a false narrative, right?
You did.
I spoke about how you turned it from a Umar Johnson situation to a father situation, that the daughter is the one in the wrong because she was aggressive towards a father that she does not know. Like, she should not be giving him some kind of fatherly reverence just because he was DNA'd. He gave DNA to the mom. So that's the issue that I have. So just giving him this fatherly reverence over her, a 22-year-old girl. We're going to say girl because me and Iz got kids that age. We still would say she is a child. She still got a lot of growing to do. And she seemed like she's a pretty sharp young lady, by the way. So the mom ain't, she's not doing as bad as how she was perceived in the beginning, right? But she is from Philly. She do got that aggressiveness in her. Being you understand that the way how she speaks is not even really aggressive for real. That is just an attitude of where we are from for real. It's not necessarily aggressive. Some people might, if they're not from that environment, will look at her and might think that she is aggressive. And that was the issue that I really had. And so when you turned it from the fatherhood to that the child was wrong.
I didn't say the child was wrong. That's what I'm saying.
I understand you didn't say the word.
I don't think that she was wrong. That's the whole point. I think that she's entitled to feel how she feels. I think that she's entitled. It makes sense how she feels. It makes sense that she's upset. It makes sense that she feels away. That makes total sense. What I'm saying is, if she wants a certain outcome, it doesn't make sense to approach it in the way. There's something that's in your best interest that's going to give you a good outcome, and there's something that's not in your best interest that's not going to give you what you say that you want. And that's where I was coming from. Not that she was wrong for feeling that way. How could I say that?
So you didn't say the words that she is wrong, but
that's not my sentiment.
The word, right? That's what it sounded as. You was insinuating that she was in the wrong, because if she want to have a relationship with her father, she needs to come at him in a different aspect. So she is the one that is incorrect about how she approached her deadbeat dad. And that's the problem I had with it. And a lot of deadbeat men, they was willing to jump on it because of a man like you that is actually far from a deadbeat father. They're going to use you as an example to say, see?
Nah, but
and this is where we gotta, and that's the problem that I have, where we gotta be careful about how we are communicating, because the horrible men with the horrible fathers will use a good father like you and say, see, we think the same, and y'all really don't.
Right, but two things, but this is the problem, right? And this is what, and I got to go after this, but shout out to you, shout out to your panel, shout out to your show. Salute. Give me 1 second. This is a crazy thing. It's crazy that we act like two things cannot be true at the same time. She is not wrong for how she feels. She can't be. She was the child. She was the child. She's an adult now. She was the child in the situation. And so she's definitely going to have strong feelings behind that, right? That's without question. I get it. At the same time, the problem is if you curse out an adult, expose an adult, just on an adult basis, if you curse out an adult online, expose them online, and try to bring them to a position, and then you expect them to handle you with this loving care, that's not gonna happen. So that's my only thing.
All right, so
that's my only thing.
Before you leave, because I know that was supposed to be your last say, but this is the problem right here. This is the problem. And when
I don't have nothing to do with that.
You don't believe you do, but when you're able to articulate it in the way to defend Umar Johnson, and so like you don't look at it as you was defending him. I understand that point of view. However, a lot of men that believe the way how this is, right? The access because what's considered Umar Johnson a deadbeat father, they will use your rhetoric, right? And they would use that as excuse that, see, it is the mother's fault, it is the child's fault. And that's the issue I have with it. Why? So now this way you could go ahead and keep it breezing. What makes it Umar Johnson a deadbeat father?
Yo, listen.
Matter of fact, do you believe he's a deadbeat father?
No, I don't. I don't think he's a deadbeat. Because hold on. My definition of deadbeat mean when people said deadbeat where I'm from and where I was coming up, that means that you did not financially take care of your children. So this whole idea, listen, I'm the way I am with my children. You're the way that you are with your children. And we believe strongly about being there for our children and being in the place for our children. At the same time, historically, men have not operated that way. So I don't understand this concept of men being there every day. And even though I'm like that, that is not the average, typical, successful man is not active every day. That's why historically
it's not about every day. He wasn't active at all.
He wasn't active.
Okay, fine. Listen, I cannot listen. I don't agree.
Just 5 more minutes.
I don't agree. Hold on. Let me finish my statement because people cutting in. I don't agree with what he did. Let me say that again.
Okay, that's fine. Okay,
with what Omar didn't do. What I'm saying is, hold on. But by definition. By definition, that's not a deadbeat to me, though. By definition, a deadbeat is someone who does not take care of their responsibility. That means that they did not pay financially for their child at all. That's what that means. That's what a deadbeat is.
Okay, so
and he's not a deadbeat in that sense.
All right, so as long as a man paid financially, he never see his child, you would not consider that a deadbeat, even if they lived across the street.
Yo, come on, fam. You being hyperbolic, but I don't know if you pay for a child. If you pay for a child, it's not a deadbeat.
And I think, and that's the main. And this is why I'm saying that it sounds like it's a lovers of men.
It's not. Right? It's being able to look at.
We know that being a father has tremendous. Like money is the least thing on the totem pole that kids respect out of a father. They don't really care about the money for real. Yes, things that you are able to provide, it makes things easier, and we all understand that because we grown. However, for the child growing up, the most important is the communication that you have with your child. Going to the park and playing baseball, whatever activities that they like to do. If they're not athletic, they into drawing, they into writing stories and stuff, and you are into that with them, that is the main thing they're gonna remember about you. They're not gonna remember those pair of Jordans you bought them. Dad, you remember those OG Chicagos you bought me? Ain't no kid ever said it.
Yo, you're right. Listen, Sharon, I know that a way a child spells love is Time. That's why I spend so much.
No, you get to say that again, goddammit. That was a bar.
No, that's true. I know that the way a child spells love is Time. That's why I spend so much time with my children, right? I live what I believe in, right? At the same time, If you're talking, hold on, let me say this. At the same time, if you're asking me a direct question, I'm giving you the direct answer. I'm being honest with you. If you say, yo, that man is a deadbeat that paid child support every month for that child's life and paid it, that is not a deadbeat. Is it a neglectful father? Yes. Is it an absent father? Yes. Is he a piece of shit? Yes. Is he a deadbeat? No. He paid for his responsibility, because for a long time, hold on real quick, Sharon. See, this is what I'm saying. For a long time, you say you don't interrupt, but this is what I'm saying. You do interrupt. You all the things that you say you don't do, you actually do. So for a long time, they was making it seem like black men don't take care of their children. And when they said black men don't take care of their children, they were talking about financially. Now that a preponderance of black men are financially taking care of their children, now they're moving the goalpost saying, oh, well, they don't spend enough time with their children. Well, guess what the truth is? The truth is in America, if you're trading dollars for hours, then you only have 24 hours in the day and you got to sleep some of that time. So the truth is, if you're a successful man that's going out grinding, trying to get money, chances are you're not going to have a whole bunch of time. This has nothing to do with Umar, because I don't agree with 95% of what Umar ever says. But I've lived long enough and I have enough experience enough to say, yo, I understand that, a deadbeat is someone who doesn't take care of their responsibility, meaning pay. Now, is he a piece of shit? Yes. Is he an absentee father? Yes. Has he been there? No.
So it's just a semantics. It's just a semantics.
It's not semantics.
It is. You just said he's a piece of shit. He's all these other things. He's just not a deadbeat. So it's semantics. He's not a deadbeat. That's literally just semantics.
That's not a deadbeat.
The reason why
that's fine. It's semantics to you. It's not deadbeat. He's just a piece of shit.
Okay, cool.
Those are your words. So it's semantics.
So it's not semantics. Words have words. It's not semantics. Words have words have meanings. I'm talking. You trying to talk over me.
What you doing? What are you doing, man?
Words have
this whole time.
Words.
I talked to my girl 20 minutes ago. You said you had to go, and it's 20 minutes later. You're still here.
Yo, because
you're still here talking about it.
Sharon asked me to stay and asked me to address the specific
I want you to stay too.
And you keep
but you just arguing
semantics.
That's all you're doing.
Words have meanings for a
so
reason.
It's semantics.
Words, no, it's not semantics.
The child thinks he was a deadbeat. The child thinks that he was a deadbeat, therefore he's a deadbeat.
Deadbeat.
He's a deadbeat because the kid thinks he's a deadbeat.
Sharon, I'll holler at you later, man. Because I can't. This is not.
You just had all that time to talk, and now you want to talk over me.
Sharon,
why are you crying?
Sharon.
Where's all that testosterone at? You just had it 2 seconds ago.
Fam, you're not important.
You was
enough
flexing.
To go back and forth with.
You was flexing.
You
had all the testosterone.
Enough. Fam, you're not. I don't even know who you are.
You're going back and forth with me right now, so obviously I'm important.
Sharon. I'm trying to talk to you. You was asking me a question. This nigga cut in, this nigga cut in before I could even finish saying. Matter of fact, Sharon, what's your cash up? What's your cash up? Let's get this bum ass.
Get me out of here. Get me out of here so he can say. How much? He gotta go. He gonna say. Which one is it? He got saying I ain't got.
I'm gonna drop you. I'm gonna drop you and leave.
I don't care what you're gonna do.
What's your cash app?
I don't care.
What's your cash app?
Put a cash app in there. I don't have much time, but I'm gonna stay the whole time. The cash app is on the screen. Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay. Stop talking and get to typing. Stop talking and get to typing.
No problem.
Damn. You get out here talking about I ain't got much time, and then you wanna talk the whole time. You've been out here for 20 plus minutes, interrupting KT and Sharon's talk, derailing the conversation. Nobody want to talk about that shit. I gotta go soon. Every single time you open your mouth, you still here. God damn.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, Silent? I got about 2 seconds. So what do you want to say?
Well, I was going to say every time I hear about deadbeat, it was referring to money, the financial, not really the time. When I heard about deadbeats, they're talking about the money. The guy can be there all the time, but he ain't paying no money. They be like, well, you're a deadbeat, even if he's spending time. So.
That's a very good point.
But I don't think anybody. I'm not disagreeing with that. The point is that the child think you a deadbeat, then you a deadbeat. As far as I'm concerned.
That's cap.
Okay, you cannot dictate how a child feels about you. And so if you're doing your job as a father or as a parent,
Now, at the same
and you come
time,
out here and 90 seconds in, you want to talk about women.
About, right? It's
Man,
a definition of a word. We're not talking about feelings.
You ain't slick, Sean. No, you ain't slick.
Hold on, I got
Now-
behind on some of the
Hey, yo, get that bitch ass nigga up out of here, man.
See, look, he's sensitive.
Get that bitch up out of here, man. I get with you. I get
Emotional.
with you. I don't
Be
have
emotional.
to be. I get with you. I got money. I don't have to be emotional. Get out of
You are
here.
emotional. Listen to
Okay.
yourself.
Hey, Sharon, get this nigga up out of
Listen to
here, bro.
yourself. Look, he's getting more gray hairs by the minute. Look at him. I saw it was only the right side before, now it's also the other side.
Hey, y'all, before you leave, you want to address anything that
No,
he said?
no, I don't.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Yo, this ain't got to do this.
It
Yo,
says, get that bitch out of here. God damn it.
all right, yo, I really do gotta go. But yo, it's good. Yo, I was just trying to support the show and I was just trying to show you love. Yo, but I wanted to answer that question because that's what I was trying to get at. Shout out to whoever said that. I apologize. I didn't get to name. Oh, shout out to Silent. You said that. Shout out to you because that's
it was KT. It was KT.
Okay. Shout out to KT.
It was silent. It was silent. No, you ain't gonna take away from silent. It was silent. Go ahead, Izzy.
I apologize. Whoever said it. Yo, the point is that historically, deadbeat was referred to as a man who didn't pay, like I was trying to say before I was getting cut off. So if you ask me, is he a deadbeat in that sense? No, he's not. But do I agree with what he's doing? Do I agree with where he's at? No, I don't. I don't agree with it. So that's just it. But to make it seem like I'm a lover of men because I can understand that when two adults have an argument and one of them goes and exposes the other one online and starts yelling and cursing at them and tries to flame them and tries to destroy their career, that they wouldn't want to be around them. I can understand that. That makes perfect sense to me. So I'm not going to try to make it seem like, oh, this and that. Come on. But anyway, yo, I appreciate you. Yo, all these side, and this is what Angry Man was talking about. See, you know, y'all want to dispel what Angry Man talking about all the time. But yo, like you say, I can't go to no panel without being disrespected and people trying to attack me. Like, yo, I was just talking to you. He could have got in it, but at least let me finish saying what I'm saying before you go trying to attack me. Appreciate you.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
It said, bring back AR.
Oh shit! I got love today. Oh shit!
They only got love because it's your black side today. That's only why your black side they got love.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Whoever paid that money, the dude left, man. Mr. Testosterone himself. He upped and left, man. That was crazy. Man, how you gonna get on and talk about I'm not trying to change the subject, but I talked to my girl 27 minutes ago, and we was on the phone for 2.5 minutes. So that's a 30-minute, that's 30 minutes. And he said he had to go 30 minutes ago, and he's still here. It don't make sense. And KT, because I really was gonna say something earlier, but I didn't, and then a dude got on and started talking about Dr. Umar and how he ain't a deadbeat, he's just a piece of shit, as if that makes any fucking difference. You was on this panel for like 90 seconds. I don't even know if it was 90 seconds. It might have been like 53 or something. And you immediately switched the subject to how women aren't doing good enough, or how we should be checking. Yeah, you did, man. You was like, oh well, we can tell men to do. We can tell men. I know what you said. I listen, man. We can tell men to do better, this, that, and the other. But what about women? They got to do better. Men are doing better. Women got to do better too. Bro, nobody's talking about women. We talking about men. Why does it seem like you're incapable of having a discussion of only about what men need to do better without bringing in women?
Because we are not just having a conversation based on men. Let's be very frank. It's not most people in this chat are not men.
What does that matter? We're talking about men. All right, here. Can you read me the title? Can you read me the title of the show real quick? Because I have trouble reading sometimes. Okay. The fall of men, worship, lust, and power.
Right? Are we speaking to only men?
Does it say the fall? It says the fall of men.
Are they only men?
The fall of men who worship lust and power.
Women speak to women.
It's not mostly men over here. It's not mostly.
It doesn't matter who it is. We are talking about men. We're talking about what men. We're talking about what men can do. That doesn't mean you need to. Oh, but what about women? It's like, what does that got to do with what we're talking about?
What about women? I just said because that's the truth.
You can't just tell did you or did you not do it? You say that you didn't do it, but then you said you did do it because it's the truth.
Progression of our people.
Did you do it or did you not do it?
Yeah, when we talking about the progression of our people, you can't just say, well, it's on one group to do something and then nobody else. You can get emotional about it and sit there and act like I'm saying something different. I didn't, like I'm going to say one last time, y'all need to start repeating what I say and not being like, well, this is what I got out of it.
So what do you think you said? What do you think you said?
You said what?
You repeat what you said since you remember so well. Everybody else don't know what you said, but you know what
I just said that men definitely we have to get ourselves together. We both have to do it at the same time, though. That's literally what I said.
Why is it that which is what I said? Why is it that every single
time
we
do it first, right? Example.
But why is it that every single time we talk about men having to do better, you find a way to insert women into the conversation?
I don't. That's a bigger lie.
No, you did it today. Less than 90 seconds on the panel, you did it.
Every time we talk, I've done it. And even then, I didn't insert. I just said the truth. If we talking about progression of us as a people, I don't know if that was you, Silent, that kept saying lead by example. Yeah, well, we're adults. The adults are the example, not just male adults. Like, we're both grown-ups. We're the examples for the future. So we cannot sit there and say as adults, oh, we can't even get on one page that we all gonna be in agreement. We gotta move in this way as adults. And then tell our kids.
Go ahead, AR, and make your.
You trying to cut me off again, man?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, you ain't slick.
No, go ahead.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn. Let it happen. It says, get that bitch out of here. Oh, man, I didn't see it. Hold on. Damn. How you know?
When I was saying, you got.
Let me read in the chat. God damn it. Hold on. Oh, that's how he knew. That's how you know. Don't be reading the chat, AR. Stay out the chat. God damn it. That's what he said. That's what he said, Vincent. It wasn't. So anywho, KT, so you don't see how you are representing to turn the shift over to is the men and the women. You don't see that.
Nah, that's I'm okay with that. That's what I'm saying. As adults, that's what we should be saying. It's not just a singular point. Like, if we're looking for an answer to be, well, if men get it together, then shit, women just gonna do it too. You know what I'm saying? That ain't true. We gotta accept good with bads, right? Nobody's perfect. Men, women, nut, black, white, whatever. Nobody's perfect. So that's the first fallacy we gotta get rid of.
I'm talking about hip hop, and somebody said, but what about rock and roll? We should talk about rock and roll too. That's music as well.
And then it would change too. But you do it first. Then you do it first.
I think a better example is you trying to say you talking conscious. I mean, you talking trap and I'm talking conscious or something like that. It's still rap, maybe a different subgenre of it, but it's not.
But you literally have another. But you literally talking about another genre. You literally talking about another gender. That's the issue that AR and most people have. Like, if we having a conversation about this subject, why are you trying to move it over to the woman? This is when we.
Let me ask: are we not talking about?
Men don't realize that how they be sounding like lovers of men. Soon as y'all want to say, "Hey, but what about the women's too?" That is the issue. And we having a conversation about the women's, then we could talk about that. And guess.
Well, if I may ask, why are we having conversations about the men? If I'm mistaken, it's so like black people, how we move forward and progress better as black people as a whole, correct?
So the reason why is because the men are the initiators.
No, I'm just asking you. This is why we're bringing up the men, right? Like, because we're talking about how to, like, if the men do good, this will progress us all. That's what we're saying, right?
Correct.
So I'm only bringing up, I'm talking about how to progress us all. That's my main thing. Yes, I am.
No, you're not. So once you say, hey, but what about? That's when you're not moving progressively.
No, I literally, as I just kept saying to AR, I'm talking about progression of us all, of us as black people.
And I'm trying to explain to you literally, if I'm saying that once we focus on the men, that will move the whole community forward, and you say, hey, but what about such and such? You are not trying to move the community forward anymore.
Because what we saying ain't true. I mean, what you saying that ain't true. Just focus on the men will progress us all. It's always been a focus on the men.
Well, I mean,
we talk about how men had the lead and they lost the lead and fucked it up and things of that nature. I don't know when people want to cut the line off. Let's say the 80s is when by the 80s, niggas wholly fucked it up. Okay, now we in 2020 something about to hit the 30s. So that means women have been in the lead for the last, let's say 50 years. Okay, she's still fucked up.
So are you willing to hold the back seat and let the women lead you?
I think that's what we've been all up here. That's what I just said. I think women have been leading for about 50 years.
So your wife leads you?
No, we work together.
Yo, Silent, this is crazy.
I mean, is that not what you do? I think you would marry somebody who basically gives you what you lack.
Right. So again.
So you can be a perfect unit.
It's either you with women being the leaders. If you are with women being the leaders, then you should have no problem with your wife leading you. But you already admitted right away that you're not comfortable with saying.
No, that's not what we're together for. We're not together for because I need her to lead. And yes, she leads me in certain things. Yeah. Even if that's what I'm saying, is it about full and totality of who's the leader here? I don't think neither one of us have to, or even make that type of thing.
All right. So now we're saying women are the leaders. By KT to go, he's saying women are the leaders because they've been leading things since day one. So why are so many men trying to take the leadership role from the women?
Well, because as I was just saying, if women have been in the lead for the last 50 years, we still fucked up. It wasn't working well. And I'm not saying we should take the lead for ourselves.
So when was it? It was doing well when men didn't mind the women to lead. Is when the men started to buck up and this whole manosphere shit started to happen, starting with the red pill situation, right? And that's when men saying, I don't want to be led by women no more. And that's when our community got messed up, correct?
No.
All right, so
when did our community get right?
I thought you said when we was in the civil rights movement and everything, that's when we was together.
No, I never even said that, and I'm not even gonna make that argument. I think that's low-hanging fruit type shit. I mean, I think that was just times back then. Everybody was buying.
So you saying that you ain't making no argument?
No, I'm saying that we've been fucked up as people. Period.
So here's the problem, right?
My argument is we've been fucked up. We're trying to get there.
You don't know what you want. This is why you are a detriment to the community. You don't know what you want to fix men, so men could go ahead and lead, or you don't know if you want the woman to lead, and that is a problem when you don't know where to go. That's not
the problem. Is you sitting here, you're just lying. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I just sat here and said the women have been leading. Now my relationship doesn't work the same because I don't think the same. So we don't think the same, and we work together in tandem because that's how we believe it's best to run a family unit. What I lack, you have. It's nothing wrong with having that mindset. Now, I don't know how you're saying I'm saying I don't have anything. I'm saying we've been fucked up. We've been trying to get in better position. Okay, men led it. Y'all said we suck. We his ass said it.
Okay, so do you have a time in history where Black folks community was at a better rate than what it is today?
You said, do I have
a moment in time when the Black community was better than it was today?
I mean, not really. No.
Okay, fine. Welcome to the show, 651 Minute. He said we ain't never been good. That's what he said, 651.
I disagree with that. But to stay on the topic, men just have to do what they need to do, and I always said women will follow. Like, and if they don't, just that go to another country, do the passport rule. Like, don't stress yourself out at this point. But I always tell men you have to be mentally stable, somewhat physically fit, and financially stable. You have those three or two out of three, it's enough women for everybody. You'll get somebody that'll follow you and shouldn't have no problem. And if not, just leave. At this point, this women men beef, like just leave.
Okay, it's I don't know. My Cash App moving very slow. So it says, "Did you miss my Cash App? Is all love." Let me see. It says, "Yeah, I did." It said, "Get off your Darian and fix your DH balance, Izzy." Hold on. Also, it says, "Pull up the mirror and make them self-reflect." Damn, thank you so much. I'm mad that these are just coming in. I apologize.
That's why I don't have an issue with the passport bros.
Also, it says, "Great stream. Keep it up, GOAT." Woo! Thank you so much. She said I'm a GOAT. Ooh. As long as you don't curry me later, because you said you was going to cook me up. Also, it says, "My normal support. Hit the like, hit the share, tip your host." Thank you so much, beautiful. Always holding me down. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Also, we got thanks. Thank you always. Love. Let me get my little chips now. Thank you. I appreciate you, beautiful. Thank you so much. Always holding me down. Make sure I'm not missing any more before I get cursed out some more. And it's all, yeah. So now I'm caught up, I believe. Let me refresh it to make sure that I'm not pissing nobody off. All right. Now we good. You change your mind? Welcome to the show, BMU. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
All right, catch me up real quick. So, what you been talking about so far?
So far, we talking about what I was having a conversation about was that how men, right? They need to stop. There's too many men out here worshiping lust, degeneracy, and power. Instead, they need to have some goddamn God, integrity, honor, leadership, and accountability. That's what we need men to do.
Okay. Hold on just a second, Sharon.
So go ahead, while BMU get itself together again, 651. I know you have some more things.
I just said that's why I don't have an issue with the passport bros. Like, if you fed up, just leave, and that's what they do. It's like I don't have an issue with them.
So the issue with them as well is that some of the things that it's for the same reason that I just issued. And shout out to Cassie for my bad customer service in the chat. I don't know what's going on in the chat. Y'all wilding out, I guess. And so even when they go into overseas, these so-called passport bros or whatever, those brothers, they still worship in lust, degeneracy, and power. That's why they go ahead and become passport bros, because of those situations at hand, right? They go over there lusting. They go to the countries where it's the least married people.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like a lot of those Latino places, they ain't a big marriage rate over there. They actually got some of the highest divorce rate. Brazil, DR, they got some of the highest divorce rates, higher than our divorce rates.
I didn't know that.
So they are leading with. So the problem is that they are being led by lust, degeneracy, and power. So they go to these lower value, money-wise countries because they lusting over beautiful women that they can have power over, and they can just be degenerate and have sex with as many as they possibly can, and that is the issue.
So it's not so much that they frustrated with Western culture women.
No, it's not. It's not
because
at all.
it's not just American black men that go over there. Because when I travel, it's everywhere. It's like a lot of countries. It be everywhere. So
right, and And so people like KT, he keeps the real media rhetoric going by keeping the lust, degeneracy, and power going by saying, "Well, what about the woman?" Like, no, bro, you decide on who you decide on who you putting your peen in. And so it don't have nothing to do with her. You going out there looking for a woman that is not, you are lustful, you are degenerate, you looking for power, and then you want to be attracted to that same type of woman. And then you get mad and say it's the woman's fault. No, it's the woman you chose. You chose a lustful, degenerate, power-hungry woman. And so she's going to do certain things.
Yeah, I started by saying, I'm going to start by saying that those people don't know no better. They only do what they were taught and raised, and this is America we're talking about, y'all. I don't know what bullshit y'all going, y'all. I understand we talking about maybe how it should be, but if we talking about factual and reality, well, you're rewarded for your degeneracy and lust. You know, you get up here and as a woman, you make music, and if you talk about shaking your ass and do it enough in the video, well, now you're a millionaire. Same thing for dudes. So these are what you're rewarded.
I get that you're talking about the music industry, which is something completely different. I'm talking about your personal friends that you see.
Instagram.
You gotta let me finish. I'm talking about your personal friends. You will allow them to do lustful, degenerate, power-based things in your face, and you won't say a word. Most men will allow it to happen. They go to the club, it's 5 of them together, a girl walking by that he don't know what he gonna do, slap on the ass, and you're like, yo, man, her ass was fat. As I say, bro, what the fuck you doing? You don't know that woman. She didn't invite you to do that just because she had a certain outfit on. We know this happens for real, but men are not checking other men. We are allowing other men to be degenerates on the day-to-day basis is my problem.
Yeah, we've already been through this, so we know that most men not gonna just slap the bad bitches or even thick bitches on their ass because they already know girls be having attitudes and stuff of that nature. And we also know on the opposite end, there's a lot of girls who get their ass smacked and be like, "Ooh." So that's what I'm saying. You saying what you're talking is reality, but you really got it's just like
a double-minded. What was that quickly?
Are y'all saying
you hear the double-mindedness that quickly?
What?
This is insane.
So are y'all saying, because I don't see this, men walking around slapping women on the ass? I don't see that. I don't see it. I don't see it down here. That's a no down here. You can't just. God, I don't see it.
651. But guess what?
I don't see
to the GOAT. He ain't as respectable. Him and his homeboys.
No, nigga, I said that at the same time. I mean, y'all talking. I said in maybe 20 years of my friendships, I've seen niggas smack 4 girls on their ass, and y'all was like,
that's not a lot. Yeah, okay, yeah.
And we at the club.
No.
We talking about at the club.
Hold on. So this is the problem, right? He said he personally seen it. He didn't go to the club with them every day. So we know if he's seen it, those few times, that's their MO.
Nah, that ain't true. I ain't gonna say every time they went to the club, bro.
They know that you ain't gonna say, "Hey, bro, that's some lustful, degenerate shit." You don't know that woman. They know you ain't gonna say nothing. So they did it in front of you because they don't care about what you say or the thing, because they know you are too coward to say.
I gotta pull it back to what Izzy was saying. This is the narrative building.
Goddamn joke. You keep saying there's a narrative when it literally happened. I don't understand how y'all keep saying I'm paying the narrative.
We can play the show back, Teron. I literally said on that show, I ain't never, first of all, that's what I'm saying. You keep making a context that I didn't say it in, but you talking about the conversation we had. So repeat what I said in the conversation, which is the only girls that I've ever slapped on the ass or even seen homies do it with is girls that we have had relationships with. I ain't saying I know that they had relationships with every girl.
Anything, stop. Again, you got at least 4 friends that you seen did it to women that they don't know. Other people have men of that they say friends, and they seen them do it in the club to women that they don't know.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, they dancing with these girls. It's not like but go ahead.
We're not talking again.
That's different because of the Caribbean culture.
We're not talking about dancing. Like this is when we know they being disrespectful and
we talking about the club.
We talking about something very specific, right? Right? 651. Did I say anything about dancing?
Yeah, he didn't say dancing.
So
he said
talk about the club.
This is when we know they start to be full of shit, right? Like,
did you talk about the club or not?
It's okay to call out. Don't be a coward. Call out degenerate behavior.
Okay, Sharon, we're gonna call out degenerate behavior. So, are you okay with, like, say for instance, at a concert, right? I'm gonna give you 2 instances. right? You know who Faith Hill is, the country singer. Her husband, her good husband is Tim McGraw, the superstar country singer. He was on stage performing, and while he was on stage performing, a chick in the audience grabbed him by the dick in front of 20,000 people. His wife came out and stopped the whole fucking concert and told the girl, "I will beat your ass if you touch my goddamn husband again." Right? Degenerate behavior. Right? But she called her out on it. Now let me go to Kevin Gates. Kevin Gates had a concert. A girl did the same thing to him, and he's kicked her in the fucking mouth with his foot. Kicked her dead in the head for that degenerate behavior. Are you okay with a man defending himself from the degenerate behavior? Or how do you look at that from the other side, from the flip side?
I think it's fine for a man to defend himself if a woman is grabbing his private part. Yes.
So it was okay for Kevin Gates to kick that girl in the mouth?
You're trying to make it a different conversation. Again, no. I think it's okay.
No, she grabbed his dick and he kicked her in the mouth.
If a woman is grabbing him by his goddamn falling out coochie, yes. If his vagina fell out and some woman try to grab it, yes, he could defend himself.
Okay. I got it.
But now, okay, so that I was gonna eat those too. But now that we got it on the other side, why can't men just say, "Hey, listen, homie, stop grabbing women that you don't know"?
Well, we do say that. I definitely would say that because I don't want any of my homies or my brothers or my nephews to be Me Too'd. We're in a different time right now. Sir, do not go touch her. You can lose your job, your life. You could get divorced. You're going to lose everything that you have just because you want to slap a cheek. Don't do it. Don't do it. We'll have a conversation before we go into any establishment. Don't touch no girls. Don't whistle at no girls. Don't try to wink at no girls. Don't try. Listen, if she ain't really trying to look at you and show no interest, bro, don't say nothing to them because your ass will get Me Too'd. You lose everything you got. Don't say nothing. Don't touch them. Don't none of that shit.
Couple turn the air off. So now, do you believe that's what most men are saying? Like, hey, you need to leave women alone?
I don't know what most men are saying. I know the men that I'm around, that's what we say to each other. We're not getting Me Too'd by nobody. We're in 2025. Even
now when you hear KT that says, hey, it's all good. Like, hey, some men going to do it. Some women like it. Some women might get upset.
Nigga, you lying.
You just said this.
No, I didn't. I said I gave a very specific because we had a very specific conversation. Then we trying. Do we not?
And so while I'm talking, right, and I'm explaining what you said some women don't like it.
But you're not saying what I said.
And some women are going to say,
no, you're not saying what I said, though, right?
651. And they
just avoiding that like that. Even from the beginning.
That's what you said.
All right.
You did say
Even from the beginning, I said most men not running up smacking women on the ass.
That's not normal. And if you
said that from the beginning.
Oh my fucking God. This is crazy to me.
If you focus on getting Me Too.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
This man literally said that he know 4 different men that he was in a club with. When a girl walked by, he slapped her on the ass. Now
the same girls was dancing on them dudes. So don't leave that out to make it seem like this is just some random ass they smacking.
Well, they knew them. Basically, they knew them. They
not even they knew them. I'm not gonna lie and say they knew them. But we hit the club, they danced on them, and afterwards they may have walked by later and they smacked them on the ass. I ain't saying they know that person because I ain't gonna sit there and lie and say I've seen them with them people like that or something of that nature, right? I'm just saying they built some type of not built something.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't. Like it's on video. It's recorded.
I'm agreeing with that.
Recorded.
I agree.
He was not talking about dancing.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
we were talking about the club.
He added the club. Yeah, I think he added it in.
All right, so if you're in the club, what did that got to do with dancing, right? You can literally be in the club.
What the fuck do you do in the club, Sharon? What we doing?
I don't see. This is what I'm talking about. 651. You see it happening in real time. Like in real time, he acting as if everybody goes to the club and dance. When we know everybody goes to the club and take pictures.
Well, it depends on what year. 20 years ago, people was dancing in the club, Sharon.
Not
he said 20 years ago.
Even
That's what he
now.
said.
Even now. Stop. Even now.
Fight for it.
I'm not sitting there talking about it's the same level of dancing, but let's be frank. Like most people go into the club to do some dancing. Like you go to the club to do a couple things, drink, chill, dance.
Yeah,
like,
they're not dancing as much now.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
Sharon, you been
I'm trying to have a conversation, and the disingenuous shit bothers me. When we know for a fact that it is
Hey
men
Siri,
doing shit when the women not even asking them to do it.
Yeah, that
Literally, Diddy, literally, Smokey Robinson, literally, R. Kelly. Literally, we can keep going down the line. We can name at least 10. Mystical. Like, what the fuck are we trying to really fight for? Why are we acting like this is something that never happens? This is literally in real time. Real time, this is happening today, and we're arguing saying, oh, you know, some of those girls, they just want to get their ass slapped.
Yeah, listen, Sharon. I think all together, since because you're very passionate about it, I just believe that as men, I think when you get to a certain age, you shouldn't even be in these spots. But furthermore to say, I just think men all together in those positions like that, just allow them. Let me give you an example. Right here in Houston, Texas, 4 hours from me. Right, I'm in Dallas. In Houston, they just had a what do you call it when the couples get together? They look like the little dating, whatever you sit at the table with somebody, speed dating or whatever.
Speed dating, yeah.
And 60 women. I don't know if you saw this, Sharon. I'll send it to you in your inbox if you want to see it. 60 women, 60 or 65 women showed up for the speed dating. And the speed dating started at like 7:30-ish. And by the end of the night, no men showed up. Zero. None. I can send you the video in your inbox. No men showed up. For 4 hours, they sat there and not one man showed up at that speed dating, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where it should get to. I think men, look, if you're going to meet a woman, meet her in a casual situation, coming out of a grocery store or coming out of don't be in no place where women going to be high on just drunk on alcohol. They've been smoking weed. They've been popping pills. They just look touchy. Don't be in places like that, bro. It's gonna get to a point where men need to just stay away from all type of social events. Stay away from. I'm telling you, because if you don't, all she got to do is say you did it, and they're not going to ask you no questions. All they're going to do is say, "Watch your head, sir."
So I'm gonna ask this 5-1 man. How many times you went to a speed dating event?
I never went to a speed dating event.
KT to go. How many times you went to a speed dating event?
Yeah, no.
AR, how many times you went to a speed dating event? He ain't there. I'm pretty sure he was going to say 0. Men do not go to speed dating events.
They do.
So it's not a shocker to me that
they do.
Probably a black.
This is not facetious again. Men do show up for these things, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like there's receipts to all this. I could send you videos of this shit, bro. I could send you videos of speed dating where black women have sponsored these things, and a whole bunch of men, well-dressed men, went to these things to meet women. In this particular place, in this high place that they rented out to have this event, nobody showed up, and nobody knows why. And so that's what I'm saying to you. The men do show up to these things. I'm in Dallas, man. I'm here all the time. I live here. This is my home. And they have speed dating events where everybody go. Matter of fact, it's one tonight at Dan Perot, right across the street, downtown Dallas. They're having a huge one tonight.
What I'm trying to explain to you, majority of men do not go to speed dating already.
And the majority of men don't slap asses.
Yes, they do.
No, I don't think the majority of men.
Majority of men ain't walking around slapping no asses, Sharon. They're not.
All you got to do is this. Ask any one of your female friends or family members, have you ever got your ass slapped unwantedly? That's all. Let's see what they say.
It happened to them, but are you saying most men? That is a high. That means because when I go out, I don't see it.
Think about what you're saying.
When I go out, I go to day parties.
We ask all the women that we know, and the majority of them say, yes, that happened to me unwantedly. You saying that that's happening by what? The minority of men?
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah,
That
Yes.
would be a dumb assumption.
Statistically, most men don't even they don't even get pussy until a certain age. And I'm talking about
Sharon,
20 something.
Again,
Sharon,
we're
let's do the
talking
same
about
thing
Niggas
you
is too
just
scared to
Sharon,
run up and just
Sharon.
randomly smack
Bro,
ass.
yeah, ain't no man. I just don't see it, Sharon. Go
Please,
ahead.
we're having a conversation. If the majority, the vast majority of women say, yes, my
Hello.
ass has been touched unwantedly, are we going to say that was the minority of men that did that?
Yeah, because the
That's
majority of women won't
So
say that.
Sharon, let me ask the same question you asked a few minutes ago.
Ain't no way to say
65 one. Have you
Go
ever
ahead.
done that?
I
you
have
ever
never just randomly
KT
smacked the girl
the
ass.
goat? Have you ever done it?
I have never.
Nah.
Not
Okay,
randomly.
AR. Have you ever done it? He probably somewhere, but he probably would say no.
KT
I've never
literally
done it.
admitted that he
Sharon,
did
have you ever done it?
KT literally admitted that he did already before.
I
So,
said if I done smacked a girl on the ass, I had some relationship with her prior.
And
Sharon, have you ever done it?
One's it? No, I knew every girl that ass I touched.
Okay. So then we can't say. So we can't say the.
3 women's asses in my whole life.
So it's 5. Boy, stop that bullshit, Sharon. Get that the fuck out of here.
It's been
You are a
the only
liar.
asses I
You
ever
are
touched
a
in my life
liar.
is the ones that I had children
You are a
with.
liar.
Story.
So when you're a liar. So when she throwing it back, you ain't doing nothing. Listen, you're a liar. Listen,
Only
what
the
I'm saying
3
to you is
women that I ever had children with is the only asses I ever.
oh my God, stop.
but this notion about the whole Me Too, when I shoot my shot at a woman, I don't think about that Me Too because I conduct myself like a man should. I'm not grabbing her. I'm not, that whole. I think the Me Too thing is kind of extreme. Also, I don't think most men worry about that. I think how men in certain position do, but the average man, I don't think they worry about that. If you conduct yourself, I done had a female years ago. She was so drunk, and I didn't even know it. She passed out in the club, and I caught her, and I put her down. And I'm like, "Yo, security, come get her." I don't think most men conduct themselves in the way that y'all are saying. That just beating women and grabbing women. I don't think most men are doing that. It's a percentage of men that does it, but most men is very high. I just don't believe that.
Here's the problem, 651. Most
Go ahead.
men do not believe that grabbing a girl's buttocks unwanted is SA.
That's assault.
Most men do not believe it is.
Oh.
Most men believe like, hey, this is a part of the club. What you here for? You ain't here to shake your ass on me.
Legally, that's assault.
And so, and this is a problem that we can ask women, right? All you gotta do is ask them. You got 10 women in your phone call, ask every last one of them. Have your ass ever been touched unwanted? And they all say yes. We cannot say that. This is the minority of men. Actually, it's a minority of men that do not do this. We've been having a culture for a very long time. When we was younger, 6'5", you heard of Spanish fly. What was that for? we know what when you say, what do the OGs told most of the young boys? Hey, I'm telling you, get her off that liquor, boy. I tell you.
Listen, this is like saying most people did crack now. Like most black people did crack or something. I don't know. Like, was it a group? Was it a large group? Yes. Was it everyone or majority? No, I don't think majority of dudes no. Go ahead, my bad.
No, go ahead, KT. I was just gonna say, go ahead.
I mean, I was just pointing out shit. Like, I don't think, like, I know I'm not as old as y'all. I'm born in the 90s. But from the 90s to this period, there's no point in time where I can just think most niggas just run around randomly smacking random bitches' ass, and there's no, like, just some woman you ain't never seen. You just seen her walking down the street. It's like, ooh, that ass fat slap. No.
Okay.
I would say, go ahead.
You're talking about that very specific situation, then yeah, no, right? Right. So that's just dumb. So again, what percentage of women that you believe got SA'd before?
I would say in college, Sharon, I'm thinking about it now. When I was in school, I did see it happen in college with college students in clubs. They were great. I seen it in college, but as an adult, like a real adult in establishment I go to now, I don't see it. But when I'm thinking about it now, when I was in school, the parties, yeah, people would like dance and grab. Yeah, I did see. I'm just thinking about it.
Let me ask KT to go. What percentage you think women have been SA'd?
I think it's like
maybe
1
30.
out of.
What percentage you think, KT, to go?
Maybe 30.
See how delusional this man is?
So now we saying most women have been SA'd?
Yes.
1 out of 58, I think, when I put other stats.
Yes.
That ain't 50%. That ain't nowhere close.
It's 1 out of 58 worldwide.
It's around 80%.
That's not what the no.
Right. It was 1 out of 80 or 1 out of 58.
Here's the problem, right? This is why I was telling you earlier, 651. Most men do not believe grabbing the ass is SA. Most women do.
No, I believe most men are not grabbing random women's asses. Even with what he was saying about college, be honest. Most of the people in college, though, too, it's not like, not saying you know that person personally, but the niggas slapping ass with, like you was saying, girls they dancing with. Like y'all done already kind of showed that this type of thing. Most random niggas is not just running up and slapping bitches on the ass.
That's fine. So again, if you ask most women that you know, have you ever been touched without unwantedly, which is literally what? SA, correct?
Nah, that ain't true.
What's not true?
That ain't true. I could touch you on your arm. That's that SA. You didn't want to touch. That is not SA.
That's not SA.
So you believe this is what I'm saying, that this is not genuine. He's not being genuine at all, right? Because we having a certain conversation, and when I'm saying touch unwantedly, 651 know exactly what I'm talking about. He know I'm not talking about touching a lady's arm and say, "Hey, watch out! Excuse me, tap you on the shoulder." You know what we are talking about, right? Or maybe you're not following the conversation, KT.
No, I'm following the words that were used.
I'm talking about something very specific. Why you added in tapping on the shoulder or touch on the arm?
I'm just following the words you used. No, I apologize.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to understand. How you following the words I'm using, then you say touch on the arm. That's not possible.
Because you said if a woman's unwantedly touched, that was what you said verbatim.
And so what the conversation is about?
All right, so if you say I touched you on your arm, you say I didn't want to touch you. Is that not being touched on one?
So what is the conversation? Okay, so you say you following the conversation. What is the conversation about?
Well, the conversation itself is just about what's SA, I guess.
Okay,
you're saying like I don't think most women even in life have attended clubs on them.
I'm talking about a very specific conversation. Why the fuck are you talking to me about she touched on her arm? When we are talking about something, I'm trying to keep it where I don't get flagged more than what I'm already getting. And now you want to ask me an idiot question like, "Oh, were you saying the arm being touched is SA?" When we literally having a conversation, you know we can't say certain words on YouTube. I'm not the president. I can't say grab him by the pussy.
You asked me.
Sorry. I can't say that. So act like you have some common sense and don't try to act like every word got to be fucking literal now. Explain what SA is.
Now you mad I didn't get the hit in context?
Arm.
Yeah, because again, we talking about majority of women. I don't think majority of women have went to clubs like habitually or even really attended clubs. Like I don't think most people have actually went to clubs. And I don't believe most men, even when we're at clubs, like just randomly walk up to girls they don't know and touch them. Now, if you're asking the question, do they want to be touched?
Okay, hold on.
That is a whole
rambling. Why are you keep trying to make it a very specific case? When we are talking about that people get touched when they are on the goddamn train, when they are in crowded places, you keep trying to make it very specific. I don't think men are just walking up on random women and doing such and such. No, we are not. This is what I'm saying. This is when we know you're not being honest. Because you're trying to turn it into from a general concept to a very specific case. Men walking up on women and just grabbing random women on the ass walking down the street. And I never mentioned that. Never.
KT, sir, you're muted. What's up? How long I've been back? I had to step away, so I hope I wasn't just chilling here for no reason. KT, man, where you at, man? And where'd BMU go? I ain't even listen to that dude talk, but I know he had something dumb to say. Everybody left. Was it a coincidence they left before? When did they leave before I came up, or did they leave after I came up?
This is fucking crazy.
You want to talk to me? Okay.
Can you hear me, Sharon?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I came up briefly, all right. I done stepped out the door, and I'm hearing you flailing and arms all in the air and voice rising. Sharon, I want you to drink some water and woosah. Okay? There you go. Just breathe that out, Sharon. Breathe it out. It's going to be okay. You all have a beautiful day.
Thank you. This is crazy to me.
KT, man, you're gonna come back. You're just gonna be on silent, man, because we didn't get to finish our topic, our conversation earlier. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Unmute yourself. It's okay. This is a safe space.
No, God damn it.
It's
yo,
right,
how you been here? Yo, you been up here, first of all, you been up here for like a whole hour, didn't even know it. Motherfuckers is asking for your response.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know I was up. Sharon didn't tell me how long I had, so I had stepped away, and when I came back, I wasn't on, so I stepped away again.
No bullshit. Listen, AR, you been up here probably for about 30 minutes, maybe an hour. I ain't gonna lie.
It has not been no hour, man.
You've been out here about 30 minutes.
Okay. For real though, you've been here for a good minute. That's all I'm saying. People that came, left, gone, came back, and everything.
Tell them to come back. I'm back now.
Nah, I guess the schedule got tightened. But I was muted. I was respecting the mute that I was placed on.
Oh, he put you on. He put you in timeout. No, I think you just be triggering people a little bit because you be saying dumb shit, respectfully. Mm-hmm. And it's like we tell you it's dumb shit, and you still like, no, it's not. But it really is.
Yeah, no, I mean saying this dumb shit doesn't make it dumb shit. And if you can really like listen for anybody, that's because I don't think if anytime I'm up here speaking, when y'all call me names, whatever, I don't get emotional.
Calling you a name?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying like it's been many times I done got up here, people being like, oh, you stupid, you a moron, this, that, and the fifth, the things of that nature, right? I'll never be like, well, fuck you, you bitch ass motherfucker, because like, no offense, I'm not a fucking kid. That shit doesn't really faze me. Like everybody's entitled to your opinion. It's good, it's cool.
I appreciate you not
but
acting
when
like
we're having talks, right? You say what you gotta say. I say what I gotta say, and just present whatever evidence you have or don't have, right? Like if I'm right or wrong, and you tell me I'm wrong on something, I'm like, all right, cool, you right. You know, I was wrong there. I can admit that because I'm actually here trying to have the conversation to learn, elevate, grow. Like I'm not just sitting here trying to argue with motherfuckers for the argument, but I will say, like y'all, like this is what Sharon just muted me because, and I'm not being funny. Did you not sit there and say we're talking about a specific thing? You shouldn't have to break that down. Then I start talking about the specific thing, and then you literally say, "Why am I making it specific?" Like, and now somebody gonna call me a moron. That's what I'm saying. Just because you saying it, I get that maybe you don't like how I say something or something is being said, but that doesn't make it fact or fiction. Fuck.
And that's how this is why it's stupid when you say things.
So
what we saying?
Oh,
it's 81%.
God damn, I didn't know that. Damn.
See how dumb you sound now, KT? Okay. It's 81%. You said 30%.
I'm wrong. Damn, I didn't know it was that high.
KT to hold on. KT to go. You see how when you say 30% and I'm telling you it's 80% and it's even higher than what I actually say? So now you understand why it's dumb?
My bad. Yeah, wrong. I didn't know it was that high.
I said shit. I said it. If
so
you're showing me something,
understand why it's dumb. Because I'm telling you something. Because I don't talk about things I don't fucking know. And you here tell me about your fucking dumbass opinion. Now we know that it is actually dumb because you said 30%. and you 50% off.
And men are 43%. That's higher than I expected. Yeah, that's a lot.
And y'all think that this shit is a fucking joke.
But do you think it's
fucking me? It really does. When people just keep on just being dumb on purpose. You talking about somebody walking up to the street and what the fuck are you talking about?
But do you think that's like it's a small group of men that are doing it the most?
It cannot be.
Like,
just think about the number.
Okay, 81%. Could it be like 40%? Can I like 45% of the men? Could that just be that percentage of men that doing the most? Because we just got people that are predators that can go ahead.
So out of the women, 80%, what was 40% men, right?
43, 81, 43.
And the majority of the people that's doing the 80% and the 43%, the majority of the person is a male. He's assaulting men as well. So this whole idea that BMU came up with, talking about, the dude dancing on stage and he getting his ping grab, that doesn't happen by majority of women. Men are assaulting women and men. And then they got these fucking lovers of men that just want to say, I don't believe that most men. Shut your dumb ass up.
So the 81% can also be female on female or just men on female.
I mean, I was kind of looking at that more like that. I'm reading the same thing. It do say that 81% is like
it's
harassment. Harassment and assault. It's not. So that's what I'm saying. Like
total is men and women.
It's
men
not
and
really.
women. Oh, okay, so
we
men.
We know the majority is men.
Yeah, I know that. But I just want to know.
Listen, harassment. That's even pointing out the arm thing. Like, right, harassment could be, "Hey, baby, what's up?"
Yeah,
that could be considered harassment.
No, it cannot.
So when we talk about 81% of women have harassment, now going back to your specific point, we talking about touching unwantedly.
This is why saying, "Hey, baby, what's up?" is not considered harassment.
Yeah,
nobody ever called the police and said, "Hey," somebody said, "Hey, baby, what's up?" to me.
Yes, that's like companies literally have.
At work,
you don't give
only
a
at work.
HR if you're at work and you tell a woman, "Hey, baby, you sexy."
Yeah, that's at work. Outside of work,
that's still. You know what I'm saying? No, that's the world. That's the work is a part of the world. That ain't like that's. That's probably where you're gonna have most of your experiences with people as an adult.
We are having. This is the problem, KT. You are saying too much stupid shit at once. You got to stop this. You cannot be double-minded. It's not a good look.
This is what you doing. You just got up here talking about how women are getting touched unwantedly. Now we talking about 81% harassment, and now we talking about what harassment again, making the comment of some sexual shit is harassment. That it can be considered.
At work, yes, it could be.
No,
yes,
even in the real world, it still can be considered. Yes.
Not in the real world.
Also, we don't get up here and have a conversation about men whistling at women walking down the street.
But that's not considered
harassment.
No, that's
okay.
not.
No. That's what they say. This is what Sharon and all them say. That when you whistle at a woman walking down the street, that's harassment, right?
At work, in a work environment.
No, we're talking about a woman walking down the street.
That's not harassment.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying. A verbal thing is still harassment. So 80% of harassment is not the same thing as 80 because it's 44% of women have experienced either sexual assault or something of that nature. And you left that out, and I know that's probably there, but it says 44% and 23% of men. That's the if we talking about an actual essay, a sexual experience. It's not, but harassment is not the same. I don't know why we acting like
sexual harassment. Then is something talking about their body.
That's at work.
Or
that's
something
only work.
sexual. It doesn't.
No, we just said if you're catcalling a woman, you do not catcall.
Hold on. I want to hear what AR say. Go ahead. What you saying?
Are you saying that sexual harassment is only applicable at work?
Cause hear me out. So when somebody said, like KT said, if I don't know this person and I say, hey, you got a big booty, I don't know this person. Let's just say we got. Can that person, if she called the police, they don't know each other. She can feel uncomfortable, but she don't know that person. There's nothing she can do but ignore him and go away. Now, if he follow her, that type of shit, yeah, that's harassment. But if he just make a comment, he don't know her, that's nothing. That's nothing. But then if that's in the workplace, then that is considered. That would be considered sexual harassment because it's the workplace. But outside of the workplace, that's nothing.
Listen to me. If
Sexual
a girl walking down the
workplace
street,
go ahead. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to hear what AR said.
The sexual harassment in the workplace has a different level because as soon as you get in the workplace, you do training and it says don't talk to your coworkers a certain way, blah blah blah. So any mention of that is going to be immediate sexual harassment. Outside of the workplace, you might have an argument that you said it one time, you didn't know that she didn't like it, even though you should have known. But after she said, I don't like it, and you did it again, now that is
that's kind of creepy. That's some
but
creepy
you don't have to
shit.
follow her, and she don't have to know you. So it's still sexual harassment outside of the workplace.
Yeah, I added that in there. Now, when he started following her to the car, that's some creepy
But he don't got to follow her.
Okay,
Y'all could be on the sidewalk.
All you got to do is like this. If somebody say, hey, what's up, nigga? Is that harassment?
I would feel insulted. I wouldn't say it's harassment because I've been told that before. Somebody said, what's up, my nigga? I chat somebody.
Yeah, but that's harassing me.
and that's another thing. I'm just saying, harassment goes on what you feel it is.
So again,
you know what?
So again,
I did feel offended when somebody called me, "What's up, nigga?"
One in four women actually get the R word.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. Good point.
Like I don't know what the fuck is KT even trying to argue, and I believe he have a daughter.
That's a good point.
Like 1 in 4 women get actually R word. That's a lot.
That is harassment.
Far too much.
All right. So why the fuck are you arguing anything else?
I mean, I'm just pointing out that you're
why
talking about
are
majority.
You pointing out dumb shit for no reason?
We're talking about majority, and we was having a specific conversation.
All
now
right,
you're making
having a specific conversation.
Down,
why are you trying to muddy the waters? This is what you're not.
I'm not. That's what you're doing with the 81%. Because like the whole talk up here debate just for the last little bit that they were talking is what is harassment. Harassment is literally just if you tell a woman walking down the street,
regardless of what it is, regardless.
So no, so we have to consider that with the 81%.
This is why you are not understanding.
That's a good
majority of men that's walking around in the street do not believe that they are actually SAing people. That's the fucking issue.
So even what you showed was not a SA thing, right? You showed harassment numbers.
So this is no, it's not.
You show harassment numbers.
No, it's not.
It's 44%. Yes. Actual SA is 44 and 23.
Jesus Christ.
You want me to put it in the back chat real quick?
No, because you're not smart enough to understand what you're reading. 81%.
I just read the same paper you read.
43. No, you're not. And 43% of men reported experiencing some form of sexual harassment and or assault in their lifetime. So this is why you keep stopping at when it just says harassment and you're not reading past it. It says and. But you want to stop. You are muddying the waters and making the
again, you're muddying the waters because it has a very different percentage for actual SA, right? Does it not?
No, I got a different percentage for R word.
Yeah, that's actual SA, right?
You got a fan in the back chat, Tron.
This is what I'm trying to explain to you, right? The R word and SA, right? So you touch somebody on the ass. That is SA.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So that percentage is not.
And I asked you,
the 81 is it right? Okay, harassment
so
percentage.
This is what I'm
now, if you want to say that's harassment,
I'm trying to explain something to you, but you're too dumb to understand that majority of women are getting SA'd, and you want to try to turn it into a different conversation. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
So I should just ignore the actual what the percentage is based on to say that Sharon told me this is what it actually means.
Okay, so do you agree that 80% of women get SA'd? Yes or no?
No.
And that's the problem.
It literally says 81% get harassed.
Bring it back up.
This is crazy to me.
Why are you stuck on harassed? It says 81% harassed or assaulted.
Or it's either or.
So, but we're talking about SA, right? Because we're talking about SA, right?
What does this even matter?
What KT saying is it can be either or. The 81, both of them lumped into that 81%. That's what.
No, I'm saying we having a very specific conversation about SA. And if we're talking about SA, it even has a percentage for SA, correct? Because 81% is not that. He just said it's not harassment to be touched on your hind part.
Yeah, that's why I was.
So I'm saying if we're talking about SA, you bringing up 81% because that's harassment is muddying the waters because we're talking about SA.
So he's saying, but he puts. I think KT is specifically saying the SA. He just saying SA, but you brought up the 81%. It said harassment and SA, so it's kind of both of them.
No, it's saying assault, like assault. So assault is even like just fighting. That's assault. SA is very specific, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not bringing this up because I'm bringing this up. He said if you touch a girl on the hind part, that you've not SA'd that woman. And all I'm saying is okay. I mean, I'm not trying to make this difficult. I'm saying if you bring the 81% you presented did not represent SAs, correct? All right, that's it. So you bringing that up is now muddying it up.
What's the point?
I mean, Sharon, actually, you have to ask Sharon. He brought up the 81 and then started screaming, I'm muddying the waters by saying that that's something different. He's the one saying that's something different.
Okay, but
and then telling me let's still apply this.
I don't understand how it started in the first place.
Okay, listen, we were talking about girls getting touched. Like, first of all, my argument was I don't think majority of men smack girls on their butts. He said, yes, they do, and it's 80%. Okay. And then I was talking about we'll present the evidence and things of that nature, whatever. If we're going to have the talk, like I was talking to you, present the evidence if we're going to do that. When he presented the evidence, it was that 81%, remember? And all I'm pointing out is that was half of it because I'm looking at the same thing. It's telling me it was 44% have actually reported SA and 23% of men.
No,
and the 80 in the
hold on, stop. You are giving out false information. That's not what you are reading. That's not what you're reading. It's not. You just don't know what the fuck you're reading.
No, I do.
All right, so what? All right, so since you think you know what you're reading, what is sexual assault?
You said what is what?
Sexual assault.
Like we were talking about, like grape.
No, actually, a very specific question.
What I don't know. Explain. Explain, because you're looking for a very specific answer, and I'm obviously not going to give that. So just tell me what the specific thing you're seeking is.
So you don't know
and
what
I can tell you whether I agree or disagree.
So you don't know what sexual assault is, right?
I just explained it to the best of my understanding. That would be something like grape.
Okay, so now what is your idea of harassment?
Like I said, making an inappropriate gesture, comment towards someone.
Okay, so harassment means aggressive pressure or intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what harassment means.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're unconfused, correct?
I mean, I don't think go ahead, proceed.
So now when they add harassment to it, you understand what they mean, that aggressive or intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this idea that you saying just hey baby is you got to be aggressive and intimidating to be harassed. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so 81% of women feel like they've been aggressively or intimidated, spoken towards them in a sexual manner. Okay? So either that, somebody was aggressively talking to them in a sexual way, or they intimidated them in a sexual way. And sexual assault is any type of sexual activity or conduct that you do not consented to. So if a girl's walking down in the club, walking past you, and she have a short skirt, you slap on the ass. That's SA. So it can happen through physical force or threats of force.
Could you repeat the definition of SA?
Why?
Did you say the definition of SA?
I don't think you really want to have a real conversation.
What the hell? I don't understand how asking the question is, and now you're saying I don't want to have. I'm being clear. I'm seeking clarity. What the hell?
You're not being clear. You are not. You keep trying to give examples of how to punch holes in what SA is. You don't know what harassment means. You just talking out your ass. You don't know what SA is. You just talking out your ass. You literally saying harassment means that somebody.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're giving the definitions, and if you're giving the definitions, I'm just asking you to repeat. Do you not see earlier when you first brought it up? I agree with you because you just showed the number, and I didn't even read it yet, right? And I was like, well, you got it. And then I started reading it, and then you took it off, and it made me look it up myself, which is why I came back.
Because you said, right? Because when you see harassment, right? Because you don't know the definition of words. You looked at the word harassment, and you try to hone in and try to focus on harassment, right? Correct?
No, I'm focusing on like how the crime system works, right?
You believe harassment means "Hey, baby." Correct?
No, I said it would be like a little comment, act, gesture, something of that nature.
Right, and harassment means an aggressive intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
and
now that we have an understanding of aggressive manner or intimidation, that's what harassment means. Okay.
Okay. What does that say?
No misunderstanding. So it ain't no, hey, how you doing? It's not harassment.
Okay, cool. What does
okay? So now after all that is said, 81% of women get SA. So that means somebody's talking to them aggressively.
So what you just explained is harassment, and now you're saying 81% of women get SA. That's what I'm saying. This is why you're refusing to give the definition of SA, because SA has a different
it's relevant.
definition
81% of women. 80% of women say they've been assaulted, sexually assaulted, or sexually harassed. We don't have to keep on going. We've been back and forth about the 81% for like 40 minutes.
Yeah, good point.
So like you are so for some reason you're dumbass. Sexual assault is any type of sexual activity or conduct that you do non-consented to. Sexual assault can happen through physical force or threats of force. The threats of force.
No, how are you not attributing the definition of harassment to SA? It is a different thing. Harassment as a word has a different definition from assault. Correct. In the court of law, when you get harassment, when you have that type of thing, harassment, and SA, is it not a different type of case? Like, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you could work these games with the people who are like small brained enough for you to be like, all right, let me put you on this hamster wheel of one thing. And that's what I'm saying. That's why you always have this thing to be like, focus on this one thing. Maybe because your brain can't process multiple things at once. But like, brother,
what are you actually saying? What are you saying?
Nigga, you cannot attribute the word harassment. You just define harassment, correct?
That's fine.
And then 81%. I kept asking to explain the definition of assault.
We don't have to keep on talking about that part.
He just asked, nigga, yes, we do. When somebody asks you to bring it back up, you bring it back up.
I'm not asking you that.
No, it's not about you. He asked the person who show we on, remember?
I've been back for a little bit, and we're still talking about literally the same shit. 81% of women have reported sexually harassed, sexually assaulted.
Harassment and assault is different. It's a different percentage for assault, correct? That's all I'm saying. Okay, so it's nothing else to argue about. He trying to tell y'all and now get me to agree that harassment is the same thing as assault. It's two different percentages because it's two different things.
Okay,
that's why he refused to give the definition for the next word.
All right, so
a preschooler may fall for this. Like, I don't get it. How y'all just be acting like I'm tripping or something.
81%. I'm not saying you're tripping. 81% have been have reported to be sexually harassed or sexually assaulted. What is your now? What is your stance on that or something? I don't know. I don't really know what we're talking about. What's your stance on that? What is your opinion?
It is a different. Do you see sexual harassment? I mean,
okay,
SA?
sexually harassed or sexually assaulted.
Listen, do you see SA?
What is your stance? Bless you. What is your stance? 81% have reported to be sexually harassed, or sexually assaulted. What is your stance on that?
Do you see a different percentage for SAs? Because what I have says 43% for women on SAs and 23% of men for SAs. And then it has 81 for harassment.
I don't know what you're looking
at.
About.
Sexually harassment, that's 81%. For my breakdown right here,
what is your opinion on 81% of women saying they've been sexually harassed?
I think we definitely have to do better. People shouldn't feel that way. I agree. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. It's not about whether or not I think.
Do women have to do anything on their end?
Nah. That would be men having to tighten up mostly.
So now we get back to the topic of the conversation: the fall of men who worship lust and power. Where you're not blaming women for something that's happening to them or for something that men need to do. No. You're saying men need to do it regardless of what women do. It's irrelevant about women. It's about what men need to do. And so now we take what your logic, and because you're almost there, we take what you're saying about women being sexually harassed and now just apply it to other positions. Women don't have to do anything. Men just need to do something. Regardless of what women do, men still need to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And harassment, it doesn't matter whether a woman is dressed a certain way or whether whatever, blah, blah, blah. Men still need to stop sexually harassing them.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying.
In other aspects, men need to stop doing something. They need to do better, regardless of whether women are doing something or not.
Yeah, this one thing.
Okay, so we don't have to bring up women when we're talking about men to do better. We can just talk about men doing better. Just like if we're going to talk about the sexual harassment, we don't have to talk about women.
As I said, I'm not in disagreement in none of this, AR.
I'm only talking about.
Well, I'm getting back to the original thing before I got booted, which was 90 seconds to, less than 90 seconds into the panel, you started talking about what women need to do as well as men. When the topic is about what men need to do.
Us getting our people together.
But the topic isn't about the black community. It's about men.
It is. It's about how to improve the black man so our black community can succeed. That's what every topic up here is about. This is what men can do to make us as people help us move forward. That's constantly what this conversation is. So it's not a thing about. This is what men can do,
regardless about what anybody else does. This is what men can do. You're gonna get an A in your class because that's what you need to do. It doesn't matter what your classmates are doing. You still need to get an A. Your classmates can be doing whatever they're doing. You are still gonna get an A in this class. You're still gonna try in this class. It doesn't matter what your classmates are doing. It doesn't matter what your friends are doing.
I agree. And that right there, what you're talking about is reality. And what we're always up here talking about again, in the second half of what we're always talking about is how it should be and how we should go on that path. So I agree with you that this is not what I'm speaking is not about how reality actually works or functions.
So you're talking about,
but that's not what this conversation is about.
So you're talking about something that isn't reality.
I mean, we're all talking about something that's reality. Because when we're talking about the improvement of men, why are we talking about that unless it was reality? It isn't, right? So that's why we're having the conversations.
Okay, and
because we're talking about how to make those things.
So we don't need to bring up women doing better or doing whatever to talk about men doing better.
Yeah, again, we talking about men doing better to make our people do better.
Are we in agreement that we don't need to talk about women to talk about men doing better?
No, we don't. We don't have to.
We don't. So why? So now that we're in agreement, next time this topic comes up, the first thing out of your mouth is not going to be, well, what about women?
It usually isn't.
It usually is.
It usually isn't.
Yesterday it was. You and Afro Nerd immediately started talking
about
women.
What did I say yesterday?
About women. I'd have to go back and look. And today, immediately you got on the panel and started talking about what women need to do.
Yeah, you're incorrect.
I'm incorrect about both or one?
Yeah, well, you kind of incorrect about today too, also. But I'll give you the credence on this one.
Okay, so I'm
because I did get into women. But again, like I said, before I even got into that, I already sat there and said we're talking about these things to progress our people. And if we're talking about the progression of our people, I understand we have to and I'm only keep saying that because I see in our audience it's a lot of ladies. It's not as many men
Do you think they want to
actually
hear you
in
talk to them like
attendance.
that? Do you think they want to hear you mansplain to them what they need to do?
I'm not even telling them what they need to do. I'm saying what we all can do together. I want to explain what we all can do together. It ain't something about singly just me or you. That's my bigger thing. And maybe I'm being fucked up because I'm talking or thinking broader than the conversation, right?
Has any woman on the panel or in the chat asked for KT DeGoat's opinion on what women need to do better?
I didn't say they did.
Okay, so if they've never asked, what makes you think that they want?
I'm not talking about what women need to do to be better. I'm gonna say that one more time. Maybe you should apply what I'm saying and stop just excluding that. Because you can take what I just said. I'm talking about what can make both of us, all of us, progress. Because there's certain things that we have to work on as individuals. But listen to me. I can't tell you what to individually do about you. Because you know you far better than I ever could, right? You know the things that you'll hide from your mother. So I can't tell you how to fix you. However, it's all things that we can have a basis for. We can build our morals here. We can say this is wrong for all of us because that's the only thing we can have agreement on, right?
Can you read me the title? Can you read the title of the chat? Can you read the title of the video, please? And let me know when you finish reading it. If you don't want to read it out loud, that's fine. Let me know when you finish reading the title. Hello?
I mean, we've already said the title.
You read the title, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Does it say is there a specific
noun? No, sir.
There's not a specific noun.
No, sir.
Okay, so it says
yesterday
the fall of men. Okay, I'm going to tell
me.
you what the noun is because you might not understand what noun means. Men.
I understand what noun verb. Listen,
men is the noun in this title, right? So it says the fall of men. It doesn't say the fall of the Black community. It doesn't say the fall of women in the Black community. It doesn't say the fall of all humans. It says the fall of men. So if we're talking about men and the fall of men and what they've done, why do you find it that you need to always bring up women, whether that's today, because you haven't stopped talking about what women need to do or some aspect about women today? I haven't heard you. So we'll just go by today since you don't want to admit
I didn't say a single thing a woman needed to do today.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about in the past, even though you've done it repeatedly in the past, so we can only talk about today. That's fine.
No,
today,
you can talk about the past. I'm talking about today, back, whenever, nigga. You don't make sense.
Fine. We're only going to talk about today.
Because yesterday, what was the headline topic? What was the name of the show yesterday? Did we speak about that? No.
No, we didn't because you guys wanted it. You and Afro Nerd wanted to bring up.
I did not. You're lying like fuck. I got quiet the whole time, and even at the end of the show, I said, "Hey, Sharon, I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, we can talk about that."
So then it wasn't you yesterday. It was just Afro Nerd. The point being is that somebody wanted to take the conversation over to women and talk down about women, which is why this topic.
Somebody ain't me.
Why we didn't stay on topic? But that's fine. It wasn't you yesterday. That's fine. I don't care. It wasn't you yesterday.
I mean, but you have to. That's what I'm saying. That's what you got to repeat.
I don't need to argue
say in the reply when you don't make sense.
You've already said it wasn't you. I've said, okay, fine, it wasn't you. That's fine. It wasn't you yesterday. I've already admitted it wasn't you. So I don't care.
Okay, no, but the problem is now you're proceeding to have the conversation as if somebody else's actions speak for me.
So, no, I'm just saying you're doing the same exact thing. So yesterday it was Afro Nerd who constantly gets on here and finds a way to cycle the conversation back to women. And today it's your turn. I don't know if you guys take turns. So maybe yesterday you were playing good cop, he was playing bad cop. And then today, if he hops on, he's going to be a good cop. You're going to be bad cop. But yesterday was Afro Nerd. And now today it's you. The conversation is supposed to be about men, and somehow it got
making a lot of assumptions is very easy to do. I guess it's very hard for most of y'all to have these conversations. This is why y'all resort to, oh, you're stupid. Oh, you dumbass. Oh, you did it.
But you keep on saying.
I'm not even saying that's what you said. Even just now,
don't talk about other people. Talk about what I'm addressing. Don't scapegoat.
I'm talking about what you did. Make an insult.
So talk to me.
I'm talking about everybody.
Talk about what I've said to you.
Don't
hide behind what other people have said to you.
I am not. Unlike yourself, I'm not.
Stop saying y'all.
I'm actually saying, did you not just make an insult to me? Did you not just make an insult to me? Now what I'm doing is addressing multiple things because I can walk and chew gum at the same time. That's all it is. I know that may be a hard concept for some of y'all to grasp.
Okay, so there you go. You're projecting again. I didn't call you stupid. So just address
I
what
didn't
said.
say you did. I said Sharon made the comment I was dumb. I was addressing both of y'all because I can walk with you.
I don't care what he or other people have said to you. I'm talking to you, so talk to me. Stop Stop
you
getting
made
behind them. Stop
also
hiding behind them
made
and
an
address what I've
insult.
said. Address what I've said.
I'm addressing your insult. His
Okay,
also.
so what was my insult?
Where you were saying y'all just taking turns playing good cop, bad cop, all these assumptions. Because you don't have an actual thing, you kind of joking it off.
An assumption isn't an insult. And I said, I don't know
It
if y'all are
is.
taking good cop.
Especially when it's a baseless one.
Bad cop. Okay, so yesterday it might have been him. Today it is you. So today we had a topic about men, and you turned it into talking about women.
Mm-hmm.
That is the problem. You admit that when we're talking about sexual harassment, we don't need to talk about women. We need to talk about what men need to stop doing and only talk about men. You admit that we can only talk about men when it comes to that topic.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about when you got on the panel originally, the topic was about men and men only, and you turned to talk about women. And in your defense, you said, oh, well, I'm just trying to talk about the whole community and women are part of the community and blah, blah, blah. But you don't need to talk about women because we're talking about what men need to do in the community, regardless of what women are or are not doing.
Yeah, well,
and you seem to understand that. You seem to understand that in other. You seem to understand that in other aspects. When I bring up the aspect of classroom time and doing good in school, it doesn't matter what your friends are doing. It doesn't matter what your classmates are doing. You're still going to do well. We're going to focus on you. You're going to do well regardless. I don't want to hear you say, oh, well, I'm not going to get a B because my classmates, they joke around a lot. So I'm just going to keep on joking around. Or they also need to get Bs for me to get Bs. I'm going to do what I'm going to do to get a B or get an A or to pass the class. When we talk about sexual harassment, we know when we talk about sexual harassment.
Maybe it's just a different angle. Listen, AR, maybe it's just a different angle, but I can understand because I understand and accept, like, yeah, I know how to control myself. That doesn't mean all people are like that or most people. And I can also see from their point of view. And maybe most people are not followers.
Most people are not leaders.
They are followers.
For the cash app, to make sure I send it to the right person. You got to get your thing. I don't like using my cash app, but I'm supporting. No, connected to my bank account. I don't like that. I just sent you support the show. I got get ready for work. Good back and forth.
Have a good day, sir.
Yeah,
good day to you, brother.
All right, KT.
But yeah, I understand that most people are followers in this world. Most of us that even want to be leaders aren't even good at being leaders because we've never been good followers, to be honest with you. But that's neither here nor there, right? I'm just pointing out most people don't have the ability to say, ignore everything around me and do this. Because we're easily, if you're a biblical person, the flesh is weak. I'll go that angle, right? I'm not that person, but I understand the books, right? Listen, man, I understand that, and I'm just looking at it from that angle. I feel we should, as people, we have to, because it's bigger than just us singularly. Like you can look at yourself and you can make the improvements, but it's kind of selfish just to say, oh, if I improve myself, that just improve everything else. Because now we really saying we got my singular actions of improvement is what changed the world. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of crazy. Without even thinking of the thought of how the next person processed that.
It doesn't. You're just yapping right now, respectfully. So black men and black women both make up the black community, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If black women stayed the same and if black women stayed the same and black men did better, or vice versa, if black men stayed the same and black women did better, does that better the black community?
I don't think so.
Do you know how averages work?
Yeah.
Okay. So in your GPA, you're calculating all the averages of your grades. If you have two classes, and let's say in one you get an 80, and the next class you get a 90, your average is now going to be an 85.
85.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yes. And that first class, the average did not go up. It stayed the same. It was still an 80. But because the other half did well, it brought it all up, correct?
For sure.
It brought your GPA up. Okay. So the black community is the GPA. 80, 90, black women, black men, whichever way you want to slice it. If one increases, the average, the total GPA is also going to increase. So if black men in the black community increase, or if black women in the black community increase, and whatever wealth, education, attainment, whatever you want to go with, that will also bring up the black community,
Yeah.
even if the other stays the same.
Yeah, but that would be
so you don't have to. So you don't have to bring in the other side to talk about bringing up the black community.
See, listen, now we're going to what you kind of did, what you brought up to me, right? You're now bringing up how it should be versus how reality is. As I was pointing out with Sharon earlier, listen, let's say up until the 80s, black men were in control of the household. I'm admitted, since the 80s, I'll say mid 80s, somewhere in that region, I feel the black women have been the leaders now. They've been the ones who've been raising us, taking care of us, providing for us. So I'm going to say the last 50 years, the women have been the leader. Now, the problem is our numbers aren't raising in population too much. Like, we're not increasing as we should. It's a lot of things we aren't doing on that when you're talking about that grade average to change, because it's not just, oh, black men got up to this level of education and now black women have exceeded them, which in turn raises. No, even going to us having the lead. When we had the lead, black men were educated because they basically told black women, you can't be educated. Now black woman's in the lead. And I'm not saying it's even the same circumstance, but the black woman is being educated better, but they're forgetting about the black man. They're not educating him any better. He's decreasing in it. So we're not talking about this. That's not how this average will work. Our average is the same. It's not. We're not getting elevation, in my opinion, or even from what we can observe statistically.
So you started off saying that the increase is there. It's just not to the level that you would want it to be. That's what you said originally when you started talking. You said,
no,
the increase is there. It's just not what it should be.
No, I'm saying it's not an actual increase. We at the same rate, because think about it. Okay, if in the beginning black men were educated, they basically told black women you can't be educated. Okay, boom, that happened. It changed around, and then when they started better educating the black woman, they started putting more poorer efforts to educate the black man. So it's not that she's just increasing and he stayed where we were. No, he's decreased it for her to elevate. So it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's a trend.
In which way has he decreased? Do men make
don't y'all talk all the time about how black men can't read at the lowest, some of the lowest rates historically?
Y'all. Stop hiding behind what other people have said to you. Where have black men decreased?
Yeah, we do though. We have some of the this is some of the historic lows.
Decreased?
Reading, writing, graduation rates, college rates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that's because what, women are teaching them and not teaching them?
No, I think it's because the government is who educates us all. Let's be very frank about that. That's not really in our hands. I understand how we feel about voting. This is not in our hands. So they choose
the government, then it's irrelevant about what women do. If it's the government that actually does it, then it's irrelevant about what women do. So we're back to what men can do.
This
isn't about just education. This is the fall of men who worship.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We weren't even talking about men or women. You just went to education. Now you're going into I'm throwing it on women. You having a bad conversation right there. Like, you are, because I'm not saying it's women's fault that we're being bad.
It's actually the government that educates. It's not women that are the problem. It's the government.
Yeah, I never said that. Said women are the problem. Did I?
You just said when women got educated and they started teaching us, it seemed like they did a poor job. That's what you said.
No, I said when the government, because that's who controls us all. And I said when they educated them better, they started making poor efforts to educate the black man, which decreased his education. So in turn, it was a trade-off.
But
that's why I pointed out. I'm talking about the government. Yeah, I didn't say I agree. And that's why I pointed out the point where I say, yeah, I'm talking about the government, because they're the ones, let's be very frank, they are the ones who choose how and who and what. They're the ones who allocate the money and things of that nature. So I mean, I'm not going to deny that.
I'm
not talking about black women are a problem.
Okay, so black men and black women get the same education. They go to the same schools. They go to the same classes. They do all this stuff. And black women seem to be succeeding more than black men. Therefore, it's not the government that's preventing black men from succeeding. It's something that the black men are not doing. Correct?
Yeah, nah, that's definitely not true. Because let's be very frank, most classrooms are led by female teachers. They take more.
So you're back on blaming the women again.
No, that's not about black women. That would just be white women, probably. Just to be honest with you, talking about women. Yeah.
Okay, so you're blaming.
Yeah, well, I'll say that's white women
now. It's not the government anymore. It's the women that's teaching.
I mean, the government.
What I said you had said originally, and you said that's not correct. You were talking about the government, and now you're back to blaming the women.
I'm sorry. I've never blamed a woman in the first place. That's why you can't give any example of prior to me. And now, if I'm making blame of any woman, it'll be the white woman. So yeah, you're correct. I've never said shit about a black woman was to blame. The government is who educates us. That's who pays the shit, man. What are you doing? What are we doing here?
So the men and women are in the same classes, going to the same schools. The women are outperforming the men.
White women
why are the women outperforming the white men? I mean, why are the women outperforming the black men?
Because again, we're in a classroom where it's most likely a white woman. This is facts statistically. Most teachers are white women. So when we're in the classroom, if you have to make a choice of who you like, and I'm not saying this is a fact, but let's be very frank, you're going to identify with who you have more understanding and relationship with.
So it's
a black woman,
It's a sexism thing. White women educate black
maybe
women
a little bit of that also.
Higher grades because they're women.
Not higher grades. I would think you would give them more time and attention because we all have perceptions and we kind of sort of, yeah. Because we all have perceptions and thoughts about how people should work. That maybe not how they do or how they actually should be, but that's how we feel, right? So a lot of white women may feel, man, that's a black boy. He got it on his own. He a man. He'll handle it on his own. But this girl right here, I got to give her more time, attention. Like, and that's just looking out for you know what you got in mind.
Okay, so we're back to blaming the women, not the government. Got it.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's not the men, it's the women. Like I said,
yeah, the men are the government.
We talk about men.
The white men are the government.
Yeah, and you go from women, government, back to women.
Yeah, the government is the men. So let me clarify that right now for you. Whenever I say government, I'm talking about men.
Okay, so you're talking about men.
So I'm not blaming any. That's what I'm saying. When you asking a direct question, I have to give you a direct answer. And if we're talking about statistics, like I said, statistically, I cannot deny that most classes are led by women. That's something you can look up. So I'm not putting blame on them. We can say a fact. That's not a blame.
Okay, so if the government is men, then it's the men that need to do better.
That's white men, though. That's a whole different, we having a whole different talk from us as people, which is, again, why I was pointing out, I ain't never made no blame of any woman from the beginning of this, especially when I'm talking about black women. I don't got no blame of black women.
You just said it's the white women who are.
Yeah, because now you asked a very direct question. The teachers in the school, who are to blame? Well, if I can point, and we can agree on this. Statistically, most teachers are white women. What the fuck? I'm not in women, period. There are more female teachers, period. So that's not blaming by stating that fact.
Okay. So is it also the white women that cause the black men to go out and commit crimes, but not the black women? Like, are they holding extracurricular activities to keep the black women in the schools and whatever, and keeping the black men out, and that's why they're out in the streets?
No, I think we're just, I don't know how to explain. We're different creatures, right? We're different beings. So like men, idle hands, the devil's playground. Okay. That's what my grandmother used to say. I think that applies more to men than anything. I'm not saying it doesn't apply to women also, but men, we get bored, we make shit up. Girls, they kind of already got their things. You know what I'm saying? Like most women really, like, I'm not saying that like they don't do stuff, but girls have their things. Like they don't.
Okay. So men make stuff up and get into trouble. Therefore, men need to change and do better regardless of what women are doing.
Yeah. I will agree with that at some points. Okay. I mean, I will also say, again, going back to the white people, the white men, because
it's just always a blame of someone else. It's just always, you deflect the blame to someone else, whether it be
it's
black
not
women,
a deflection. You say anything that's a fact is now deflection or it's blaming. So again, am I incorrect? Are most teachers not females?
What's up, Ambassador?
Yes or no? This why the fuck y'all be just avoiding the question, like answering the question, because y'all know, like in real life, I'm actually not talking bullshit. I'm just being factual. That's not blaming. The fuck? Again, but yeah, if we're talking about how the system moves, like it's not about blaming. If I'm just saying
black
the
men are
things
not
that are fact.
succeeding in school. You said black men are not succeeding in schools because the white women teachers are teaching the black women better than them because they're also women. That's what you said. So you are placing the blame on the black men not succeeding in school because of that.
Yeah.
So how are you not placing blame? So
stop
saying you're not placing blame. Stop saying you're not placing blame as you place blame in the same sentence.
I mean, you asked me what the fuck? Like, that's what I'm saying. You asked me, what did I think of this? It's not about a blame thing. I'm not even saying this is actually what it is, but you asked me, what do I think of this?
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know how much you're going to backpedal. You need to start standing on.
I don't do no backpedaling. You just got to start making sense. Like, I'll just be aggressively spouting nonsense and then think that if you make the insult or avoid the answer, that's why you keep avoiding the answer. You came back to talk, but you have not answered just the one simple question I asked, right?
What's up, Ambassador?
KT, can you hear me? Or maybe my mic is messed up. I don't
know. Nah, I can hear you.
Oh, so you didn't hear that I was calling your name. All right.
So I wasn't even talking. He was talking to Ambassador when you said my name.
So white woman is the reason why black men is doing something because they are the majority teachers in school?
No, again, as I said, because he's asking this go to the whole conversation. I said the government. I believe that they have their own agendas. And I believe that when we talk about the trade of us as people, they don't just say, okay, we're going to leave the black, like how our infrastructure was. Like I said, from until the 80s, let's say the black man ran the home. Well, in that time, they didn't educate the black woman. And then they allowed the black man to be educated. And then, as I told you earlier, the 80s, I believe black women have been leading the home since about the 80s. And in that time, I feel that they said, okay, we're going to educate the black women better. However, we're going to now not focus our efforts on the black man.
So you saying in school right now actively that they focus on black women and not black men?
Yeah, I believe so.
And what gives you that belief?
Experience. Also, I'll say a little bit of experience, observations with my children. And I mean, just even down to the things that we talk about up here, all-time lows of man reading, writing, just graduation. We're doing.
Okay, so I understand that. So, but how are they teaching the boys differently, the black boys differently from the black girls?
I think they don't teach them. I mean, let's be very frank here, right? I think a school system setting is not good for education, period, because it's just not enough time for, it's one teacher, it's 20 students, it's a 45-minute period. That means you have about 2 minutes per student, which isn't very good in terms of, hey, you're putting this up on the board. So now when you go in that classroom.
Hold on. But you're talking about something else now. You're moving on to just the whole education in totality. But what we're talking about are black girls doing better in school than black boys.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm saying that because, again, I feel that.
Okay, so now are they being taught by the same teacher?
Yes, but I think they're being taught differently. Again, like I said, when we got a classroom with one teacher, 20 students, you now can only focus on helping very few students, right?
So you're saying that they deliberately ignoring the young black boys and only teaching the black girls?
I think they have their favorites. And I think black boys are not on that list.
I understand favorites, but are you saying that one teacher that's having 26 students is literally focusing on the black girls versus the black boys?
Yes. Like above, because again, you have your list of favorites. You have like I said, 45-minute block. You maybe can really honestly help 5 kids in this period.
Right, but so this is just your belief, but you don't have no proof behind it. What is this?
Yeah, the proof is that black men are at you get up here and say this, Sharon. Black men are at the all-time lows of reading and understanding and writing in this, that, and the third. So I don't understand how you now argue me to say like, oh, you just trying to make this up. You agree with this. And if we ask them why, well, again, most teachers are white women. They're white women. So white women, period, they're getting better educations than all of us. But when it comes to us, they have to make a choice on who they want to educate. And yes, I think that they say, I take more liking to this black woman than I do to that black man.
So the difference is that I don't believe in school that the children are taught differently.
Oh, I know they are. I think we all do.
Right, but you don't have no proof of that, right? They all get the same lesson.
Yeah. The fact that they all been getting the same lessons, but somehow black men are at all-time lows, and because that's not black men. Let me stop saying black men; those are black boys. The black boys are at an all-time low.
Correct, and
that will be the proof.
Okay, and so my problem is that it don't have nothing to do with the school. Clearly, right? Clearly, it has something to do with the way how we are raising young boys and young men. That's the issue. And for some reason, you think that it is not the way how we are raising young men. This is why I like to tend to.
No, because me and you agree, Sharon. A lot of this shit we talk about, degenerate shit, come from white people first. They do it way more. And then white boys ain't out there not learning at the same race. They got the same teacher, right?
So
why
KT,
there?
KT, you're basically the white teacher that you talk about in this scenario. We're sitting here trying to talk to men, specifically by your acknowledgement, the young black men. We're trying to talk to them specifically, give them all the attention that they deserve. And you want to talk about women. You're saying, you know what? Nah, black men, y'all are cool, but we're also going to give some of this attention to these women instead of focusing on you when you need it the most. So those black kids in school who need more attention, the black men, the black young men who need more attention, you're the white teacher saying, I'm not going to give you the focus and the attention you need because these women who are succeeding, I'm going to give it to them as well, the same amount. So you are the white woman in this scenario. You are the white teacher.
That's a bar. And
a bullshit one. But
I think they all talk the same. I think it's a thing of what we encourage. We encourage the girls to pursue school, and all the boys be thinking they're gonna be basketball stars and football stars. We need to get on them on that stuff too. Like you need to concentrate on your education. All the sports should be secondary instead of primary.
Right.
Yeah. And that's not the white teacher telling them that.
No.
Yep. It's the daddy.
It's the white teacher saying you're not gonna make.
So we be having conversations again, going back to reality. So we have most of these conversations about how the black man is not present in the home, and the black woman is the one taking care of the child on her own. So let's be very frank about who's really teaching our children to do that, because it's not y'all get up here and say
so we're back to blaming the black women.
But don't switch that boy start playing.
Nothing. Saying the fact thereof.
But
so again,
but
no,
once that boy start playing sport, my fault. Okay.
Yeah, no, you could silent guy.
I was gonna say, so once that boy starts playing basketball or football, then that's when he around, and that's when the father's all in his face and trying to live through the sun and all that stuff.
Correct.
He ain't telling about concerning your book work. He said, "Oh yeah, you gonna make the NBA."
Let's talk about how many times that actually happens. How many people y'all know that was raised Lamar Jackson? I still don't know who the fuck his daddy is. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't know shit about his daddy.
Okay, so there go blame that black woman for making sure.
It's not blame that black woman. I'm saying for a fact. I'm just stating the fact. Now it's blame by stating the fact.
I want to overtalk everybody. I said 2 words. So go ahead and blame that black woman for that black boy being raised in a single black household by a black woman and made him successful, right? Because in the same talk just not too long ago, you said some bullshit that the reason why black boys can't read is because of a single mother. This is why you are a double talker.
Where the fuck did I say single mother when y'all say, when even your admittance was I'm talking about white women?
You just said it when we was talking. When AR called you, you just said that majority of the children are raised by black women.
We talking now. We're not talking about it. We're talking about life. Y'all were talking about get up there and tell our kids to go hit the football field when they boys. Okay, that was a whole different thing. We're not on the education part. That's what I'm saying.
We are on the education part. So let me stop you. Stop interrupting so you can hear somebody's full thought. We are talking about the education part. Jesus. The problem is that not enough men are willing to concede and say, hey, we've been teaching our black boys the wrong things. The reason why they are not doing good in school is because majority of men act as if school is for women. That's why. This is why they believe that being smart.
If most men are not in the household, who are teaching these boys that?
Men are. Men.
So
Niggas like
somehow
you.
the
Niggas
men who
like
are not
you.
present at home.
Yes, KT, do you think it's the black single mothers that are teaching their kids to go join gangs and be in the streets? Or do you think it's the men in the streets that's teaching them how to be in a gang?
I think the men in the streets is definitely who
Okay,
teaching.
so we recognize that you don't need a man in the house for a black young man to do something, correct? Okay.
Okay, then. So, like, why you being so obtuse?
Because you're talking about who teaching them how to play football. Because that's something that's not what gangbangers doing, right?
And you just agreed with. So therefore, the person that's teaching how to play football is some man in the street, right? Somebody that's outside of the home, the coach,
okay,
whatever. So, like, this is what we are saying. Like, you cannot be this dumb. Like, you literally arguing against yourself. So again, so when the mother said like you need to learn how to read and do this, that, and that, she like, no, I'm gonna sell this dope. Young nigga, move that dope. I'm gonna go play football, become an NFL star, NBA star. White folks don't do that. They go and play sports so they can get a free college education. That's what they taught to do.
So again, I'm just saying, I don't understand how y'all saying this men not present, and then those not present men teaching those kids bad things. Like that's what I'm saying. Y'all talking about I'm double-minded. The fuck is we doing here? How is the niggas who not present?
The father not being present and not doing anything in the child's life is not teaching the child anything other than maybe some negative aspects of or how to not treat their kid. If
I think it teaches them how to get bad role models.
Okay,
to be honest.
Okay, exactly. So they're quote unquote teaching by not being there. Sure. So the men that are going to be teaching the kid are the men that the kid is around, which is going to be friends, fathers, if they're around, the coaches that are going to be mostly men in basketball, football, or another sport that they're part of, the men in the street. Those are the ones teaching the kid. Those are the ones that, and artists, the ones that they listen to, the ones that they see on the TV, podcasters. Those are who those young men are going to gravitate to, even though they are also not in the house. And some of them may not even know the kid personally. So that is how those are two separate things. A father not being there and having no interaction with the kid at all. The kid can't even look at their father because they don't even know who their father is, or the father is not some famous person to look at in the first place. They live in a different state, whatever the case may be, cannot directly teach their kid anything. However, a kid listening to certain music, watching a podcast, listening to coaches, people in the street, they're being taught by those people, even though those people are not directly in the home, correct?
No, influence, yeah.
Okay, so we are all in agreement that you don't have to be in the home to influence a kid or to teach them something. Okay, so there you go.
Like, I don't understand why the fight is so hard.
I mean, y'all have to ask that to yourselves. I'm not. Y'all can't say I'm fighting nothing. I'm saying make sense of what we're saying here.
You're the only one that's not making you. The problem
okay,
is
so correct me if I'm wrong. Are most teachers not women? Are most teachers not women?
Yes, they are.
All right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now I'm not even saying this is fact. This is just for you, Sharon. Do you not say most of our black homes don't have the father present in it, right?
Right.
Right. So how am I sitting here being argumentative or anything? Well, I'm just stating the facts. Like I'm agreeing with y'all. I'm stating facts. I'm just saying these the comments that you're making. Okay, so you're saying the men are not in the home. However, we're also blaming those same men for why? Because there is somebody teaching them though. Okay, even with the mother being there, I think. Listen, we and this is why I say this is on us.
This is when you start to ramble. Now you're about to take another point. The reason why is because those homes also have little girls there, and they ain't experiencing the same thing that these fucking boys are experiencing. They know how to read. They're going to college. They get master's degrees. That's why. The only thing that changed was the fucking gender. And for some reason, the black boys do not want to go to school. They don't want to learn how to read. The women are reading better than them. That's why.
I want you to think about what you just said, though. So now we blaming the black boys don't want to know better. That's what we saying.
You are clearly the point that we are talking to. Like when I'm giving you sound evidence that The men not being in the house, whether it's a boy or a girl, is affecting the boys on a level where they are being degenerate and the young girls is moving on to get higher education. When they're in the same exact school, the girls are doing well in school and the black boys are not doing so well in school. The same exact school.
So this is my point. This is what I'm saying. I agree. I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm just asking you, are we blaming the boys now? Because what you said was, the boys are in the same school, the girls are in the same school.
Ask me a question, you don't have to reiterate it. I'm blaming you. So men that think like you are the problem. Y'all are not understanding the effects that y'all are having on young men. When you're not clear-minded, when y'all don't have a clear path of thought patterns, when y'all going back and forth and being double-minded. This is why people like Diddy and Tory Lanez is a problem, right? I've just used them as an example, but it's plenty more, not just in the celebrity world, but in the regular world. Too many men are worshiping lust, degeneracy, and power. That's why they don't give a fuck about education. Instead, I be trying to tell men to get with the wave so we could all take those things, recalibrate our value system, and replace lust, degeneracy, and power with God, integrity, honor, leadership, accountability, and more things as well. But we could start there because I cannot name too many clearly. The reason why I say those things, because lust is a driving force to objectify, manipulate, and destroy. And we see it happen all the time. While discipline, on the other hand, it leads to you building, protecting, and uplifting. That's what discipline does. And majority of the people that do go to school, the men from other communities that go to be in college skill level discipline of a sport, they usually just take that discipline and move it into the workforce. When majority of black young men, if they don't make it to the league, they just wither away because they didn't use it for that reason. They use the football, the sports thing for lust. They want to objectify, manipulate, and destroy. They're not trying to build themselves up so they can protect their legacy and uplift the community. This is why, so we got to get rid of degeneracy in our thinking patterns for men, especially. Because when you deal with degeneracy, you just do whatever feels good, no matter what the cost is. This is why people are smoking cigarettes, no matter how yellow their nails get. They smoking the cigarette because it makes them feel good. They don't care what the cost is. They don't care if it makes them
That's
stink.
not true.
You
But this whole thing, it's called addiction, sir. And that's what I'm saying. You have to start. Sometimes we do have to sit there and say, like, we can admit it's not just as simple as saying, I want to stop it. I'm not saying that doesn't play into it.
So KT to go. Did you smoke cigarettes today?
Yeah.
Have we came up with solutions that could stop you from smoking?
Nicotine patches, but I've already tried those. I'm not gonna lie. They give you it's still putting tobacco on your body and it give you a weird feeling like on my stomach, like throwing up shit. It doesn't matter. That's an excuse, right? I'm not gonna put no excuse. I've quit 3 times before and it was all cold turkey. And I would
quit if you got back into it. No, it was a suspension.
I mean, well, you don't quit nothing.
That wasn't retirement.
Let me just slide back.
Once you started, you don't never quit nothing. Then fuck it.
Well, yeah, if you had stopped smoking, then you would have quit. Like if you had stopped smoking the first time and you hadn't smoked since, you would have. You could say you quit, but you said you quit 3 times. That's not quitting. That's just
So I mean, if you haven't done that for a extended period of time,
man took a break and thinks he quit.
So again, right? So we see that you're doing what feels good. So again, we see that you are doing, this is degeneracy, right? You are doing what feels good instead of what you need to do. Because you're concerned about how it makes you feel. You don't care, of course, that's going to cost you your lungs, your throat, your fingernails, your smell, your hygiene. You don't care about none of that. You're like, hey, I'm going to smoke these no matter what because I tried. Hey, it is what it is. I can't do.
See, again, going back to talking about the reality of things versus how we want them to be. Like what you're talking about is how we want things to be. In reality, it is things that make you addictive. Nicotine is literally, you know, that's why they say it's bad. Nicotine. It destroys your body, and it literally has addictive factors. So it would be wild of us to say.
So the reason why you haven't quit is because it's difficult, right? That's what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I've extended stopped for extended periods and thought I quit.
Is it right? Because it's difficult. Again, this is what I'm saying. Degeneracy makes you do what feel good no matter the cost. Even though it's making you sicker, because it's difficult is the reason why you don't want to fully commit to quitting because of difficultness. That is the issue. And this is
I mean, that's life though. This is what I'm saying, going back to reality though.
And this is why we got to get men to understand that they got to get degeneracy out of their mindset because it's at the top of your value system. But honor, right?
What we need to do is give somebody a replacement instead of the same.
So now, if you had honor, you'll do what's right, even when it's hard. That's why I put degeneracy and honor together, right? Because degeneracy says do what makes you feel good, no matter the cost. Your cost is your health, your physical appearance. You said it's giving you yellow nails.
It hasn't. It's giving me one nail.
Those are two things.
God damn it.
Right, those are two things. It's still a cost, no matter what. Right, it's a cost. Those are two. You're doing what makes you feel good, no matter the cost. However, if you had honor, you would do what's right, even though it's hard. So, even though quitting is difficult, you'll still do it because it's right for you. So that's what honor will breathe in.
Listen,
right?
You have to give people replacements and not sayings.
And then now we keep on moving. The things that I'm attempting to push out there is ego versus accountability. Right now, you don't have no accountability.
You're not having no accountability because you're saying do what I say or you're incorrect. You're not factoring in actual humans. I don't know what type of. I'm trying to listen. Point out one honorable person who made no mistakes.
Accountability is I am accountable for my actions.
Yeah, all your actions.
You are not being accountable for your actions. You're telling us. You're literally right now telling us the reason why you are not quitting smoking, even though you know it's not good for you, is because it's difficult. That's not being accountable.
No, I just sat here and said I know I should stop. I've lived, so I don't know what more I mean, besides saying you need to just quit, right? That the accountability is there. Now the action upon the accountability is not there. But I don't drink. I don't smoke other shit. I have my own thing, so it's not like I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on, you don't smoke weed?
Not really anymore. I literally haven't been.
Do you smoke weed?
Nah, like in the last month or two, probably like 2 blunts.
So you say yes.
So you don't smoke weed. This is what I'm talking about. Accountability. This is how quickly. This is how easy it goes. This is how.
No, I mean, I'm going from a person who's smoking every day, 10 blunts a day, probably.
Hold on. This is how easily, right? This is how easily it goes from degeneracy to accountability.
Mm-hmm.
That's how quickly it go there.
I didn't say one time I quit. I said I'm trying to quit, and I've stopped, and I've gotten down from 10 blunts a day probably to 2 in a month. I'm not sitting there saying I'm saying that's my progression. That's what I'm accountable for. I'm on the path to doing that. So I mean, even down to that, that's all I'm saying. It's not. I can't point out somebody who's going to be the perfect example. And if we're trying to emulate ourselves or act as if we can be,
nobody's talking about being a perfect example of anything. We are talking about. This is confusing to him. Ain't nobody talking about being perfect. I don't know why you even brought up somebody being perfect.
It's escape.
I mean, because you try to you constantly point out this thing about smoking, or you'll try to point out the flaw in order to insist that.
Hold on, please. The reason why I point it out because that's something you can relate to. Right, I could have easily brought up running. I could easily brought that I worked out an hour today, but you don't do those things, so you cannot relate to that. So I brought up something that you can relate to, something that you yourself said you don't like the fact that you smoke. But so it's degeneracy because you do it anyway because it makes you feel good, even though at all costs it is causing things that is causing your health, it is causing you a physical appearance. So you're willing to do what you want to do that make you feel good at any cost. And I'm just giving you two costs, right? So this is what I'm saying. So
I'm bringing up the perfect thing because, like, where are you? How are we just excluding that this is a factually addictive thing? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I keep talking about.
Okay,
I'm bringing up factual things we can look up factually.
Okay. So nicotine has proven that it's not that addictive. It only takes 2 weeks to leave your body.
No. Nobody's asking about the level of addiction. and matter of fact, something leaving your body that has shit to do with the addiction rate. Cocaine gets out the body in 3 days.
So what are you addicted to? If you're not physically needing it, because addiction means that you physically need it. I thought I could be wrong. I could look up the definition, but it doesn't take.
It doesn't mean it. I don't think it has anything to do with physical, to be honest. But I may be wrong. I'm with you on there. I don't know the technical definition.
How you doing, Ambassador? Oh, he's not here.
Yeah, so it is the fact or a condition of being addicted to a particular substance, thing, or activity. So nicotine is the substance that you are claiming that you are addicted to.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore,
my body does have some addiction to it. I agree.
So that substance leaves your body in about 10 days. Mm-hmm. So it's not some kind of difficult substance to get out of your body. It is not heroin. Mm-hmm. So,
but yeah, even I think heroin would be a good example. Like you said, heroin gets out your body.
No.
Doesn't mean it doesn't have the effects of addiction going on after that.
No. So what I'm saying is that even though you calling it an addiction, right, is an excuse for you.
Let me say the last time. Heroin getting at your body does not mean that the effects of the addiction are out of your body. You get that, right?
No, heroin doesn't actually leave your body. So that's why it doesn't. That's why I compared it to that one, right? Because heroin, that's why they created fentanyl, right? Because you gotta. Fentanyl is just heroin. It is.
Drug tests exist, right? Like I think heroin's also about 3 days. Heroin doesn't even go in your body. I mean, like you can literally pass a drug test. It's not in your body longer than weed. That's a fact. So I mean, this is all I'm pointing out again. The factual part. Something being at your body doesn't mean the effects are out of your body. That's why people die from maybe going cold turkey off the heroin and shit.
Right, because your body needs it, right?
Yeah, even after it leaves your body.
Right. So when nicotine leaves your body after those 10 days, your body don't need it. Okay. So now that we understand that, so that's why I compared this to it. So it's not as addictive as you think it is. So once nicotine leaves your body don't actually crave it the way how it would for something like heroin. So again, degenerate behavior. Why so many men like to deal with degenerate behavior, I have no idea. Why I like to defend it, I don't know. But that's the issue. This is why we have an issue with schooling with our young boys, because they make it seem like going to college is for girls. Reading, what? You at home reading? You better go outside and play some sports. What you at home reading that damn comic book for? They tell you all types of bullshit. So no, we're not trying to convince KT. We're trying to convince a different mindset and ideology so other people that is hearing this, they understand Yeah, we got to stop pushing out these same degenerate behaviors and thought patterns every fucking day. Because a lot of men are missing that point. But I don't know. I don't think, sometimes I just, you know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all, sometimes I just don't think people really want to have a real conversation. They just, I don't know. I don't get it at this point sometimes. It's draining. I don't know. It's weird. Good day, MJ. How you doing?
Hey, how are you doing? What's up, everyone?
Hello.
I'm
So,
disappointed.
KT, I wanted to speak to you a little bit
Yes,
in
ma'am.
reference to what you were saying earlier, man. When it comes down to the whole education part. Now, it seems to me that you just feel that when it comes down to black boys, they people have dropped the ball with them, correct? That's like your broad stance when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think we all dropped the ball. Yeah.
Okay. So one thing I will say is that what's being pushed out here most of the time when it comes down to black young men or boys is that they don't necessarily have to go to school, right? That they say that education in that way is not really needed to be successful. And they usually talk about how in the past where our ancestors or male ancestors didn't go to school, but they were still carpenters. They still knew how to build stuff. They still know how to do trade work, right? And that's where they reference where necessarily school is not ideal or that important for everyone. Correct? Can you agree with that?
I can agree with that.
Okay. So my thing is, if we have an understanding that a lot of the kids today are not being raised or being that innovative as our ancestors were, they naturally understood arithmetic, naturally understood calculus and physics, and they were able to create things without actually getting, I guess, what we would say professional training. Then why would masses of men convince the boys of today that they can take that same route? What do you think would be the reason why they would do that?
I mean, you said the reason why?
Yeah.
I don't really know, but I don't. That's what I'm saying. In terms of dropping the ball, I feel the biggest ball drop. And like again, I don't want to make it a man-woman thing, right? I'm just saying us black people in general. I think we didn't figure out what to give those boys next. I feel like for the female, like I said, I'm up here telling all of y'all, I think the black woman has been leading the black household since the 80s. Okay? I don't think niggas been in the league. We haven't. I come from a home with a single mother, and my single mother was living with my grandmother, whose husband had passed. So again, I don't. I have males and that was in my family and figures and things of that nature. But the people who were raising me and with my community, people I've seen throughout, most of them had single women. So I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I think but I do feel it is. I feel it's imperative that we still do try to teach them these things. Like we had to, or if we're not going to figure, either we have to teach them as our peoples did before. Okay, if you're not going to learn that education, we're going to have to teach you some physical things. But I just feel for the boys kind of, and that's why I was saying to Sharon, when the 80s came, I feel that even the government said, okay, we're going to invest in the female education maybe more. And just like I said, when the black man was in the lead, they said, all right, we're going to educate black men. And we not educating black women at all. And I feel slowly that's kind of the thing that's became now. Like, it's just.
Well, see here, I'm going to tell you why I disagree with that, right? And the reason why is that the government is all about having worker bees, more worker bees than actually having business owners and stuff like that. We see that it's playing out like that today, right? So there wasn't no real like agenda to educate women more than men, due to the simple fact is that if we have the government today already trying to remove women out of education, out of business roles, out of being entrepreneurs, out of the the office and stuff like that, then that would be backwards. You know what I'm saying? It would seem quite backwards to me that you're making a big push to bring women back into the household and not necessarily as being educated, but then saying that you want the women more educated so the men would not be educated. Like, men had access to education before women did, and black men had education, access to education before black women did. You see what I'm saying? What you have to, I think what you have to admit to yourself that at one point, I don't know what it is. This is something that men are going to have to figure it out. But at one point, you just felt that type of education is not necessary anymore. And you found other means that was beneficial to some, but not for all. Everybody can't be a top NBA player. Everybody can't be a top artist or a top celebrity or you name it, right? And I think that we just, to me personally, I just think that y'all lost the balance on how many people are going to be successful as entertainers and how many people should be successful as educators. Because we also have men out here who are calling themselves educators that's educating other men and other young men in certain things that they're interested in. So it's not like we don't have men who don't even consider themselves educators in our community. We do. However, they only have specific things that they want to educate on. Right? So that's the problem. You could turn on any channel and I could find 50 channels of men educating how to fucking swindle women. I can find 50 channels of men trying to educate other men how they can be the man or considered to be the alpha male and all this stuff, or try to be a switcher or streamer or whatever not, or we can find that. We can find men taking the position of education or educating masses of men, but there is only for specific things. So if you're not seeing that when it comes down to education, actual professional education, that is because that's not where your interest is in.
I would just like to point out, like, as I said from the beginning, right, when the men were in the lead, from the beginning, I have to say this, we do not choose how we're educated and what we are rewarded for. That is the government, men, white men. Okay. When they said, okay, you niggas is free, we're going to inform half of you niggas. The other half, you know what I'm saying? Y'all kind of stay in the position, whatever. And like I said, when the 80s came, because as you pointed out yourself, MJ, you don't need to be educated to do physical labor. And guess what? Your nigga back, your black nigga back, you're going to be a strong back nigga anyway. We ain't got to put no time, effort into none of that education shit because nigga, you're going to still be able to lift that shit better than them folks. So this is what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, KT. I just wanted to just say one thing. Even with manual labor, there is levels to this shit, right? You can be a manual laborer, and still be on the highest echelon of manual labor. You can be the manager who's working the construction, who's hiring the employees and stuff. You can be the one who deals with the who deals with the projects, like actually infrastructure,
but we don't
figuring
need most
out how
niggas to
things
be
is
that.
going to be set up and stuff. But see, this
But
see that I'm saying, like,
are
that's
most
still
people managers or laborers?
Like
Most
I
people
said,
are
you said
laborers.
manual labor. Right, but
I'm
this
just
is what I'm
saying,
trying to
most people
say.
are laborers.
Even a man.
We don't
Hold
train.
on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Even the jobs that deal with manual labor, managers and the ones who's like a part of like, you know, owning it and stuff like that, they still know how to do the basics of that job. Do you believe that? Yes or no?
Yeah, for sure. You must.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So even if you wanted to go that route, you don't have to just stay the one just picking up wood and putting it to a place that they tell you to put it, or knocking a nail where they tell you to knock a nail at. You can take it higher than
what I'm
that.
saying is, listen, regardless of what we about to say, emotionally feel, is it not more laborers than managers?
Oh my God.
We don't need people. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all kind of do this mixing, whereas I understand what we're saying the reality of it should be. We're talking about the actual work field. Most people are not managers. Most people are laborers. Most companies are not ran by the same amount of people that do the work.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. Okay. First of all, you wasn't even born in the time in which you say you feel things were. You claim that they then started educating women and jobs. Dude, that is so false. You don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't say that. I said women have been the head of the household since the 80s. Stop.
Yes, you said that too, but you also said that they started educating women, putting women's education on the forefront. That's what you said. And a lot of people in the chat was like, that's false, that's lies. I include myself. You're wrong about that. But let's back up a little bit. Because this ridiculous idea that you think a manual laborer is just somebody who's supposed to just be a robot. They go pick up this wood, bring it there. But you still have to have common sense. You still have to have knowledge. You still have to know how things are done.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much education that take?
It takes education. It depends on what job you're talking about. You the one who went to simple stick.
Common sense is common.
How many people in this community, in our Black community, pick up sticks? See, because we're not overrunning the construction companies. We're not out here being laborers like that on a massive, like you're trying to say.
No, I'm saying that's how the workforce works.
Okay, but now
this is how the economy works.
You need to back up a little bit.
Can you back up a
little bit? Do you agree that we might be mostly in kitchens than we are in construction sites?
Who, Black folk?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, Bomb. I'm not debating none of that. I'm just talking about this is how the economy works.
If you're not debating that, then why did you make it? We don't have to be educated in things. You know, if you're in that kitchen, you got to be educated on a lot of things.
Because I'm trying to explain. That's what I'm saying. Y'all jumping down my throat. Y'all ain't even really giving context. Now listen to me. I'm explaining that because I'm saying for the Black boys to be educated. I'm talking about why they're not educating those boys. Because we don't need you to be of high education or even take time, place matters. Because as you said yourself, it just takes common sense, which is something that you commonly pick up. That's all I'm talking about.
KT, but you're not listening though, KT. Yeah, you're not. You're making it seem like you're the one who's saying that they're not being educated. And that is not true. The education is out there. You're thinking small, but you want to put it onto other people.
Why do y'all get up here and say this every time? Black men can't read no more. Historical lows, writing, historical lows. These are not things that I'm just making up. Y'all get up here and portray and say these things all the time.
That's fine. We can make this real easy. KT, do you have a degree?
No.
Okay. How many colleges did you apply
to? 4.
Okay. Did you go to college?
Yeah, but I dropped out.
Okay. Why did you drop out? Was it because the teachers didn't pay you enough attention?
Nah, man, it ain't for me. I'll be honest with you.
Okay. So it's not a teacher thing. You're a perfect example of that, correct?
I would take that. No, because I actually got the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Like most people don't. I feel most people don't even actually get the opportunity.
Who doesn't have the opportunity
to understand how to do it properly?
Who doesn't have the opportunity to go to a community college?
I'm saying because you have a opportunity to go anywhere doesn't mean you have the education or understanding or somebody to show you how to even apply, attend, get in that school. Okay. Do your FAFSA, all of that stuff. People, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the education isn't there.
You can easily Google it. Correct.
People
But
do
when we
that.
talking about dumb boys,
who have you met that hasn't heard about community?
I mean, I don't know. AR, am I smoking dope? You get up here and watch them sit here.
Sure.
Okay, so do we not get up here and watch them talk about how stupid the black man is, how uneducated he is? Y'all all spew this rhetoric, and now you're trying to tell me I'm tripping or something. I'm not.
We're saying that you're tripping because you're making it seem like education isn't needed. You're the one who's saying that.
I'm saying it is very important, Bomb.
Okay,
what I'm saying is we can prove that it's not being provided.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So you saying we are down in black men, correct?
That's why I kept asking you, are you now blaming the boys? Because I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Are you saying that we down black men? Yes or no?
I'm guessing. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I guess we're both in a misunderstanding.
I'm asking you, do you believe we are downing black men? Yes or no?
No, not black men, maybe black boys.
And the reason why we are downing them is because we read a stat that says they are not reading at a third grade reading level. And you saying that because we read in that stat, that is downing them?
No, I'm saying because y'all saying that they're choosing to do that. You can't teach yourself. I brought up the educators. Y'all saying it ain't the educators. I brought up the scenarios. Y'all saying it ain't that. So y'all saying everything, but these niggas just don't want to learn.
No, what we're saying is that the male representations, they are telling the young men they don't need education.
No, that's what I'm saying. But the boys are, the kids are listening.
You're telling me something else again. I'm literally telling you what we are saying, and you telling me something else. I literally said men got to stop worshiping lust, degeneracy, and power. That's what men are teaching these young boys. That's why they go into gangbanging, football, rapping, selling drugs, right? Because there's lust, degeneracy, and power. All those things represent lust, degeneracy, and power, right? Drug dealing, degeneracy, power, lust, right? That's all in there. Football, what are they doing? We see what Stephon Diggs, who he's with right now, right? We see what's going on. We see them getting taken advantage of by women. That is what we see what's going on. It's about worshiping, lust, degeneracy, and power.
I said, yeah, I agree.
Okay, so why are you saying that we are bashing little boys?
Because that's what you're doing. You're literally saying it's nobody's fault but the boys. Because boys aren't going like, that's what I'm talking about. We're talking about kids in school. We're talking about kids in school, right, y'all? So these kids in school.
No, I'm saying niggas like you. You're making me use this word. You, men like you. I'm talking about men.
We're talking about education.
The education that you decided to jump out of. Remember that you had the opportunity to go to. You as a man made the decision not to be there. And we're saying that that's been going on for years, where other men have even been saying, yeah, you don't need that education. Oh, yeah, you don't need this. Oh, yeah. And then the women are the ones.
I understood what I wanted to do. That's what I'm saying. It's a difference. I'm not sitting there saying everything is for. I mean, everything isn't for everyone. Do things how you would like.
But what if education is for everyone? Just different types, right? Like you even said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. College is a different type of education.
No, listen. Yes, it's further education. That's all it is. But you can choose what you learn in college. Wow, y'all, it's weird. Because see, that's how I know when y'all lying, when y'all claim y'all went to college. Because see, when you start speaking as college as if it was, before lower education, right? Secondary education. When you start making it seem like, well, I had to take this class, that class. I don't really like that, but I had to take. And I'm like, no, honey, you could go and sign up for what the fuck you want, including that basket weaving classes that you men claim that these women got, right? So education is important, and that's what the message should be across the board. Now,
I think what education or who you get your information or education from is more important. Also, based on what
that's ridiculous because if they cross across somebody like you who gonna teach them some shit that you don't even know because you don't have the education, and that is the black community.
Well,
right?
I can't teach you that.
The black community is a group of people finding people who don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they're teaching them, and then bam, now the black man like yourself who claimed that you were saying that we need education, you was never saying that because you absolutely are saying
where did I say
that? When I said education is important, and then you started talking about, well, I think it's more important who you get educated by.
Yeah, is that not true? What the fuck? That's what I'm saying. Why is it
wrong? That's not necessarily true.
Okay, so if your family taught you 1 + 1 is 19, it's not bad because it was education, period. That's what I'm saying. Let's not do that. No, let's be honest.
The gaslighting that a slow ass nigga like you think you could pull on people is ridiculous. That's why people think you on the spectrum.
Man.
This is crazy. All he does is try to gaslight. Like earlier, I had to leave when Sharon was talking, and Sharon said, "Do you think touching a woman right without her permission?" And this nigga started talking about, "Oh no, that don't mean such." And then he started talking about because you might just grab a hand or touch on the shoulder. Like what, dude? You are. I don't know why they have long conversations with you, because you're dumb as a motherfucker, right?
This is why y'all just be saying shit but can't explain nothing. It always resorts to jokes and shit and a breakdown because y'all don't have actual explanations. It just be like I'm giving you facts, and then instead of y'all having any factual thing to retort with, it becomes a quick joke because that's the easy escape, right?
I don't like easy escapes. I got you, buddy. Okay, so earlier you said that the reason women or girls are doing better in school is because the women teaching them prefer them more because they're also women. So it was like a sexism thing, correct?
I feel so, yeah.
Okay, do you think
maybe a little bit? I would say it's also the government thing more or less. That's what I said earlier.
Do you think that the girls in the class are also gravitate towards what a woman teacher is saying because they relate more to them because they're also a female?
Yeah.
Okay, so when young boys are listening to these podcasts and they hear you and Bomb Cherry going back and forth, and Bomb Cherry is saying education is important no matter what, blah, blah, blah. And then you speak in abstracts talking about, well, yeah, it's important in some ways. Sometimes it's not, blah, blah, blah. But you never actually
it's more important about what you
shut the fuck up.
I mean, make the clear statement, man.
And you never
stop lying. Just repeat the words I'm saying.
Substantiate what you mean.
You never repeat the words I'm saying, so I can't substantiate some bullshit you made up.
So tell me when you substantiated what you meant by no education, depending on where you get it, blah, blah, blah.
No, I said education. Information is important based on who you get it from and where it's from.
Let's say I am correct and you said it a different way. Let's just say that's what happened for the sake of the argument. Let's just say I'm correct and you didn't actually say what you think you said or whatever. If a young man is listening to this, because he is a man, by your admission, he would gravitate towards what you're saying more because he relates more with you, correct?
You said a man, possibly.
What the hell? Didn't he say
yes, exactly. Thank you. It's when it's a woman, it's a certain thing, but then when we talk about men, it's another. This is the point. And this is why I was calling the dude yesterday.
Yeah, you said a man. You said if another man is listening.
You are pathetic.
You said if another man is listening. Do you remember what you just said?
A young man or a boy. You knew what I was
saying. But you said no, you didn't say young man. You said if another man is listening. So thank you. Before you get into your insults, before you get into your insult, no, because children don't really get into these topics because they're not thinking about this shit.
If a young man in high school, 14 years old, is listening, he's not going to gravitate to what you're saying more.
No, he's not even going to listen.
But a 14-year-old girl in school is going to gravitate more towards teacher because she's a female.
A teacher in school teaching you education.
But a young man that has.
This is what you're taught to. Hey, this is what you're taught. Look at that person. That's like an officer.
So
a teacher is like an officer. It's a beloved thing within the community.
You're telling me that Speed.
You're not saying a podcaster is on the level of a teacher.
You're telling us that Speed and Kai Cenat do not have a huge following from young men and boys.
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling us?
Kai Cenat already has his own university right now where he's taking black young males and teaching them how to stream and all that tech stuff right now.
So, so you admit that the young boys and these young men do follow,
and they're listening to with Castaneda and them are young men. They came up as young men, right?
So they still.
Speed been out here doing it since he was 14. Castaneda also. So don't act like they're not listening. They're listening to some grown men like fucking Angry Man or something. No, stop doing that bullshit.
Nobody mentioned that. You the one who would like to give these.
Where did I mention anything? All I'm saying is these kids, those are kids following kids.
Now you mentioned Angry Man. Listen, I told y'all this dude on the spectrum, right? He's one of them people like
these are kids. He brought up kids, and we're talking about men.
No,
I'm on the spectrum. But he brought up examples of kids instead about the big followings with kids.
You need a person to repeat you word for word. You also need a person. You can't understand the conversation at hand if they say kids instead of young boys, or they say men.
No, it's a difference,
right?
Mom.
They say men. No, listen,
it's
but
the word. This
dude,
kid
gotta
mean
be
man.
around the conversation we're having.
No, it's not around the conversation. Y'all need to properly need to learn how to place your word if that's the case. You cannot sit here and say man, and I'm talking about a female, and just say because I was thinking female, that's what I meant, and that's what it should be accepted for. He said a young. If he said, he said a man. If a man listens to you, is that not the same thing? That's the same thing as a girl, a boy.
You're not smart enough to gaslight people. Like you just sound like an idiot, dude.
Yeah, y'all just not smart. You're so, no offense. Y'all seem to be so sometimes. Y'all just seem to be so low level. Y'all now assume that just saying something is now gaslighting. I never gaslight. I never said. Y'all don't even explain how I tried to gaslight. I just said it, a factual thing, and that's somehow gaslighting.
Do young men and boys listen to podcasts? Do they come on YouTube and listen to people? Okay.
Yes.
Do you think that there could be some of them in this channel listening?
Yes.
Okay. So by your admission earlier, in the classroom, young women will listen to a female teacher more because they relate more because they are female. So those young men and those young boys that are listening to this podcast right now, that you admit are listening or could be listening, are listening to you and Bomb Cherry go back and forth. Bomb Cherry is saying education is important no matter what. You are saying it's important sometimes. It depends on who's teaching it. Blah,
no,
blah,
I'm
blah.
not. I'm saying it's important. It's more important to make sure it's reliable information, good information.
So did you or did you not say that it depends on who's teaching it?
No, I said depends on where you're getting your information from.
So you didn't say.
Like, are you asking me when I just repeated it's the Bomb Cherry? Like, because that's what I'm saying. If you're going somewhere else, I don't.
Again, you're not. You said you went to school, but it just wasn't for you. Blah blah blah. You didn't actually substantiate anything. You didn't say, "Oh well, I realized that I was in school."
Okay, thank you.
Blah, blah,
y'all cut me off. I stopped.
So
I said I was explaining, and then y'all cut me off like you're doing now. So I can never substantiate anything.
Don't care. So
maybe exactly. That's why you're just going to keep talking bullshit, but won't allow me to substantiate. It wasn't for me.
Yeah. Amen. Appreciate you, sir.
It's an issue. This is why I attempt to have conversation with men, because I don't think a lot of men realize how or where they at communication wise.
Bottom line is,
I just want to
get your damn education. Sorry, Bomb. I'm sorry.
No, I'm okay. Go ahead, sis.
Get your damn education, okay? I don't care if it's formal or informal. Get something under your belt. It's going to help you. It's going to just make you more cultured, right? And you can decide, but that's just what that's just what it is. Like, some people just think that they know anything, and once you feel that you don't have nothing else to learn, you're lost, because you're always learning every single day while you're walking on this earth. And I'm sorry, KT, we had the same access to education, men and women, and men had it first. So it's you, okay? You say that people are dropping in the ball when it comes down to Black boys and stuff like that, but I have a Black son. I have a son, and my son is literally, he's skipping 1 grade and going to high school, and he's in 7th grade, okay? And I have a graduation to go to for my other son, who is my godson, who's graduating from the top NYU school for computer engineering. and they're both from
Congratulations.
single moms. So
Congrats.
again, no excuse. It's it's what you're instilling in these kids. Is sports more important or is education more important? That's all I have to say about that.
I
mean,
see, you ain't gotta
wait a minute.
talk.
I just want to say, I've been here
I mean,
on
you're
the
speaking
internet.
to me.
I've been on the internet for a very long time, and in this manosphere space. And since Sharon has started his channel and actually the men and women could come up and have conversations, I've learned that y'all are in the worst position than I even imagined. You know what I mean? Like, because in having conversations, y'all don't know the meaning of words. When y'all claim that y'all read something and even give us the link to it, what you claim that it says, it doesn't say. And you should be bolstering everywhere, nothing but education to every boy, all of our sons, black, white, and everybody. But let's talk about our community. We should be saying nothing but get your education, right? And they'll determine as they get older, they'll determine what they want to follow, right? And then, even then, whatever they want to follow, it shouldn't be how they feel about it. They should educate themselves on it so they can become the best. But what I've heard men say is, well, you don't need your education. You could just figure it out. Or somebody can tell you to go pick up some sticks over there and bring them here. And you ain't going to never be the manager because you're going to always just be the gopher. And they got to tell you what to do like a baby. You know what I mean? I don't have to tell my grandson when he comes in the house to take off his shoes anymore. We taught him that when he was very young, and now he could do it because he got a brain, right? But KC is saying, well, you don't have to go get educated because most of us are just gophers. How you going to succeed in life? Like, how you going to build?
I just don't get how y'all keep saying these things, and I'm never saying those things.
Correct.
I said that factually proven we're at low rates. The kids are in school.
Hold on. The reason why is because your words mean something. We comprehend what you are saying. And for some reason, a lot of men that get on this page, y'all don't comprehend what y'all are actually saying.
No, what it is a lot of y'all seem to have these preconceived notions. And then y'all say, well, you said something similar to what I heard that person say. Therefore, you're that same type of person. And you're not taking the words I'm saying at all. Y'all saying this is what I got out of your words. And I said very clearly, these are boys who are undereducated right now. Right now. We're not talking about some make-believe fairy tale shit. This is something happening right now. Those kids,
all right,
you're right. All those kids are in the same class.
Okay, hold on. You're repeating yourself. Okay, so
because y'all act like y'all didn't hear this the first time. So that's the only reason I'm doing that. But let me finish, please. They're in the same class at the same time.
Right. So the black boys and the black girls in a class at the same time. So what's your excuse for that?
So if everyone's in the class at the same time, and it's not on you as a person to teach and educate yourself as a child. I mean, as a child, we send them there because they're supposed to get their education from there while we're working.
You're missing the question.
So who's to educate them if they're not getting properly educated? Is that the parents' fault or is it the teacher's fault?
Hold on, you're forgetting what I'm asking you. If the boys and the girls are in the same classroom with the same teacher, but the girls are getting they are seeming to do
it's the
better.
Teacher's fault.
How is that the teacher's fault?
Because the teacher teaches.
All right.
None of those kids get up and teach the class, do they?
If the only difference of the people that didn't get the lesson was the gender, how is that the teacher's fault?
You said what?
You saying the gender is the only difference, correct? That's the boys is just not getting it.
No, I've said this very clearly. If it's 45 minutes in a time period and it's 20 kids in a class, you can't that's 2 minutes per student, basically.
Right.
You can't. Okay. So you're going to pick your favorites.
Even with that being said, you saying that the teachers are only choosing the females to be their favorites?
No, I'm not saying only. No. Sometimes, yeah, they got a boy they might like in particular. I'm just saying this is on the regular. Yes, like I think this.
I'm trying to just have a conversation with you. Calm down. I'm asking you if they both in the same classes. We talking about all across America.
The teacher.
But the men are doing worse than the women in all across America. You're saying that's strictly because of the teachers?
Yes, or at least the majority. Yes, who else is teaching the class? I'm confused. If the teacher's teaching something and your student doesn't understand, that's on the student,
so
not the teacher.
So it is on the outside influences that are teaching these young men to forget about education.
You're with your teacher more than you even have the ability to be outside influenced.
Right. So who got more influence on kids, the teacher or outside entities?
I would say peers and teachers, because that's who they're spending most of the day with.
So you are telling me that majority of the game bangers learning from who?
Somebody they know.
Okay, so not a teacher. Okay, so that's one, not a teacher.
No, they're not learning it from a teacher. Okay, majority of people aren't gangbangers.
Okay, so now the majority of rappers, they are learning it from who? Outside sources or teachers?
Oh no, school definitely that teaches you also. I mean,
so school teaches you how to rap.
Yeah, Ninth Wonder is literally a professor at NC State, I believe, or UNC. One of them.
Okay, we're talking about kids. I thought you were talking about kids. So are you talking about kids? Or
we're talking about education, studying. They don't teach you band. They don't teach you music.
Are you not?
You're not taught music class anymore or something. Am I tripping?
So that person that you're talking about, he's teaching music or he's teaching people how to be rappers?
No, I mean they teach us music, but whatever form, that's a form of music. If that's something that you say you like, they embrace what you like.
Ask you again. Are people that wanting to be rappers, are they getting taught that from teachers or outside sources?
All right, I'm gonna get you guys some more water right now.
Some. Outside source more than anything, though.
Okay, outside source. Thank you. When people are learning how to be sports players, no matter what sport it is, baseball, football, blah, blah, blah. Are they learning?
Definitely teachers. Teachers just as much.
Are they learning how to be football players from teachers or from outside sources?
Teachers.
That's right. That's right.
Teachers?
Yeah, teachers.
Ishmael.
Yeah, we're talking about school here. If you're playing a school sport like football, your PE teacher is probably the head coach. So yeah, that's still a teacher, and that's definitely the person that you're going to say he keeps you out the neighborhood. Listen to that guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't think sports definitely. Sports are made in school. It's the teachers and the coaches pushing them. I mean, your family's also going to support you, but I mean, and it also benefits the school for y'all to sell tickets as a good team. I mean,
They don't sell tickets at high school.
What are we doing drugs here? Have you seen Texas high school football? Anybody?
They charge tickets there?
Yes. How do you think they get the fuck in? How do you think they afford to? What the hell?
They charge them at some places.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Well, maybe you're right because I'm from North Carolina. I'm gonna say in North Carolina they definitely charge us high school basketball and football
for sure.
Yeah.
Students don't get charged, but if you are not a student,
yeah, like regular people, I would say yeah.
Okay, so we got. You know what? Even though I don't believe teachers are the main ones teaching sports, I'll leave it. Because I don't think it's worth the argument.
I don't know. It's to me. I'm sorry, Sharon. I was just gonna say KT is advocating for all young boys to go to a boarding school. It seemed like they have to go to a strict boarding school where they can learn discipline, because that's what it seems like. That's the big issue. They don't have discipline when it comes down to education. They have discipline and determination when it's kicking a ball or shooting a hoop or things of that sort, but because they don't find education fun, necessarily fun or entertaining, that they have no discipline in that. And I don't think that that's all boys. I just think that a lot of older men who have that mindset is teaching younger boys or younger men that that's how they're supposed to feel about education. Y'all don't even give these young men a chance to see whether or not if they like fucking science and math, but yet y'all are the ones who created fucking science and math. Make shit make sense. It doesn't make sense.
I wish that you would. I wish I would really
give them a chance. Give them a chance to actually like something else outside of what you think is masculine. Y'all don't even find education masculine. Going back to what Sharon said, Y'all make it seem like that's a female thing, a female trait, because we have to quote unquote do better or make ourselves feel more important and shit. No.
Yeah, a lot of men,
I've
they try to
never
make
heard
it
it.
seem like because women are more listen to people because they follow directions, and that's why women doing better in school. Shut your dumb ass up. That don't got nothing to do with anything. Education is not feminine, and this is what a lot of the rhetoric is going towards. KT don't recognize that he's saying the same similar rhetoric. This is the reason why he
I
believes
think
that
y'all don't recognize that y'all just
because I
don't
said your
lumber
name
me in the
doesn't mean that you
category.
just because I say your name doesn't mean you cut me off. You understand that, KT? Like just because
Well,
I said your name,
everybody be able to be understood and you know clarify if you making an incorrect statement towards them. However, let
I'm
your
not making an
propaganda be
incorrect
spread from
statement
you.
towards you. You said yourself that the young girls are doing better in school. I ain't say nothing incorrect.
That wasn't what you just said when I.
That was what I said. You just heard your
All
name
right.
and started talking.
All right.
Go ahead, LA.
All right. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good day to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. Hope everybody's having a productive day. I've been listening for a while. I guess I'll just start off with I disagree with I guess the opinion that it's the teachers over the parents' fault if the student isn't, like, I guess, excelling or, I guess things of that nature. It's about exposure, part of it. You know what I mean? You got to expose your kids to and emphasize that reading, spending quiet time, sitting down and dedicating towards something is a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Certain things are just they start at home. And it's not the teacher's responsibility if your child is being fidgety and being disruptive to the class or whatever the case might be, because sometimes that's what it is. It doesn't have anything to do with how much attention they are getting. I have sat in my kids' classrooms, like, and any parent can do this. You can just send a request, you know what I'm saying? And also talk to your kids, ask them how things are going. You know what I'm saying? I've seen parents empower themselves. If something was going on, they will move their kid to a different teacher's classroom, or they will move them to a whole nother school. Like, there's permissive transfers. You can do that. You might have to drive your kids in and out, but it's not all up to the teachers, man. Like I said, I've witnessed this stuff, and it's pretty brutal. You know what I'm saying? What they have to go through. Not only just having to focus all those different personalities to focus on something that is like required by the county, the state, for them to know. I mean, you've heard of, well, in Georgia, they have milestone tests. They just basically just track the kids to see also how well the teachers are doing. Because if they're not, if the information isn't sticking, then the board of education, whoever will take a look at the teacher if it's a chronic thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's checks and balances. But if there's something that's going on, you need to be like, okay, well, let me see how you doing with this subject, with that subject, or whatever. And if there needs to be a little bit more reinforcement, then that's when you take the time out at the crib afterwards, and also just reinforce the importance of respecting the teacher, listening as much as they can, and just being quiet. You know what I'm saying? If they, like I said, if they have different deficits or whatever, then you can get them tested. You can put them into special programs or whatever, but I don't believe in blaming the teachers. I don't agree with that. I'll just start there. Y'all said a lot, though. A lot of good
I just
points.
want to say that yes, in some instances, we can blame the teachers. Okay. Now, if the parent is sending the kid to school, then I guess we have a lot of teachers who ain't shit. Just let's be honest. Okay. But I'm not because the conversation kind of seemed like it take a switch right now, right? Because what we telling him is that yes, young men, us as parents need to we have to advocate for education. We send our kids to school. We let them know, yeah, go have a great day, learn. I'm always telling my grandson, you're so intelligent. Yes, learn everything, baby. Look how great you are. You're doing such a great job. I'm not telling him he's handsome. Oh, you're so handsome. Oh, I'm letting him know when he do something very smart, when he learn it, when he take the initiative and do it, right? And do it correctly. That's how you start. But by the time they get to school, if we have taught our kids to go to school and learn about education, now it's up to the teachers to do their job. Unfortunately, in our society, we have, depending on what grade we talk about, they only teaching our kids how to pass tests. And they're cramming that in, right? Well, if you're not sure what the answer is, go with C, because maybe possibly, C might work for you. And that's what, when people complain about the teachers, and some of the teachers really not there to teach anything. You know what I mean? So I think it's a little bit of, it could be all of those things. It could be a bad parent who thought they shouldn't start teaching the kids because they waited to them to get in kindergarten. You know what I mean? You waited for your kid to get in kindergarten to teach them the ABCs? That's ridiculous.
Crazy. No, listen, Brom, I just want to say we're not actually arguing different points. I'm with you don't understand. I'm not against education. I'm really not against education. I'm for education very much. I'm for proper education. That's the only thing I can argue for.
Okay,
so
tell the men and the boys listening right now what you want to say about them and education. Talk to them and let them know what you want, what your opinion is, and be substantiate what you're saying instead of speaking in abstract.
Yeah, I would say homeschooling would be your best bet. I don't have the answer for every person as an individual, so I can't sit there and correctly just talk to your story. I mean, give anybody personal advice. This is how you get out of it. I'm just saying, though, I believe that will be best. And I'm gonna say I do it for my boys. I've already done it for my children.
I'm gonna give you another chance.
I would say homeschooling.
Kids can't homeschool themselves, so I'm gonna give you another chance. Another take. Ready, set, go.
Yeah, I can't teach a child how to be a child. I'm not trying to. Okay, I'm just talking about what we can do is the leadership for the children.
Let me ask you this, because you just said something. You said homeschooling. Can you homeschool your kids?
Yeah, I've already. Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I can homeschool my kids. I've done it last year. We had to reinstate him this year, but
okay. Yeah. What grade are they in? What grade?
Fifth.
Okay, so right now, so you're smarter than a fifth grader. So if I gave you a math equation that I know fifth graders should know right now, you could give me the answer.
You don't want me to. I don't want to sit here and lie. You might pull out some shit about the algebraic equation of the root of 15. No, I don't know.
Even a fifth grader would know.
Yeah, that a fifth grader
you won't be surprised if the fifth graders is getting taught. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know what.
You're the one teaching.
Well, you're the one teaching them. Oh my God! What just happened just now?
Yeah, no. So are we now? Now are we just sitting here saying that the kids and this woman in LA said Georgia has one of the best education standards in America?
I didn't say that. I said that they have a standardized testing system.
No, I'm saying you were talking about Georgia. I'm just saying Georgia factually, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. Y'all have one of the best education ratings in America, right?
Certain areas better than others.
All right. Well, I'm just saying. I know on a full overall scale, it's many states not competing with Georgia. Not even close. If I'm not mistaken, last time I looked up, it was like y'all, Cali, Texas are damn near on the same level.
It's also expensive for a single mother, but hey, like I said, that's one.
I'm not arguing against single mothers or anything. That's what I'm saying.
No. Just hold on. No, because even before, and I agree, Bon Cherry, you know what I'm saying? There's not always good teachers, but like I said, that's when you as a parent, you start putting your antennas up. You start sitting in and observing the actual class, because they're not just going to straighten up in one day when you sit in there, you know what I'm saying? They're going to be pretty, you're going to see a slip, or like I said, you listen to your kid, and that's when you come in and you advocate for your kid, because a lot of kids, they just feel like if they're in school, they don't have no choices. I have to sit here. This is my class. No, you can get them moved, but there are
Hey.
sacrifices that you got to make, and being active is one of them.
Hey, LA. All I know is this: whenever I heard somebody getting bit, I know who the biter is. That's all I'm saying.
I would like to give KT
Say
a fair
this.
try at this.
I want to say this about the homeschooling situation, right? I know that that everybody look at it as a positive, and it is a positive, but that takes work. Okay, you really got to be invested to do that. Okay, you cannot half step doing homeschool. It's hard work. You're gonna have to go out there and study things that you don't know to make sure that you can guide them in the proper way when you're teaching them. And then you also have to create your own tests. You have to have your own curriculum, and depending on what state you're
Well, they
in,
give you some of it.
you're gonna have to send that to the Department of Education so they know why your children is not in school. Trust me, I did homeschooling throughout the whole pandemic. Okay, and I also taught and helped other children who needed that had to stay home at that time. It's not a game, right? So if you're not really invested in that, or you have a job where you're going to have to really, take 9 hours out to focus on, making sure that you can keep a roof over your head, and you can't do it the way that you do it, then no, you just have to be more active and involved with the school system. And like LA said, if your child is messing up, go to the goddamn class, sit down and see how they acting in that class. See how the teacher is performing. Is she not paying attention to your child? Is she not really giving them directions and stuff like that? You have to know what's going on in the classroom with your kid. That is your responsibility as a parent, and you can question it, you can move her, you can transfer, you do whatever you have to do. But if you know that there's issues going on with your child getting the education, whether it's down to bullying or whatever not, and you're not doing what you're supposed to do to put them in an environment where they feel safe to learn, then that's a you problem as a parent.
And also, a lot of people don't know. Also, with homeschool, they got homeschool basketball teams, football teams, and all that thing. So your kid can still absolutely be a part of sports.
That is awesome.
A lot of things people don't know. Your local library hosts homeschooling events every day.
Yes. Me and my son used to go all the time. Yeah, they're good.
Every day. So if you having struggles figuring out, is plenty of help. You just look up homeschooling groups online. It is plenty of homeschooling
curriculum
where you could go and like your kids could go hang out with other kids that is homeschool as well. Places like trampoline parks and those type of places, they are open up during school hours. You get a heavy discount because your kids is going to be the only people in there.
Yeah, and it's also to keep the kids to still have like a social environment, because that's what a lot of people are afraid of with the homeschooling, that they won't know how to interact with other kids their age. And so you have to look out for those events. Yeah.
And what it really is what you find. What I found with homeschooling is that your kids actually get better at being social because they tend to be with other children that have the same interests. So it's easier for them to communicate with each other rather than just forcing the kid that's biting every goddamn body that look like KT ass.
Oh no, my kids is great.
I ain't saying that about your children.
And my kids look just like me. I'm just saying that kid looking like KT not gonna act like that.
I ain't saying nothing.
That kid looking like KT probably thinking a little bit deeper because he wouldn't even judge a man off how he look. That's neither here nor there.
You said the other day that you get pulled over by the cops like 4 times every week.
Yeah. What does that have to do with me making a judgment?
Based off of how you look.
Huh? What does that have to do with me judging people? Huh? Exactly. You got to be faster than that, AR. Hey, my young bro.
So, it is a difficult thing, and you can also, to simplify, you can download your local school's curriculum to teach at home as well. If you can't figure out a curriculum for your child, so you can download it from the school itself and teach them that. And your children still got to take the standardized test as well to go to the next grade. Or you got to get them assessed by a certified teacher to assess where they at with they reading.
I just want to say real quick, I feel that I'm okay with that, making the sacrifice, and I feel everybody should be. This is what I'm talking about, the adult thing, right? Like fuck male, female, just the adult thing. I feel like I'm not going to put my child's best interest in a teacher's hands. I'm not saying that they aren't qualified. I'm just saying, as y'all was just saying, there's many avenues, outlets, and things we can use to basically give those kids the same thing that those teachers would. And I will take it upon myself. Me personally, I have no problem taking it upon myself to do those things to ensure my child is in good position. Because I do understand.
Why you're lying?
You said what?
You just said you enrolled your kid in school this year. So shut up.
Yeah. You're
not willing to do whatever it takes.
How long did you homeschool?
A year.
2 years. No, I said it was the year before last when I was homeschooling. He's in 5th now.
Okay, so
from
the original question had nothing to do with homeschooling. I asked you to set the record straight for the young boys and the young men that are listening.
I just told you I'm not talking to the young boys because I don't think most young boys are listening. If those who are, I'm not talking to them. I'm speaking to the parents of the young boys.
That's great. You said, I asked the question, what you would want to say to these kids, because we said what you're saying, the way they're going to take it or where they may take it is education, secondary education is not really that important. Do whatever you want, blah, blah, blah. You said you're not saying that. We're putting words in your mouth. So for those that are listening, which you admitted that there are some listening or could be some listening earlier, so you don't have to backtrack yet again. What would you say to those kids?
Yeah, I'm not.
And homeschooling is not the answer because they can't homeschool themselves.
Speaking to the kids, because I'm not. I never said shit about the kids themselves. Like talking in terms of me talking to the kids, as you said, Casanat and them are their kids talking to kids. It's not. It's very rare that children are seeking adults.
All right, so he's not going to answer. AR. So this is what MJ was talking about earlier. Is that so we see men who are willing to teach. But they ain't willing to teach the shit that matters is the issue. They willing to teach you how to do a stream. They willing to teach you how to do gambling. Hey, this is how you gamble properly. Well,
they want to be role models. It's simple. Go to school, get your education. That's all KT had to say is, my message to young kids would be stay in school, get your education, do the best you can with what
my message you said I cannot say it was homeschool.
Yeah,
let's get homeschooled. Now you're saying go to school and get an education. I said go to homeschool. I mean get homeschooled.
So again, so KT,
and you say no, that's not viable.
Hold on, KT. He asked you about parents. Kids cannot homeschool themselves.
Yeah, when he first asked, I said you should get homeschooled. And he said you cannot tell them homeschool.
First answered, you did not.
Kids can't enroll themselves in school, but y'all talking about school, right? Exactly. I'm done. That's what I'm saying. It's wild rhetorical shit y'all be asking, but whatever.
No, KT, you're not understand. So if he says, AR, what would you say to any possible young man listening? What would you say to them about education?
I would say stay in school, do the best you can with what you're given. You can't. Not everybody can be homeschooled, especially if you have a single mom raising you that's working 1 or 2 jobs all the time. They cannot homeschool you. With what you're presented, I know the school might not be that great, but pay attention in school. Try to read outside of it if you can, and stay focused and do the best you can, and things will get better.
Now
that would be my answer to young kids. But you can't even do that. So you're pathetic. You're pathetic.
So you're so pathetic. You can just say some shit we've been saying since the fucking 50s. Hey, we've been telling each other, do right and apply yourself for a very long time. How's that going for you, brother?
You're fucking pathetic.
How that's going for you, Gene?
How are you a grown ass man?
Hey, keep it real with you. It's about that time you really need to get quiet and go wash some dishes for your lady get on you, cuz.
I still got.
But this is the type of person that calls somebody pathetic. Come on, man.
I got 2 hours before she gets.
Yeah, I know. You on that schedule though.
We good. And you the
type of person trying to call somebody.
But guess what? You got 2 hours until you get saved.
What schedule I'm on? Besides pick my son up from the bus stop.
So
what schedule I'm on, baby?
And you homeschool him. You forgot.
You said I'm going to school.
Yeah, I said you homeschool him. Didn't you say that?
No, I just said my oldest child. He's in school this year.
Okay, and your wife is at work?
No, she's sleeping.
So who works?
We both work. Yeah, she does. She does daily. She works as a waitress.
Y'all not saving him. This is the problem. That
no, y'all don't have. It's nothing to save from.
Yeah, shut up. This is the problem that they talk about in the black community with black men. is that
the fuck are
you
about?
are the epitome of the problem. You are a poster boy for that
bro.
problem.
You're literally
You can't even tell.
nothing of success. You don't have a family. You don't have much of anything, but you're saying talking about what somebody is.
You are a coward. You have no backbone.
Coward of what? You the one who kept running all day long. Since you got up here,
what would you say to the young men
AKT, let me argue with you because I'm feeling emotional when I woke up.
You're a coward.
Your first thing you said up here was let me argue with somebody. And you're talking about somebody emotional.
I'm not going to talk to them because
I'm answering everything you're asking. You just keep getting emotional about it.
You're not answering. I asked you.
I've answered everything. So when you first asked, did I not say get homeschooled right now? And then your reply was, well, you should tell them to stay in school.
We know that homeschool is not possible for a kid to do themselves. So they cannot do this. So what would you tell them to do with what they have?
It's not possible for them to do by themselves, right? Do you go to school and teach yourself, genius? Exactly. But you're just saying stupid shit.
Do you understand? I don't know what's going on right
now. Bonche, do you understand that he's telling me I can't tell kids the best thing you can do for yourself is get homeschooled? But his reply is go to school.
Did you hear him ask you, what would you give good advice to the young men if they was watching, or the young boys, right?
I started off by saying, get homeschooled.
Wait, but yes, you told him to get homeschooled, and yet your son is not getting homeschooled this year.
Yeah, this 1 year, and this is literally halfway through
this 1 year. You said
we just enrolled him in January.
Wait a minute. I don't know why you think overspeaking people make your point. It doesn't, and everybody hear you. So you're gonna tell the kids to get homeschooled, and yet you not homeschooling your son. And then you
for the last 2 years I have.
Wait a minute. Okay, so
for half a school year,
wait a minute. Listen, I don't know. Look, we know how to add, baby. If he's in 5th grade, you only did it for 2 years. You're not even doing it this year. So what about the other years? Why would you tell other children to get homeschooled as if it's their choice? As if they could come home to mom and dad and say, Mom and Dad, I heard that homeschooling is the best. Take me out and homeschool me. Everybody's parent, and I proved that with you earlier. If I give you wait a minute. If I give you a fraction that I know a 5th grader will know, will you know what it means? Right now, if I wrote it down. Do you know fractions?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
You know fraction?
Yeah, that's why I say possibly, yeah.
So give me 2 ways of what 1.5 mean. Write it down for me. Show me what 1.5 besides just 1.5. What are some other ways you could write 1.5? 1.5, motherfucker. 1.5. What does 1.5 look like written in different forms? Show me. Like, I'm gonna give you an example of tell me what you think 1.5 look like. Give me one. Like if I said 1.5, right? Like that.
1/1/2, 1.5. I mean, what?
Okay, 1.5. And what else? Give me one.
And 1 and 1/2. Like the number 1 and 1/2.
Okay, 1.5, and not. What about centimeters, millimeters?
I mean, you just probably give you 2. I said one.
I gave you one of them. I gave you one, and so give me one more. Give me another. And don't be looking it up on your phone, baby. Look, we're not done.
I'm not. I mean, you didn't even give me that. I just was coming off there. I mean, that's the obvious. I don't really know.
But so that's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm not trying to say that you're not smart, right? That's not my point. Okay, but my point is everybody not going to be able to educate, even if they had the time. Like, I know I wouldn't be able to go. Like,
that's what I'm saying. You can't get the curriculum.
Wait, can I? Even I, with a 5th grader, with the mathematics that they're learning today, I don't think you know what I mean, will be able to teach it. And nothing wrong with that. I'm not ashamed. I'm just being honest. So they're gonna be, and definitely with history. Now I love history. You know, I might be able to educate because I've been getting into that in the last 5 years. But there's a lot of things.
That's where I'm at.
Okay, but cool. But see, my point isn't about me not knowing, you not knowing certain things. It's about teachers go to school to educate, to learn how to teach in various ways. And you just telling people to tell the kids, go tell your mom to homeschool you. It's ridiculous. Why? What you just tell them, hey, go to school and get all the knowledge you can, because it's going to help you when you get older. If you want to chase that bag, you need that knowledge. Like, there's a lot of things that AR asked you. What would you tell the young men or boys, right? Because you like to play with words. The young people, how about that? What would you say to them? And you said you're not talking to them.
No, because check bomb. Listen, he said, what would you say to the boys? I say, I will first start off by saying, get homeschooled. And then he instantly said, you can't use that. Cut me off. Everybody got here, started talking. Now, when he comes back, he says, what I would tell those young boys is go to school. So that's what I'm saying. It started off with him saying, I cannot use
this is why, KT, this is why people ask you, and they're not trying to insult you when they ask you this, but they ask you.
Nobody's ever asked me this, but maybe
you're right. They
now.
just call you. You're right. They're not trying to insult. They're making an observation.
Like, besides the real, like in the actuality,
it's not really.
I've never heard more insult in my life than on
that's fine.
The internet.
That's fine. Yeah, that's always going to be the case.
We all agree it's a bold place.
Everybody.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that makes like people talk the way they talk on the internet. They're probably not going to do it in real life. But the reason people call you stupid
not here
isn't
to
to
insult anybody.
Yeah,
I promise.
Sometimes I am, and right now I kind of am. So
Sometimes
KT,
I am.
it's not really an insult.
No, you always are, AR, because you're a hurt little guy, low-key.
Okay,
that's why you hopped up here talking about I'm coming to argue, make arguments, and you returned. Where everybody go?
I don't even know what you're talking about right now. So the observation they make when they call you stupid is because you say something like, well, are you telling them they can't enroll in school themselves either? We know that the vast majority of children, of these young men and these kids are in school. So we know they're already in school. We don't have to tell them to go enroll in school because we know they're in school. So for them to get homeschooled, that's an extra step they would have to take that they can't do. They don't have to do anything to be enrolled in school because they already are. So we can assume that they're already in school because we know, statistically speaking, the vast majority of them.
Well, they wouldn't have anything to do with being
majority. We understand the vast majority of them are already in school. So when I ask you, hey, what would you say to these kids? It doesn't have to be, go to school, because we already know they're in school. So we know they're in school. So we just say, hey, you're in school. We know the teacher might not be the best. We know there may be bullying situations. We know that you may not be interested in X, Y, and Z. We know these things. We know you're in school.
You know what? Can we start right there? Can we start right there? I think when we come to a disagreement is where I'm okay with saying that what you just said was it may not be the best, but this is your child. So you as the parent, all I'm saying is we as the parent.
We're talking to the kids. You admitted earlier, and that you admitted, you can't talk because you just interrupted me while I was talking, and we're tired of hearing you talk. Earlier in the conversation, you said,
but you quick to talk about me.
Like, what is mom making?
Earlier in the conversation, you admitted that there are young kids that are likely watching this show. Or there are young men, rather, that are likely watching the show.
Yeah.
We've even had a 20-year-old come on here a couple months ago, from what I recall, came on here and said, hey, I watch your show. Sometimes y'all just be talking old head shit.
So when we talk about education, you're 20, you're not educated.
Yeah, the 20-year-old, yes, they're in college. You fucking goof.
Yeah, that's your choice,
also
right?
Talking about them. So,
you fucking genius. That's your choice, right?
All right. So whether we talk about them specifically, or whether we're talking about the other
middle school, elementary, your choice or your parents.
Whether we're talking about the other one.
Catch up. Is there any of that? Is high school, elementary, or any of that? Your parents' choice or yours?
I find you to be a coward because you don't even have the backbone to say something like, "Hey, do good in school." You want to cop out. You say all this other shit, knowing that there might be young kids listening and they're taking.
What is the cop out?
Because you have no balls. That's
that's what I'm saying. You don't make sense. People ask you to give an actual reply, show some proof in this. My proof is I said you ain't got nothing. You just talking aggressively. And again, like we said, if we on the internet, this is the difference between me and many of y'all. I'm gonna stand on what I got to say, and off this internet, you wouldn't too. I would still be the same person.
I wouldn't do it off.
I would not sit here and be talking about, oh, you're a dumbass, because you're actual dumbass.
That's not.
You're actual dumbass. You do get this, right? Like you're trying to tell me that kids, hey, listen to me. If a kid get homeschooled, do he take himself out of high school? No, you dumbass. That's what I'm saying. But you're the person who called the next man a dumbass.
We're talking about the kids that are in school.
We're talking about kids in school. From elementary to high school, you have no choice.
And this is why you're called.
And when you're in college, that's your choice, correct? So when you bring up a high school, I mean, a guy that can be in college, he can make his own choices because he's an adult.
That's great.
So we're talking about kids and boys. Yeah.
The kids are in school, correct?
Yes, is it their choice or not?
No, it doesn't have to be their choice. It's not their choice. They're in there
Okay.
because their parents.
So when you homeschool them, do they go to school and say, I don't want to be here anymore?
So we understand that they're in school.
The parent does all that. What changes for the child besides them not leaving the home? Because you're in your house every day.
When's the last time you did an IQ test?
I don't know. You tell me.
Can you do one live? Could you share your screen so we can watch you do one live?
What
language?
I can promise you this. I'll turn my camera on live if you do it with me. I can promise I do it with you if you do it with me, because that's the difference. I've been up here with my camera on.
What language do you develop?
It's nothing different.
What language or languages?
C#.
Okay. What's the can you give us, can you show us some code that you coded?
Where how am I supposed to present this?
Just share your screen.
Share code. I coded on my screen.
Show us some functioning code. Show us some production code.
Like this.
And drop and break it down for us, because I'm not good at coding. I suck at coding. It's probably the worst field for me.
I got you. Give me 1 second. I can't turn my
drop the GitHub.
All you gotta ask. So, do you have a GitHub?
Yeah,
you do. Is it public?
Yeah. Yeah, Breakaway Game Studios.
Thank you.
Huh?
Breakaway Games Studio. Well, that's my last public GitHub, but that's not what our current project is under. But we have GitHub.
Ours.
Yeah. Because I work with it's just a small group of people. It's like 3 of us, 4 of us, and sometimes we do, because you can find people who just help you do some of the things you can't do. And I'm not going to lie and say I can do everything. I'm not even going to lie to you and sit here and say I'm a coding whiz. I do understand code, and I have some code I can give you now, but I'm not going to lie and say I'm like super experienced at this. Okay, I'm more experienced in making a dialogue,
or you're becoming a developer or whatnot. And you were in college. You said college wasn't right for you. What part of being a developer is college not good for?
Well, the cost. It's just the cost of wait. It costs a lot to go to school to be a developer. Again, most community colleges aren't going to have very good or substantial programming. Not saying they won't.
You go to community college for the first 2 years.
When we're talking about getting into business,
we both live in North Carolina. We both live in North Carolina, so I can talk to you on the North Carolina level. Central Piedmont. I don't know how close you are to Charlotte, but you can also do online.
No,
Central Piedmont Community College. Okay, you're not far at all. Central Piedmont Community College, Wake Tech Community College. Both of them have partnersps with UNC and other schools surrounding them, other 4-year colleges. You can go there for the first 2 years and transfer. So those first 2 years and UNC is like $8,000 for in-state tuition. UNC Chapel Hill, not even UNC Charlotte. UNC Charlotte is probably like $4,000. So this cost you're talking about to go to these schools in North Carolina,
so when we're talking
it's not exorbitant. It's not like going to Duke.
So when we're talking about costing things, you do understand coding is used for different things, even if you're learning the same language. So you may be talking about I forgot what's the more, I don't want to call it generic, but open and self-defense.
Excuses.
Yeah, it's called self-defense, right? So where you would do the thing for game development, because you don't apply the same language.
All right. Would you be able to explain how to say "hello world"?
That's all. I was
put it in the syntax. Just put it in the syntax.
And C#.
Yeah. Because C# it does it a very specific way in C#.
That's right. Because I know Fortran, C++. Look, I am a computer engineer at for real, baby. Like by trade, education, and all.
I'm not. I never said I was. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. And this is what makes it crazy. Because I'm not sitting here saying this is.
So what I'm saying is that, that's the first thing you learn, right? Is how to say "hello world."
Yeah, hello world.
All right. So what command? How do you do that? Is what I'm asking. Do you remember? If you don't remember, it's okay.
Like I said, I can't explain it because I don't think I really can't explain it. Like I said, the syntax bracket. I know the code. I could kind of explain what the code looks like, but that doesn't mean it's a different language.
Give it to us, baby.
Type it in the chat.
Here you go, man.
You struggling?
Type it in the chat.
I mean, it's been like 5 minutes at this point.
I mean, because we're talking, you're asking me I can't answer things if we're doing.
He can get the code right online Right.
The thing is that you said it was a crazy cost to go to college, and that's why you dropped out.
Pace.
You act like it's a crazy cost to go to college, and it's not. Whether you go 4 years at UNC Chapel Hill, 4 years at UNC Charlotte, or whether you do 2 years at a community college and then transfer, there is no crazy cost in North Carolina for college. I think North Carolina is that's a separate point. Anyway, it's not a crazy cost.
Not only that, AR.
And software devs make a crazy amount of money afterwards.
Right.
Not so only you that, do understand it's just different
not only
forms
that,
of software
not only that,
development.
but there are scholarships, and black men had the same opportunities.
So y'all do understand
and
it's
Black
different types of
men have
programs,
had
right?
the same grants and scholarships as black women, especially if you're going into STEM. Oh my God, you would have got that for free. For those of you who want to be teachers, you could get a full ride for free, job guaranteed, and everything for black men.
It sounds like excuses. And it sounds like a cop out. It sounds like
I'm trying to. I don't know how the fuck a nigga can answer 16 questions at once. Please.
We don't want to actually hear.
Y'all literally have. You cannot say we're not trying to do that. After you've already done that, stop. I'm giving you. First of all, listen. What I'm submitting in the back chat right now, it is my code. It is the explanation of how this system works.
Oh my God, KT, because it was a rhetorical question. That's why. It wasn't really for you to answer because we know you don't really have the answer. But see, I was able to.
Video game programming isn't the same as web programming, is it? That's all I'm asking.
Okay. So this is how you could write it. For example, KT. You know, you could have wrote it like that.
What's different? What's different about game programming, app development, web?
So
coding,
hey Bomb, I just taught somebody C# code to say hello world.
Right.
Can he explain the difference? Because I don't understand the difference. Well, no. What's the difference? Because you said that game development is different than web development or another type of development. Can you tell us what's different about it?
Give me 1 second. The code, the language, the scripting itself. Can y'all hear me?
We're talking about in C#. So we're talking about C#. So you do C#.
So most things aren't made in C#. Most things are made in JavaScript or Python. C# is something. C# and C++. Those are things made specifically. Mostly, I'm not saying C# is actually a broader code language, but it's not used for many things outside of game development. C++ is mostly used inside of game development because these are the things that they make your pipelines, your assets, because you're doing more focus on lighting, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. I think his kid came in.
So you do admit you can do a website with C# though, right?
I don't know if you can do a website with C#. You can definitely do plenty of applications, which is the whole point. Is you want to talk about game dev as if applications.
No, you can do anything with any code, but it's not. That doesn't mean that it's sufficient. It doesn't mean that it's sufficient to do. So most websites are made with Java's code, not in
applications. Are applications written in C#? Is there a lot of them? Okay. C# and Java are not that.
Hold on, give me 1 second. My baby talking to me.
Yeah.
Hey, these your friends though, Sharon. This your boy.
I thought you used HTML for website.
Yeah, HTML, JavaScript, Python is used relatively, I guess, in some aspects.
You can mix and match them, right? Depending on.
Yeah, no, you can use any code for anything. I apologize, y'all. Y'all can use any code for anything. I'm saying there's certain codes. You can use.
Yeah, I got you, KT. So C# is used in application and app dev. So so you're talking about game dev. C# is also used in applications. Plenty of applications use C#.
Yeah. No, I said C# is the most broad language. C++ is the one that's probably most specifically towards game development.
What does that got to do with you succeeding and finishing college? Because we know
just randomly brought this up. I don't even know what the fuck this got to do with it.
How old are you?
31.
Okay, so you're 31. So we know growing up that the degree, like the shift of certs and experience being used in lieu of degree is kind of like a newer shift.
Yeah.
So we know growing up that having a degree would have helped you a lot more than maybe right now and getting into certain companies and certain fields or certain positions at certain companies.
So I don't know what you're talking about with school, right? But let me bring you back to that for real, because this is what I'm talking about. Going to NCC.
Were you passing all you? Were you
going to NCC school? I mean, going to NCU or some college of that degree, NCCU or whatever college of that degree. When it comes to game development, they're looking for certain. I'm not calling it. It's kind of like fashion world. If you come from a certain house, other fashion people will look at you. That's the same way with program development because you having a broad understanding of programming doesn't mean that it's going to help us in the team. Like,
which university in North Carolina are you saying that is the gatekeeping body or the prestige school?
North Carolina?
Yeah.
Do you know what Epic Games is?
Yeah, Epic, but I think Epic just is talking about moving their headquarters here, but that's relatively recent.
No, they're from Raleigh, North Carolina. That's where they're invented. They've been there their whole life. They're there right now. You also know Insomniac Games.
Yeah,
you know the ones that make Spider-Man. They're also in Raleigh.
What is the university?
There isn't one.
We know that Raleigh is the tech.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a particular. It's not a particular.
NCCU as like it's a fashion thing, and then you brought
because I'm saying it depends on where you get your degree from for especially game development studios.
So which of those universities does it matter? Which of
none? That's what I'm saying. It's not a very good. We don't have a tech. I'm not being funny. We just don't have a maybe a Charlotte one. Maybe a Charlotte one. I will say that maybe some school in Charlotte. But yeah, most of the time I'm just saying.
Why would Charlotte be the epicenter for this when they don't really have tech there? They have fintech. But they don't have tech.
From Bank of America, from BOA,
that's finance tech. We're talking about
Raleigh is there from science.
Yes, that's great.
It's not
the Triangle area. The Triangle area has UNC Chapel Hill, NC State, Duke, and NCCU. And it has Cisco's headquarters. It has Red Hat headquarters.
It's based off science, right? It's called the research triangle, correct?
Can you let the man talk?
Called the research triangle.
No, it's not off of science. Cisco is not a scientific company.
No, I'm saying you just brought up the triangle. It's called the research triangle, correct?
That is one part of it.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not taken.
Durham and Raleigh. So when you say the triangle, you don't have to say the research triangle. That's talking specifically like research triangle is RTP. Research Triangle Park is the actual area in the triangle. Mm-hmm. And the research part of it, that's you're talking about something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. The triangle area, which is Chapel Hill, Durham, and Raleigh. Why would Charlotte be the place that the college would be if you want to graduate from to get hired by Cisco?
Yeah, like I said, that's the research triangle. You just pointed out it's a triangular area, but it's called the research, so it's science.
Are you retarded?
You keep repeating the same shit over and over again.
After this man just repeated the same shit 5, 6, 7 times.
Geez, you won't let him finish. We can't even hear him because you interrupt.
What does it being science have to do with anything?
You're the one bringing up tech. And where would tech probably be most relevant in North Carolina? It will probably be Charlotte.
Why would tech? There's no way that you're saying that Cisco's headquarters and Apple is building their second headquarters here. Microsoft has a footprint here. Google has a footprint in downtown Durham. And Meta is talking about also building a headquarters here or a footprint here. That you're saying that Charlotte is the place that tech goes to. Red Hat headquarters is here. Cisco's headquarters is here. What are you talking about?
We don't know.
Damn.
If this is a research park, if this is the research triangle and it's science or whatever, that lends more credibility to the fact that you would want to graduate from a college from that area to get hired by the companies in that area, which are tech companies.
I can't stand y'all in the chat sometimes. Hey, it's okay. You know what it is, AR? Some men just don't want to hold men accountable without holding women accountable too.
I want them to hold themselves accountable. This dude up here been talking all day about, I'm just saying anything he wants. And then we ask, hey, do you think that there are young men, young kids listening to this, could possibly listen to this? Yeah, I do. Okay, so do you not feel like you have a responsibility? If you, we brought it to your attention now, if it wasn't in your attention before, if you didn't recognize that before, do you have a responsibility as a fucking grown man to talk a certain way? Or to say certain things to make sure you're more clear when that is brought to your attention. A man, I would think a man would have said, you know what, you're right. They might be listening. So these are the things I want to make sure I stamp if they're listening. Because I said a lot of other stuff when I wasn't really thinking about, there might be kids listening or whatever. Saying all this other stuff. And the way I say it might have been taken a certain way, or it could have been taken a certain way. So let me rubber stamp something. Let me put my foot down on something. If there's one thing I'm gonna stand on, it's hey, get your education, pay attention in school, whether that's homeschool or being taught by a teacher externally, whatever. Just make sure you're paying attention and doing the best you can. He can't even say that. He won't even say do the best you can. Oh, well, I'm talking to the parents. You know, I ain't talking to the kids now. You've been talking. The kids have been listening. Don't matter whether you're directly talking to them or not. And if you're talking about certain things that maybe they relate to, they're going to hear you talking to them, even though you're not directly talking to them. You're a grown ass man. You should know this.
He don't know he's a man, baby. He thinks he's a little boy. That's why he want to talk. He don't want to talk to the kids. He claims he want to talk to adults. But when you gave him the chance to say something positive to the kids, he said he don't want to talk to them.
That's crazy.
That ain't true.
Like you were given the platform to say something
just for y'all. Was tell your parents. Just for everybody knowing what I just put in the background, that's literally the code itself. If y'all want to, y'all can steal a part of it. I don't even give a fuck, right? But this is the AI entity code. I've been working on, like it's one of the game systems within my game. So I mean, it's not a doubt whether or not I can program. And I'm not saying whether or not I'm great at this. I didn't learn it in no school. I'm self-taught. So yeah, but I can code. Regardless of that, and I've said plenty of times too, like I've never once said kids don't get an education. I started saying this by saying I'm saying this to the kid, and you told me I cannot say that to the kid, and then y'all started going in the whole conversation. So don't make it. That's what I'm saying. This shit's weird. It's weird as fuck to sit there and act like I'm legitimately trying to sit here and just make some bullshit up or something. I'm not. I said the kids should be homeschooled. Your reply was, well, they can't do that themselves, and then your reply in turn was, what? Go to school. So I'm just saying, it seems that if you have a difference of understanding, logic, opinion, agreeing, something of that nature, with most of you guys, it leads to insults and not actual understanding, because you're not really trying to understand. No, you're really trying to sit there and say, this is what I believe, back me up and suck my dick.
All right, so hold on. All right, so hold on. What this code? Okay. Let me see. You say you put a code in the back. So
the issue is six different people tell you the same thing and you still don't understand.
So
and then that's
see where I say
hold on. So what is this code? This code is about selecting players.
It's AI functionality. Like it's partially what my AIs can do, like stats, some of it.
Right, but it's about picking a player, a certain type of player.
No. It's like the AI itself. Like how AI functions, relationships. It's a part of the AI code.
Yeah, he made it to where the AI can actually do the work, giving it permission to see.
Right, but it's about choosing a play. It's not about choosing a player.
Some part of the code, but that's not because AI controls a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? Like just how they relate with that, whatever the player has.
Wait a minute, you don't know what your own code do. Are you serious? I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, wait a minute. It do look like a player. Wait a minute.
It's okay. That's what it look like it's reading to me. It's something about picking players or something of that nature. But if you saying that it's just some AI thing, I'm gonna just leave it alone.
No, it's a part of the AI control part itself. Like it's that's why I said it's the entity itself. That's why even the header is like the AI
code. It's not even your code, in other words.
Right. That's not.
No, it's literally my code.
No, it's not your code. No.
How is it not my code?
Because
go ahead.
It's okay. I don't know. I don't think you understand what the code actually says. That's why you're confused why I asked you about a player, right? But it looked like your code is about picking players.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But, if you wrote it, you know exactly what it be saying. You would tell me exactly what it's doing.
Yeah, no, I have all mines documented and it's in the AI entity. If I may have misplaced it wrong,
didn't write this code. You don't know what it's saying, dude.
Yeah, again. It's again.
Okay.
I just said, I may have.
It's okay. I
may have placed it in the wrong place, but again, I'm saying this is my code.
You may have placed it in the wrong place.
As long as you created something, that is all good. But to claim that were the originator of this code, that is something completely different. It's probably your code because it's a part of your gaming system that you.
No, this is the system I made itself. Can you tell me what the first thing it says in the corner is?
So you say you the one who created this code? You the only
Yes.
person
What is the first thing it says?
Copyright.
You can see in the back, right? What is the first 3 things it says?
What I see is
Final AI. No, I'm not agree. I'm not disagreeing with y'all.
yeah,
Y'all
final
y'all.
AI entity implementing
Okay.
using system, and then it says that it's a generic using Unity engine, right? So that's the AI, right?
Yes. I mean, all this is going into the Unity. The Unity is the system I'm using. It's you got to pick a game engine.
Right.
So
Okay.
Unity is the engine.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's
That's what I'm
okay.
saying. I'm not saying y'all not wrong. I'm saying you can see even
But
I
do
put
you
myself
see?
final
Wait a
AI
minute,
entity.
baby. Wait a minute.
So I may
Do
have
you
thought
see
that
what?
it was.
Wait a minute. Do you see where it says character? Right? Trailer? Do you see where? Do you see where it says that?
Right. Character. That's why I was asking if it's a player selection type of situation. And you started saying no and stuff. You started saying he probably told that.
He ran. Did he run?
Right. So I'm so I'm literally telling him what the thing is kind of telling me, and he's telling me no, he wrote it, but no, you didn't write it.
That's your boy though.
No, I think it's okay that he's created something, and I think it's also okay that he didn't. Maybe he just didn't know that Bomb is able and I'm able to.
No, y'all can read the code. Listen to me. I'm just saying this very clearly. I make backups of all my code, right? So I put them in categories, and then I name my categories or folders and stuff like that. I'm telling you, I'm just saying I may have incorrectly named it, but this is from my AI entity file. So I didn't check the code itself. I just pulled it from one of my AI entity files. I'm just showing y'all that it is coding. I apologize for the wrong name. It may go to a player character or because at that time I was working on the controller setup UIs and all that. So maybe I switched them. But again, just showing y'all can do the code. I'm not saying y'all wrong.
Yeah, but you didn't do the code. That's what we saying.
Right.
So can y'all just stop? Then tell me, does the first line of code not say final AI entity? Yes or no?
What that got to do with anything?
Okay, so I'm telling y'all, I'm just saying I coded it and I may have incorrectly named the code.
No, listen.
No. So you saying you created final AI entity?
Yes, I made a couple of name calls.
No. Right. You and it's nothing.
I made the whole code string itself. I'm just saying I made I named it to my system.
What you did was you typed in what you wanted done, and they wrote it for you, and that's fine. It's nothing wrong with that. It's still creating. I have no problem with that. But when we are saying you wrote the code, that means you came up with that. Is the difference. It's like somebody, Bomb Cherry is creating a hoodie, and then I buy this product, and then I put my stamp on it, and then I say I created it. Those are two different things. Bomb Cherry is the one that actually created it, and I put my stamp on it, right? So the entity created it, and you put your stamp on it because it's going to be in your gaming situation that you are trying to build. So yes, it's yours because it's in your game system, but guess what? Everybody else that want to have some kind of character function, they're going to have that same code as well because it's a universal character selection type of a code.
Exactly. But he need to know the difference between his code that he made, because somebody like me will come and sue his ass because all he did is recall you're using somebody else's code to make your game. Nothing wrong with it. It's done. With it. Yeah. But until you go and publish that game,
y'all gotta understand if it's Unity.
So what that code is for an API, right? So you are almost in the stage of put it on the API. So that's what I'm saying.
Listen, I thought I was giving y'all the AI entity.
But me and Bomb is saying you didn't create that code for the API, and that's okay.
Yeah, I did. Listen,
okay, but don't say what we're trying to explain to you. You cannot say you wrote it.
I'm saying this is what I'm saying, Sharon. Listen very closely. I thought this was the AI entity system, which is a different functioning system. Okay, what y'all got is the controller system. Maybe I I misnamed it, but y'all got to understand again, like I said, we're working in Unity game engine. So there are APIs and other things already set up for that. That's not me trying to steal somebody's code or something. I have to have an API. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So listen, when it comes to the API portion of it, I agree that may have been something I had
you stuttering.
Copy from Unity itself in order to implement the controller. But I'm talking about I can show y'all systems I made on my own.
You thought we didn't know. Sharon looked at it. See, I didn't look at it originally. And then when I started looking at it, but it says it right there. It's telling us everything in the code. But you do have to know how to recode. You just don't know how to recode, or you thought we didn't know how to recode.
No, I'm not. God damn it. All right.
And it's okay.
It's all good.
You're not doing anything wrong. We happy that you're creating a video game and all these things. However, when you say you're writing code, you are not presenting that correctly when you're saying you're writing code. You have code in your video game that you're trying to create, and you ask the prompter to do certain things, and the prompter did it for you. That is fine. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But don't say you wrote it, right? That's a totally different
thing. No, so
now you show you how to write some code.
A lot of codes. There's a lot of codes that most programs, they look up codes, right? They go to, that's why GitHub is so popular for coders, right? Because somebody already did the work. And then, that's how I do it. And they gotta maybe tweak a word to make it personal to that API. However, they all borrow from each other. It is okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But listen, I'm
wait a minute. If I could open Notebook right now, notebooks, and write some code and get shit to do what I want to do, and I ain't gonna call up nothing to help me do it, to write it. You know what I'm saying? Syntax. I'm gonna write it, and it's gonna take me forever, right?
I'm about to say it's gonna take
forever, but that's called writing code, right? My code that I write. But this is how they do it today. But dude, you can't argue that no, it's my code. It's my code.
Right. That you can do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. AI entity is my code. The controller, it's a controller within Unity itself. So yes, that is the API that I use for that. That's all I'm saying. AI entity is a system I made on my own. And even
when you say AI entity is your code, what is AI entity do? What does it do?
It controls the AI's like thoughts, relations. First I got the entity, then it's the manager. So the manager does
in C#. You wrote the AI entity. Because when you say the code, right?
Yeah.
You said you wrote it. So you could send me your AI entity code right now.
Yep. If you got an email or something, I can send you like hella systems. And I'll be real with you, like I was just telling him, I'm not great at this, right?
I'm talking about something that's. Go ahead.
I have a dynamic event generator, and I call it Lucy. Like that's the main thing I'm working on. I got like faction systems because the game like revolves around player faction. Well, not player factions, but factions in the world and the player interacting with the factions. So,
why would Sharon say it was just about characters, and you try to make it seem like it couldn't even be about that?
No, because AI entity isn't supposed to be about the controller character, the character controller, nothing of that. AI entity is supposed to be about the AI itself. Like setting up it holds the the nav mesh, and it also holds like the container of what they, fear, loathing, shit like that. Because I'm trying to make like an emotional type thing. Like make the AIs they kind of their own living. And that's why I say, listen, I'm serious. I will send you whatever system you want, because if you can help me or point some shit out, I will very much enjoy that. Because like I said, I know what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm doing is too far advanced probably for what I should be doing. I just picked this shit up one day and said, like, I really want to make a game. And then I started figuring out how to
do your thing, enjoy, and maybe get some education. You know what I mean? Even if because if you got a game in mind that you think gonna blow the world off and make you millions of dollars, it's called investment, right? You invest in learning something that you enjoy. That's even better, right, Sharon?
Yeah, definitely. But I don't understand how AI entity.cs is yours. I don't understand what
it's not his. We're gonna let him take it.
Listen, AI entity is not mine because what you're showing is the API for the controller, which is the Unity controller. It comes with a controller. I'm agreeing with that. I'm saying I incorrectly named that file. I do have a actual different AI entity because, like I said, every time I make the code, I'll make the update, like copy it in every one of my files. I'll send it to my emails and then I'll put it on my phone notes. And then I got like version 1.2 or 2.1, blah. So even if that's the incorrect one, I know that one of them would be the actual AI entity.
After everything you said, I'm still confused about how going to college would not have helped you with this.
Hey, after
no,
that,
at that time I wasn't doing that.
No, I can't.
Shimon said no more.
I can't believe he did that. I can't. KT. We have a problem. We do. We got to get it done. We got to get it fixed. Hey, listen. Men, we need to recalibrate our value system. We need many men. We see it. Many men are worshiping lust, degeneracy, and power. It's a problem. I don't know how we're gonna fix it. I thought speaking to men and voicing my opinion on how we can move forward. I thought that would be helpful, but I don't know if it's actually helpful. That's just crazy. KT said that was his goddamn code. I looked at it. And I know a lot of people feel like this was just a conversation about KT, but it really wasn't. This is not just KT. A lot of people think the same way how KT is thinking. You know, we heard other men say very similar things. So we understand that we got to do better at communicating with our youth and explaining it to them. Hey, man, leave that lust, degeneracy, and power shit alone. It's detrimental to your life. All those things is going to leave you like Diddy and Tory Lanez. In court, jail, stabbed up. That's what it's going to lead to. Right? Tory Lanez, he want to lead with lust, degeneracy, and power. What'll lead to him? Him drinking in the car, and eventually somebody got shot or shooting at feet, and now his ass in jail, and then now he got stabbed 14 times. That's what it led to. We got Diddy. His whole existence is about lust, degeneracy, and power. Look where it lead him. He been in jail for what, the past year? Cost him $50 million. They didn't want to accept it. Got his son arrested. And now he's possibly facing jail time. He's already admitted in court that he does domestic violence on his girlfriends. So that ain't gonna look good for him. That Kim Porter stuff might pop up. That ain't gonna look good. Right, introverted. He said, correction, I didn't create it. I generated it. and there's nothing wrong with that. Like hey, DB, enough was enough. It was crazy. I just don't understand why so many men fight so hard to do the right thing. Why? DB, why they fight so hard? They just want lust to be their driving force. They just want to objectify. I mean, like, we literally was talking about a statue. The first thing they talked about was the lady's titties and her curves, what curves she didn't have. The way how they just try to manipulate and destroy every single situation. It's why I keep trying to tell these men, leave lust alone and deal with discipline, because that leads to building, protecting, and uplifting. The reason why we even got into this conversation, this whole rabbit hole with goddamn KT, is because of degeneracy, how they just want to do things that makes them feel good no matter what the cost is. It's so crazy. You know what I'm saying, Robin M? It's okay. They just the Robin M, what I really believe it is that they mad that somebody that is shaped and look like their wife is on display in Times Square, and they would never put their wife on that high horse because we don't see them. We don't hear them talk good about their wife. So as soon as their wife got something that looked like their wife is standing 12 foot tall in Times Square, they got upset. They was like, I would never put my wife in Times Square 12 foot. Black Beauty, I tried. This is not a Black Beauty, I tried. They don't care about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy. They literally mad because their wife is standing 12 foot tall in goddamn New York City. This is what that shit is all about. I thought the statue was fine. I didn't think nothing about it. That was crazy. I didn't think nothing about it. But, you know, the degenerate, what they say, they do whatever feels good, no matter the cost. And this is why I tell them you need to get rid of degeneracy and have some fucking honor. Because that's what's right, even when it's hard. And I'm keep trying to tell these men, do what's right, even when it's hard. Stop wanting to be the one in power, because the power only controls. Leadership guides. Power takes. Leadership gives. Get out your goddamn ego, because your ego keeps telling you are untouchable. Your ego is telling that you created this code when you actually generated it. Jesus. But accountability answers for my actions. My actions that I put it in a prompt and I generated something. That's what it says. Because when you build your life on lust, greed, and ego, it will crumble. Men need to replace lust with discipline, degeneracy with honor, power with leadership, and ego with accountability. Because if they do not, you would keep falling. I keep on falling. Yeah. And so shout out to all the men that don't want to listen. All I gotta say is
don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this,